Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Collar Nation radio show. Welcome. I'm the Collar Genesis, the chief host. You can also call me Collar Rumble, however you want to call me tonight. Just don't call me late to dinner. Tonight we have a good show tonight. We have topics like immigrants did not build America. They invaded it. Things are going to go down tonight. What's going to get heated in Colorland. That tempers are going to flare. Passions are going to be risen. And this is the place to be. What's going down. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend. Tell a host. Tell an enemy. Tell somebody. Because you want to do it. It's the right thing to do. Tell somebody about the Collar Genesis. Tell somebody that the Collar Nature's on tonight. And we're on and popping. Be here or be nowhere. Where else is there to be? There's no basketball game on tonight, I don't believe. There's no football season not here yet. So where else you going to be tonight, besides the Collar Nation show? Who else is on tonight? Nobody. So tell a friend, this is where the party's at, this is where discussions are had. So we could get down. We tell it like it is over here, feelings are going to get hurt, and egos are going to be checked and everything over here because this is the Collar Nation. This is how we do it. So I'm your host, the Collar Rumble tonight because I'm ready to rumble, The reason why I talk this topic is because I saw this comment on this thread about immigrants, and I'm just tired of basically the whole immigrant thing. People say, Carl, I thought you, what about black? Look, it used to be a time where black immigrants came over here and they became part of our community. They basically, by black being oppressed and being from the same motherland, they basically got our grace. And so they was able to come in, fit into our culture, community. That's who we were as a people, right? But it seems over the years that people are becoming more immigrants than they are part of the Black America, Black people. I'm an immigrant. They put it on their chest. I'm an immigrant. And it goes along with the immigrant propaganda that immigrants do it better. Immigrants are here to improve America. Immigrants built America. All those are lies. They're not the truth. Immigrants contribute to America and all stuff like that, and all these things, we could break it down, is not the truth. I saw this one guy today. That people listen to this show. I know people listen to the show. It was basically talking about how people always talk about, oh, yeah, such and such make more money than the average Black American, blah, blah, blah. And the brother broke it down. Yeah, if you got 20 people, like most immigrants do, live into one household, of course their income level is going to be higher, right? But try, when this comes down to like a household with single people and just a lot of our families are not together and stuff like that, Black America wastes way more than everybody, including Indians and Asians. But there's this myth that immigrants just coming over here off the boat and whatnot, we would not be any place without immigrants and all nonsense. Most of the technology is developed by American technology innovation, passed down and stuff like that, So the bottom line, this idea that, immigrants are basically coming here to replace everybody because they work harder and they got the good grades and all this kind of freaking nonsense. Immigrants built America and all this kind of nonsense, I'm not picking on immigrants. I'm just checking them tonight because, look, the bottom line is this. If we don't check them, right, if I don't check this stuff right here, it could lead to something more drastic, violence even, and xenophobia. When people overplay their hand, right? If you come to this country, right, what you do is you be humble. You assimilate. You fit in. You don't come in here standing there waving your finger talking about you're going to change things and you want people to change. This is a lot of nerve people have. They come here and they want to judge this country, judge America. America's racist, America's sexist, blah, 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 and all this kind of nonsense. Well, what was the country you left? What was that like? A hell on earth? So if you come from a hell on earth, who are you to come here and tell this country, good or bad, what to do? That's the problem. And tonight we're going to talk about the historic myth about immigrants built this country. I think it needs to be said, because a lot of these new immigrants, right, who just been here within the last 5 years are like, oh, immigrants built this country. Yeah. But those are mostly European immigrants and African slave descendants that built this country over hundreds of years, right? The immigrants didn't start coming here to the 20th century, after America was already built. And I'm going to show that tonight, the illustration, what America looked like in the 19th century. It was already pretty much developed. That took centuries to do. It ain't like people just got off the boat, Ellis Island, and just started building. That's a lie. In fact, the black people that coming from the South contributed more to building New York City, like my ancestors, than the freaking immigrants did, America's big enough for everybody. Yeah, but the bottom line is this, America's big, but there's a lot of people that want to hoard America for themselves. And that's not all the immigrants' fault. But when you come over here thinking that America owes you something, that's a problem. Or when you think you're black, you think black America owes you something, whatever, like what's going on now. And people are just taking advantage of our generosity and niceness and trying to friggin' throw it in our face like we're a bunch of fools, We open up access to our historically black universities, to our black brothers and sisters from overseas, We're biggest consumers of African stuff like hair braiding, we buy all the Jamaican beef patties and beef jerk chicken, whatever the hell it is. So basically people feed off of us and everything like that. And these people are still ungrateful. All instead of saying, look, okay, you're being part of the black culture. Let's add on to this, like European Americans got Irish, German. They're all part of the white community. Why is it that the black immigrants basically segregate themselves or delineate themselves from black America? I'm an immigrant. How come they can't assimilate and become American? That means you're part of black America, Yeah, John Henry. Yeah, John Henry, man, like a symbol of black America's strength and power of the railway, People don't know stories about John Henry. Idi Amin did, Black men basically helped build the railways in this country. Black African-American men, This country took a lot of hundreds of years of backbreaking tears, shedded, and everything like that to be. These are the hands that built America. Well, all you see, the majesty of America, the streets, the sewers, all these things just pop up out of nowhere. People just didn't come off the boat, start building stuff. This stuff was developing for 400 years. So this idea that people just came off the boat and started building, that's a lie. There is the people that found this country, the white European Anglo-Saxons, the 13 original colonies, right? And the African Americans. That's the primary players in the original settlement of America. And in Florida, you have the Spanish, descent, people from Spain. And Louisiana, you had the French. Okay, that was the building of America. And then parts of Maryland, you had Germans, early Germans, So that was a building of America. Hundreds of years, brick by brick, factory by factory, brick by brick, and everything. Hundreds of years of misery and suffering that people had to endure to build this country to what it is. It wasn't just people to say, something, man, I got nothing else better to do. I'm sitting here suffering in Ireland, blah, blah, blah. Let's go over there. I got nothing but rocky roads and filth and trash in Ireland. Let me just sail across the Atlantic and just build this great country, That's ridiculous. Same thing with the Italians, Did they contribute after the fact? Of course they did, But this idea that people, European immigrants came here and built this country is a lie, America was basically built by slave labor and early European settlers that came here and everything. And they say, what's the difference between a settler and an immigrant? Somebody that's settler and somebody that's settled on the land. In other words, there was nothing there. The Pilgrims, there was nothing there but Native Americans and blank land, this vast land, right? The settlers basically settled the land. They conquered the land. They settled the land. And then after they built the land, settled the land, they wrote the laws, and they built the civilization, right? That's how it happens. That's a settler. That's not an immigrant. You know, an immigrant is somebody who comes into something that's already established, and he immigrates to that. It's invited. He's invited in to something that's already established. He didn't build it himself. He's coming to something that's already established. That's the majority of people who came here. The settlers are the people who designed, who architected this country and just laid the foundation. That's who built the country. The people who came after that are just people who came after that. So this idea of people running around, oh yeah, we got to keep the borders open because America was built by, it's a lie. People were carefully let into the country from Ellis Island to basically live and contribute certain things. Certain people had stonemasonry skills. Some people had carpentry skills. And so they came here and they was given a chance to apply their things to a country that accepted them in. They didn't come over here and build a country. They came over here and was ingratiated to a country that was already established and gave them a role. That's what happened. Not that friggin' people came over here and there was nothing here for like 300 years. And America just sitting here, and the immigrants just Europe just came here and just started building skyscrapers overnight and whatnot. Yeah, okay, you know. And this is what happens when people basically, now you got people coming from the gutters of the third world talking about, yeah, well, this country needs immigrants. They built the country. No, they didn't. You know, no, they didn't. That's a lie. You know, I can't stand hearing that anymore. That's a lie. You know, that's a smack in the face to my ancestors who built the canals, who built the ditches, who cut the trees down, who laid the railways down, built the roads. All the stuff like that you see here was built by African American slaves in the early colonies and whatnot. You know, people who died building this country, clearing the land, you know, and stuff like that. So everybody could come out later and lay claim to this country, you know. Yeah. Charleston was very rich. Charleston and also Mississippi was the richest region in the world at one time. The southern states were the richest region. Why? Because they had free African labor, African American labor. So this idea, you had cities that's old, 400 years old, like Charleston, Norfolk, Virginia, and places like this with black people. You know, people don't know this, that they're in Baltimore. There was free black communities, slave and free, that lived together. And there were black-owned major businesses and corporations in Baltimore during slavery times. People don't know. As far back as the 1700s, there were black-owned shipbuilding companies in Baltimore. That was the building of America. It was built under duress. It was built under racism, white, but it was still built, you know. So when people come over here trying to steal the heritage of people who sacrificed for hundreds of years and never asked for anything in return, I said I can't sit back and let that happen. You know, immigrants only came here when they heard that there was a country up and running. You know, because remember something, the Italians knew about this land way back as far as Christopher Columbus. In fact, Italians were some of the earliest explorers, but they didn't have the wherewithal to come here, settle here, and build anything. It wasn't until later on they said, yeah, you know that place we heard about from that Genoese guy, Christopher, it's called America. It's really booming. There's opportunity over there. Let's go there. They didn't build it. Italian Americans always claim that they built the country. No, they didn't. Yeah, Christopher Columbus was an early explorer and whatnot. But they didn't come until after America was friggin' already developed. By the mid-1900s and the early 20th century, America was already an industrialized, a modern nation state. So these people came here at that time period, and they started, you know, I guess worked in construction, worked here, you know, paved roads and worked on construction building. They didn't build a country. That is a myth, you know. You know, as a myth that has to be stopped. So people are taking that and running with it. European immigrants came over here and built America. So America was just sitting here. People have been in this country since the 1500s, right? So are you telling me that people were doing absolutely nothing until the Irish and the Italians and all these other people came here in the mid 1900s and in the 20th century, America was just some wasteland? Are we to believe that? No. So why do we keep saying that? We keep saying that because these people, these immigration propagandists, make it seem like, oh, America needs, oh, yeah, America could use immigrants to come in here, but it does need millions of people who haven't assimilated into the culture here. That's what you have. You have people coming here who are unassimilated into the society. And I think you should assimilate into the black society or the white society. Those are the two dominant groups in America. If you're white, you assimilate in the white culture. If you're black, you assimilate in the black culture. That's simple the way it is, you know? I believe that. Anything other than that, when people start, that's when you have the tensions and the problems. Because the problems of black and white in America will never go away. So basically, black people, if you come here, you're black, you got to take on the narrative. You can't come over here like as a Nigerian talk about, man, I think we should get rid of Black History Month. Well, that's not your place to do that. You're a guest here. You come here, you get in when you fit in, and you keep quiet and everything. Yeah, you could have your opinion and whatnot, but you don't go against the grain. You know, Hispanics are not more dominant than blacks. Trust me, Mike, they're not. They look like they're more dominant, but Mike, how many historically Hispanic universities do you have in America? None. Come here on the East Coast. See who works the shipyards, who works the steel mills, who work all this stuff like that. It's black. Who works in the auto factories and everything like that. It's black America. You know? How are they not assimilated? They're not assimilated because people come in here like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. She's talking about I love Al-Qaeda and also this guy that's running for mayor of New York talking about globalizing the Intifada. What kind of shit is that? You know, what kind of shit is that? So it is what it is. Well, we got our friend Mike Olawale. I knew he'd be here tonight with his nonsense and everything. But yeah, to reiterate what I'm saying is America was not built by immigrants. It's not. That's a lie. You know, it's not built by immigrants. But it definitely wasn't built by people from the third world. You know, definitely. That's one thing I do know. You know, it wasn't built by immigrants. You know, Italians and Irish came here after the fact. You know, those first 200 years of this country between the 1500s and the 1700s was probably the most brutal times in human history. You know, I mean, really brutal. What they had to do to build cities like Boston, New York, and New Jersey, and places like that. You know, population will equal dominance because let me tell you something, Mike. I work in the insurance field. Like, listen to this very carefully. What I've learned over the last, so that's what led me to this show, right? What I've learned over the last, I've been studying this about the last few years, but I really studied this the last 5 months, right? I noticed something. There's a lot of people that appear to be doing well in America, that are immigrants, that are not doing well at all. For example, I have a lot of older clients that are Korean, Vietnamese, and everything, Indians, whatever like that. And you know how many of them never worked 40 quarters to earn Social Security? Because they'll tell you, oh, yeah, we had a communal business or we had a hotel, but they never paid into the system. 99% of Black people will earn Medicare and Social Security because they paid into the system. We may not have the businesses that immigrants do, but we pay into the system. I know so many people that are Korean, Filipino, whatnot. They basically, they may survive off having their own business or the kids taking care of them, or they all live in one big house, communally, whatever like that. And they never work a real job. I'm serious. They work for themselves or whatever. And when that happens, they're not paying into FICA and they're not paying into Medicare. There's a lot of them like that who do not have Medicare and whatnot because they never paid into the system. So it's a myth, particularly Hispanics. That's why when the illegals were given the Doge and the Trump administration cut out like millions of people who were collecting Social Security were now having Social Security numbers because they never paid in. They said, well, They never paid in. Well, how you've been here for 30 years and you never paid in Social Security? Because most of them work under the table. So they're not dominant, Mike. The foundation of America is the Black African American community and the white community. That's the foundation of America. You know? Yeah, they're doing so good. They don't have to work. But the drawback of not having to work is you're not friggin' basically paying into the system. And when it comes time to retire, you know what it's like if you get sick and you don't have Medicare? You're in serious trouble. Or you're not drawing Social Security income per month. Or you don't have an annuity or IRA or nothing saved like that. That's reality for a lot of immigrants. Because America has never really assimilated immigrants into the mainstream of this country. They just sort of lived on, they're useful in farm help and here and there, but you cannot have a group of people that you're not assimilating fully into the society. And that's what's happening, So, no, I'm saying you pay into the system, Mike. The whole thing is Black people that pay into the system basically can retire, with Social Security, Medicare, all that's important. Some of them got retire IRA because they worked at a job for years and they got 401ks, IRA. They roll over to annuities. That's what I do. I help people roll things over to annuities, and they get lifetime benefits. But if you've never worked a job for 30 years, right, and you never got Social Security because you paid into the system for 10 years, or you can't collect Medicare, you're in a lot of trouble. And a lot of immigrants fall into that category. They come here and they live on the fringe. Yeah, if you basically got a little a bunch of little small businesses, it looks like that's what I tell Principe. Black people are not those people. We're not going to do these little makeshift jobs and everything like that, these makeshift businesses and whatnot. We like those good paying jobs. That's what we do. That's what we do. We get those good paying jobs in cities like Baltimore and everything like that, Who are not assimilated? You ain't assimilated, You ain't assimilated. You're Haitian, man. Come on, man. Stop it. The Somalis are running. Yeah. I don't know nothing about that guy, Somali. I just saw the thing. I was talking Hustle Smart when the article was playing on TV, so I didn't had a chance to hear what he had to say. I'm not going to judge him just yet, You said you heard that 95% of Somalis are a lot of people know immigrants are the biggest number the most on public assistance. I know this, and it's people you might not even think so. When you look at like Indians and Chinese, whatnot, these people are no. A lot of these people, and a lot of white people are on public assistance. You have no idea. Middle class white people on assistance. They hide their wealth and trust and everything like that, and they milk the system. Well, Black people haven't learned to do that shit because we got too much pride. I ain't on no welfare. I ain't on Medicaid. Black America has too much pride, to do that. You'd be surprised, Hispanics are immigrants, bro, Mike. They are immigrants. There's no such thing as Hispanic American, Small hats do that in Brooklyn. So the bottom line is this, Chinese got their own welfare office, and Chinese, man, you'd be surprised how many Chinese are on freaking welfare. That's what this show is so important. We throw this facade going around that everybody comes here and everybody off the boat is making $100,000 a year, and Black people in America, African Americans are suffering. They're lazy, most kind of fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. And that's why I said we need more platforms like this telling the truth. Yeah, they do, but a lot of people don't know how to do that. People, if you work for yourself, what you could do is this. You get a corporate and pay yourself a salary. It takes money too. You got to get a payroll system, right? Pay yourself. That's what I do. Pay myself a salary, right? And then basically part of that money goes into FICA, Social Security and stuff like that. But you got to be consistent with it. If you're living hand to mouth, you got a business in a store, you barely making a profit, and you're not even paying yourself a regular salary. A lot of people that own stores are not even making any money. I got people, we got a store. You'd be surprised the profit margin in stores and whatnot that you don't know. No, I'm not no FBA NACB. Let's not go there, bro. I'm far from FBA, but I will say this. Afro's think tank had a video out today threatening FBA ADOS. He says he's going to hunt FBA ADOS down and destroy him. He's a Marine. And he's trained to hunt the enemy down. So he's saying that the FBA ADOS, look, as much as I don't like FBA ADOS, I have never publicly made any threats towards FBA ADOS. They just misguided black people. They have some legitimate points. You got to acknowledge FBA ADOS have legitimate points. I have to acknowledge that. But one thing I'm not going to do is make it seem to whoever it is that I'm going to go and fight. Yeah, he did say that. That's your boy, Nakmeezy. His latest video. Go look at Afrofuturism, his second channel. That's exactly what he said. He just made that video today. That's exactly what he said. He's going to hunt down ADOS FBA. And he said, I'm not going to show no mercy or nothing, like I'm hunting you guys down. I don't know if he was talking figuratively, metaphorically, but he sounded like he was serious. Hey, Jonathan Miller, you're in Nigeria, man. Go out there and hang out with him and fill him out. Tell him about how I'm disappointed in you, Jonathan. You should have got with him already, man. So here's what it is. I'm not going to be like, I don't condone violence. That's one thing I don't do. I disagree with ADOS FBA, the xenophobia and all that stupid stuff. See, I know how to put it in perspective, right? People can listen to me and say, you know something? Collar's not FBA, and he's a black nationalist and whatnot, but he has our ear. He's not throwing us under the bus. I defend, I am Black American. That's who I am. That's where I come from. Black Americans who made me, that's who made me, I wasn't made by Nigerians. I wasn't made by Ghanaians. I wasn't made by Liberians. It was Black America who birthed me and made me the man I am, So I have to give respect to that. And to me, to do that would be me being a traitor to my friggin' people, I get back to U.S. on Sunday. Well, meet with Afro's think tank while you're out there, man. You got a few days. Meet with him out there, see what he's all about, See what Afro's think tank is all about, Try to talk some sense into him, man. But something's just not right about all this, Something's not right. He is already back. Oh, he got back already. Oh, he said, I got back. I said, you're getting back. Okay, you got back, No, he's back already. Marsha, I like Afro's think tank. Okay, Marsha, I get it. I like Afro's think tank. He's my hero, man. Afro's think tank is my hero, man. I like Afro's think tank too, man, but he's losing his mind, man. He's really losing it, man, I don't know. He sounded like he was serious. He said, I'm a Marine. I'm trained to take out and destroy the enemy. That's what he said. That's exactly. I could play the video if you guys want me to play it, That's exactly what he said. I'm not going to play the video, but let me play the sound, okay? I'll tell you what he said. I keep receipts, man,
Powering on. Welcome to all tech.
I'll find the receipt. Hold up. Give me a second, All right, y'all asked for it. Here we go.
Tank Now, this message is to all the people that come in my comment section and say, "Hey, Afro Think Tank, I like you, you know, but you really been coming down on FBA. Why are you always coming down on FBA? Why are you always talking about FBA? Why don't we just unite? We need to unite. We don't like this division, right?" And so when I hear people say that, that makes me believe that you haven't actually been paying attention what I've been saying. And, you know, that means I need to keep going. Because if you haven't figured it out, FBA and ADOS are the enemy, okay? And I'm a warrior, a trained killer. Do you understand? And in the Marine Corps, right, what they taught us is you locate, close with, and destroy the enemy. And you kill them with overwhelming dominant firepower.
Now, what does that sound to you? That sound like he was talking figuratively, or does that sound like a threat? That sounds like a threat to me. I don't know a whole lot, but that sounds like a threat to me. That sounds like a damn threat. He's basically says overwhelming firepower. I mean, he's that frustrated with the ADOS FBA movement. So that's what it is, man. This is what we talk about. So when people talk about, yo, he ain't talking figuratively, Elvis, you fool. He was talking literally. I don't care if he did. You don't even say that. I have never even said that figuratively. I don't talk about killing somebody even in a bit because it can be misinterpreted as a threat. People play, if somebody played this, if somebody dies, let's say somebody listens to Afro Think Tank and goes out there and kills somebody, he'll be liable for this. He didn't say unalive even. He said kill. So it is what it is, so it is what it is. I tell it like it is. I'm not gonna candy coat this anymore. We got serious problems, Look, the world's going through changes, right? We have large numbers of people coming here to America. And we're still fighting the same things that our ancestors were fighting for. And people coming over here with ambition, and they basically said, look, if we can basically hook up with white people to discredit black people, there's a lot to gain from that. If people come over here and basically just side with the white people, talk about how lazy black America is, white people can continue robbing us blind, So I'm saying like this. Yeah, the FBA people do have a legitimate beef, Why are the fucking African Union coming over here trying to milk black America and stuff like that? They want access to black American wealth and whatnot. Why is all this happening? And we have to start looking at this stuff. We're supposed to be all Africans all of a sudden. And the next thing you know, but we get nothing. Angola just discovered 2 trillion cubic feet of oil. Are any African Americans? That's where my ancestors are from. That northern part of Angola, right? Am I invited to come back and own stock and stuff like that in the oil? No. Do we as African Americans get anything that goes on in our mother continent? Do we have anything? Do we have any holdings, any land, anything? No. But these people feel entitled to everything we have. They're entitled to our movie roles. They're entitled to our magazines. They're entitled to whatever we have, they think they're entitled to. And they openly tell you, we're going to take over Black America and whatnot, So in that vein, right there, and I could even see if it was like, we're going to take over Black America, but the same way you're going to take, we're not taking over Africa, You got some people basically coming here. Yeah, Africans play Muriel. Even the movie Sinners, that was a British Nigerian actress. Even though we like her, we don't mind. See, we don't mind people playing our roles and whatnot, But the bottom line is this. Hold on. The bottom line is this. That's what it is. People want to come take our movie. Hey, look, that's fine. I don't care about that, But the whole thing I'm trying to say is this, though. I don't think it has to be reciprocal. We're not getting anything out of Africa. Show me anything that we got that we could say, something, we got to win in Africa. We own this and that. We don't own shit. Nothing. After all these years going out the continent and everything like that, we own nothing. We're not including anything, nothing. The Lebanese, Chinese, all these people got more than we do. So it is what it is, So therefore, yeah, the ADOS FBA movement, they're watching all this. Trust me. I talked to some of them. They said it ain't even about that. They said the one thing they told me is they don't like how the Pan-Africans like myself have been treated. You know, they say you guys look like fools when I was doing stuff for them and they talk shit about. And I was always defending Africa. I said you always defending them, and they fucking always talk about your people. I'm like, yeah, you're right, you're right. So even though I don't agree with ADOS FBA, I don't hate them enough to fucking threaten to kill them. You know, I don't do that. You know, because they're people just like I am. There's got to be a reason why they feel the way they do, and instead of judging people and whatnot, and just putting Africans on high like they're beyond reproach or whatnot. Let's understand what these people come from. You know, I never heard of FBA call the Pan-Africans enemies. The angry Pan-Africans. I never hear FBA threaten the Pan-Africans like that. You know, so. So it is what it is. They did nothing for American Pan-Africanists. See, a lot of people are watching that. They're like, damn, you American Pan-Africans are like fools, you know? Yeah, Afro Think Tank is actually Trinidadian. He's from Trinidad, so that's the way he feels, the way he does, about Africans and stuff like that, because he's not really grounded in Black America like that, so. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But I hope he comes to his senses before it's too late, because I think he's going beyond the point of no return. Because remember something, your people are gonna remember this shit. No, he actually Marshall. He is actually from Trinidad. Trinidadian. He said family is from Trinidad. Look, he bought his AA. Dude, man, what do you guys, man? Look, y'all don't want him? Look, look. It makes more sense if you realize that he's Caribbean or Tanzanian or Trinidadian or something like that. Then it makes all sense, Yeah. These there were like Alpha and Tariq, she said immigrants. Yeah. Black Alpha, he's a little extra to me. He's a little extra. He goes a little too far with that shit, Marshall, he's not Trinity Colin. I love Marshall, I tell you. Kwame, you got to come up here and give me some receipts, bro. You got to come up here and give me some receipts. Ain't nobody talking about deleting tethers, man. I don't think it's gotten to that point, Nat Colin, Daddy Nasheed. Oh no. Now I'm linked with Tariq Nasheed. I'm gonna say, look, I do not agree with the friggin' anti-tethered bullshit that's the ADOS FBA. But all I'm doing is saying is we need to study why they feel the way they do. That's all. We need to study. I'm not at the point where I'm just like, oh yeah, because I was doing that for years. Oh man, these guys are clowns, they're coons, they're race traders and whatnot. I don't think that no more, First of the closet FBA. I can't catch a break, man. Now I'm a closet FBA. Oh, call FBA. Call FBA Mike. Threatened to delete. Who's FBA Mike? Who's FBA Mike? Who's that? Who's FBA Mike? I don't know who that is. Was he somebody that came on this platform? Are you still going over to Liberia? Yeah, I'll be there in February. We're going to tour. And I'll be there for like 2 months. I forgot all about him. Mike Jones. Oh, that clown? That joker? Come on. I kicked him off the platform, man. I banned him from the platform, I banned him from the platform. He's like, yo, this dude was a straight up fucking cornball. He was, are you afraid of me? Because I'm like, dude, man, nobody afraid of your dusty ass, man. Get the hell out of here. That dude was a straight up clown, Frenchie. He was it's like, that's what, after he showed up, that's why I came up with the idea of the ringmaster. I said, they call me the ringmaster because I'm dealing with circus of deadly clowns. That dude, Mike Jones, was a deadly clown, Some FBAs have already attacked Black immigrants. I haven't seen that. I think Steve's a closet fucking immigrant. To tell you the truth, I think he's an immigrant, undercover. Everything. Why is it? So why is it an issue? So it is what it is. But Afro thinks that just as grounded in the U.S. as you are. I've heard a few of his broadcasts. He isn't contradictory. You have been. Well, how am I contradictory? How's it? He said the FBA hurt Black independence effort, but I don't see no Black independence effort in the Pan African movement. I see Caribbeans, Africans, and people like you trying to dominate Black America. And the bottom line is, if somebody's going to dominate Black America, it's going to be me. Because I know my people. I'm not going to hand my people over to people like you and whatnot. Steve's from Haiti. He ain't fooling me. Steve's one of those refugee resettlements. He's from Haiti. Michael said, Carlos says secret FBA meeting. Okay, yeah. I'm on FBA. Okay, FBA cop. My name is FBA Collar. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm FBA. I'm FBA 80 sending it up for, yeah. I'm speaking FBA Shnagalaga, and I'm just getting down and whatnot, Yeah, man. Yeah, those tethers, man. Those tethers this, those tethers that. Yeah. I think I got better things to do with my time. Listen to a bunch of fucking weirdos and whatnot. Talking about tethers and shit, Now, Steve, man, that's not right. Even though you're from Haiti, don't be trying to say I'm from Barbados, Just because I outed you as a Haitian, Don't try to lie on me. Anyone wants to think that I'm not Black American. I got a family tree. Yeah, everybody else trying to friggin' Haitianize me and fucking Barbadosize me and shit, Nigerianize me and whatnot, man. Don't even try it, African immigrants are not identified. Yeah, I know. African immigrants are now trying to take over the term African. We can't have nothing. That term African American has been used since the 1700s, right? But it was rebirthed in the 60s by Malcolm X, and some Black Panthers, and then finally it was officially rebirthed by Jesse Jackson in the 80s, right? And we said, okay, we're going to call ourselves African American because we saw Africa rising and we want to identify with our mother continent. That was a respect for our mother continent, right? We had no idea that people we call Elon Musk are African American. This new Pakistani scumbag, basically, person in running for New York. I think he was born in Uganda. Somebody's called him an African American. We got people from Ghana call themselves the true African Americans. So we can't have anything, We made the term cool. African American Almanac, African American Encyclopedia, African American Smithsonian, African American Music, African American History Month, whatever. We made all that shit so poppin' and everything. And now we got to change everything because everybody else is trying to hijack it. What else? What else can they take from us? They're taking the term African American from us. What else do they want? What else do they want? I like Mike Alawali to answer that. What else do they want from you? What else can we give you guys, to make you guys happy, Brewer said, I ain't going to be happy until you come out of the closet and become a Ubuntu collar. God damn. So now I got to be going and speaking Shnagalaga, Kiswahili Shnagalaga. I got to be doing Ubuntu stuff and I got to do all this. We can't have nothing, Collar, why don't you invite Afro's Think Tank to engage? Afro's Think Tank knows I'm on, but he won't come on a show. He will not come on anybody's show. I have never seen him call somebody's show because he's a coward. He's not built for that. He's not built for debate, whatever like that. He just gets up there and spew nonsense. That's why he is where he is. He's on the edge because he's not challenged. At least I put a year on this platform by people challenging me. I know how to temper what I say and, be withdrawn and stuff like that because I got pushback. I let people come up here and debate me, so that really helped me. All these people that came up here over the year and helped me and when I debated me, like that, I don't have nothing against him, but I do have a problem with some of his rhetoric. Some of his rhetoric, Frenchie, sounds threatening and dangerous. I don't want people thinking that Pan-Africanists or people who believe in violence because to people who don't agree with them. I know when I talk about African, I'm telling the truth. I know I'm doing what's right. I know that when I say that the Africans, some of these Caribbeans and Africans are being disrespectful. Yeah, I mean it, And so I tell the truth, Post about say he's a shit eater. The bottom line is, so I'm like this. I tell the truth. I tell it like it is. I would not do is let people get away with lying and stuff like that. There's a lot of lies being said about Black America. It's like I don't let Black Americans lie about Africa, particularly Liberia. I don't like anybody talking about countries. Now, there's some things, problems in Africa. Yeah, this, that, and the other thing, right? But I still see Africans as my brothers and sisters, they're my cousins, actually, from the continent. It's like a love-hate relationship, right? The ADOS FBAs, some of those people really hate Africa. They hate the idea that they came from Africa. That's the problem. I'm still African American. I'm proud to be African American, right? I love it. I love Black America, but like that. But the bottom line is, I don't have any issue with any other race of people, ethnic group, whatever like that. We could all get along. We're all part of the human family, right? But when you got people like ADOS FBA, some of them, and not all of them, some of them, they have a lot of hate in their hearts. A lot of hate. I check their hate. I know a lot of it comes from anger and whatnot, because there's nobody really talking for them. Nobody really talks to Black America, So when people feel hurt, I remember years ago, I thought about this, right? I'm sitting there watching an episode. It was Pan-African Strikes Back, right? Then Diane showed 2 shows like that. And I was really disturbed, right? I was really disturbed. I was in the chat room, and I didn't comment. I was listening, right? And there was just people, I don't know what it was, right? And I noticed something. I looked at the list of people. All the people commenting were non-so-called FBA or non-Black. And the whole idea, okay, we're supposed to be talking about Pan-Africanism. That the root of Pan-African is supposed to be Black unity and love. That's what I thought, right? But they took the platform, like Dynasty's platform and Brand's platform, to spew all this hatred towards Black people in America. They don't know the history. They don't know the tribe. They don't know this, the ghetto, the ignorant, whatnot, blah, blah, blah. The criminals, all stuff like this. And Dynasty and Brandon let it go on, right? And I said to myself, so in other words, when some people would push back, they're like, oh man, they would get chastised by Diane and Brandon for defending themselves. Wait a minute. I don't think we're all like that. Some of us like that, whatever like that. But you got like I can tell, it's a matrix. Yeah, there's some Black people who are ignorant and stuff like that. But what about the vast majority of us? You're alienating them. And about Pan-Africanism, there's a lot of people who's against Africa, who's against Black immigrants, but there's an awful lot of material. I think the silent majority who haven't made up their minds yet. And when you come out here and say all this stuff like nonsense and everything like that, and I said, if somebody was and you'd be surprised how many people I saw that were. I personally know there was a lot of people that were Pan-Africanists, but because of social media, they turned to ADOS FE. I lost a lot of people in the BAIO who were Black nationalists, ready to do this shit, linked with our African brothers, Wakanda forever, blah 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 blah. And then out of nowhere, they just said, you know something? I'm fuck Africa, fuck them people, whatnot. Just that. I'm dead serious. Only because what they were seeing people say online, College is only for niggas who got money. I come up. I deal with my broke niggas too there, Dark Migo. So it's your fault, Kala, who threw Black Americans under the bus. I did not throw at Black Americans under the bus. I was watching the whole thing unfold. I didn't know where to go with this, I thought, okay. Then something dawned on me, right? I said, because I thought, okay, if that's the way I thought it was being a Pan-Africanist at one time was meaning that you had to be ashamed of being Black American. You had to denounce your Black Americans. You had to stop. Like some Africans say, look, it's just the whole African Americanism. And I said, so in other words, you got a problem with who I am? Like Baruti, he'll say so-called African Americans because he's a Ugandan and he has a problem with our identity. A lot of these people are just jealous, And so when Africans are jealous of you, some of the Africans, they're dangerous. They'll kill you, So people like Baruti are dangerous, You just gotta stop calling yourself African. They always want to be included on everything we do, Yeah, they gotta accept that we are different. We are different people, We are different people. We have different ways of seeing things, different lineages and everything like that, but doesn't mean we're better. I never said Black America is superior. I never said we're more beautiful. I never said we're handsomer. Our women are beautiful. I never said any of that. I see beauty in everybody, But Africans got to start loving themselves, and letting Black America go, let it go, It allows you not to give out your money to anyone person. I pay and my cousin. I spend dollars, but anyway, Mr. Ibrahim said, "Mr. Know It All, it's better." Unity, right? So yeah. But like I said, I tell people all the time, look, man, people, we're all different. We're all different people. Accept the differences, and move on. And then we can love. When we start building, I believe a lot of it has to do with poverty. I believe that if the Black race was winning, and we had wins together and stuff like that, if we had something like Israel, right, where every Jew in the world could have a stake in it, whatnot, its future, we'd be unified. But we have nothing unifying us. Nothing unified. We don't have a nation state that we unify. There's not one state that unifies the Black race. We have nothing that basically unifies us. Nothing. Nothing. Everything. Ghana is coveted. Nigeria is coveted by Nigerians. Igbo land is coveted by Igbos. Yoruba land is covered by Yorubas. Houses. Everybody covet and tribalize themselves and everything like that. So there's no real unity and stuff like that. So. Okay, I'm gonna put the link out a little. Let's stay on topic tonight, folks. I'm gonna put the link out in a minute. So let's stay on topic tonight. The topic is immigrants. Don't believe immigrants built this country. They invaded it. That's a real rough what I said. I shouldn't have said that, but immigrants did not build America. That's a myth. That's a myth. When people think immigrants built the country, that just means that, man, we're just sitting here, and it's a lot of people come over here, and if you believe immigrants building America, that means you don't believe America has ever been built. So in other words, basically, this is ongoing process. So America, a highly industrialized, developed country, right? What exactly could immigrants built in the last 20 years? I would like to know. That's just an attempt to basically discredit everybody else that's already here, saying, look, we established country, whatever like that. We settled here. We established a country. We established a constitution, all the stuff like that, the mores, the norms, all stuff like that makes a society and everything. And so what that does is throw all that out the door and think that you could rewrite a country's story. That's the problem, what they're trying to do. They're trying to rewrite America's story, and let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something right now, all you people that are immigrants, right? The right wing in this country is growing, and it's about to turn really bloody and violent in this country. I don't know how we're going to survive this thing, but it's turning bloody and violent, What I'm trying to say is this. I saw this is one chick. Her name is Leonora something. I forgot her name. She's a comedian, right? And they're attacking. You know who the number one target they're attacking right now? It ain't Hispanics. It ain't blacks. It's Indian Americans. Because they feel that, like Vivek Ramaswamy is talking about how great America is. He made his fortune and whatnot. There's white people out there saying, you know something, you know? No, white Americans aren't classified as immigrants, you know? And also people say natives, you know, actually, when we talk about America, it's really complicated, Frenchie. And this is what the controversy is all about. The people who founded America, right, were the Anglo-Saxons, the Europeans who settled the country. They killed the natives, right? They killed the natives. They gentrified, and also they assimilated the natives. Some natives basically blended into the white society, right? And they first established the 13 colonies, and then they went on to establish the United States. There was no Indians at the building of this country. There was no Indians building the railways. There was no Indians building the infrastructure. Yeah, they were conquerors. Frenchie, this is how it is. America is an empire. That's how nations are built. They're conquered. I understand. You probably understand that because Africans never conquered anybody. You know? Africans have never conquered anybody. Europeans conquer. That's why we have America right now, because this country was conquered. The Europeans came here, saw this land, and the Mexicans that were in the Southwest and the Native Americans in the way, they moved them out the way. And guess what? America was there. That's why people come over here. So when people come over here, you're agreeing, or you become an American citizen, you are saying that the founding of America, right, you agree with. That's the whole thing. Now, me as an African American, I had no choice. My ancestors were brought here. That's why we have more legitimacy. But if you're a black person or people of color who come here and said, I swear to the United States, what you're basically saying is, I agree on how this country was founded. It was taken away from Native Americans. It was founded on the blood of African slaves. That's what the problem is. And so when people come over here and talk about how American they are, yeah, that's going to trigger Black America, you know? Because what we're saying is you're making a mockery of our ancestry. You're making a mockery of Native Americans, right? And then basically, because that's the foundation of America. It was founded in blood. The blood of Native Americans, the blood of African slaves. It wasn't founded on some nice... people have this idea of America was a rosy thing where immigrants just came over here and just everybody loved each other, loved peace. No, that's not America. The reality is America was founded on blood. And guess what? That blood that America was built on, blood will be shed again if you think they're going to just roll over and give you this country. That's why the Indian community in America is being attacked, because they pose a real threat. Not taking over America, but changing America's story. America's a story of Europeans who settled this continent, right? And the underclass of Africans who always know their place. That's America. The Indians have a chance, right, through these H-1B, whatever visas they call, to basically change that. And a lot of friggin' people are saying, coming at Indians left, right. There was a picture of Vivek Ramaswamy at the 4th of July. They were basically saying, people were saying, he was holding a flag, happy 4th of July. He goes, God bless America, something like that. People were like, all these comments, hundreds of comments saying, I don't see no Americans, go back to India. Also, now this is a guy who basically bigged up America, supported Trump. He's a MAGA guy and whatnot. And because he's Indian and brown, they don't want him. Because what he represents a changing of America. This is what I'm trying to tell you folks tonight. You know, HB, who would have HB? I don't know what the hell that is. Boom shakalaka visa. How about that? You know. So the Indians basically are being threatened because they really can change the dynamics of the power dynamics of America, because they're linked to a powerful state, India. You know, with 1 billion people. So therefore, these white Americans are like, the future of our race and America as we know it is in peril with these Chinese, these Indians, everything like that. They're saying we don't need these people as much as we think we do. That's why they got rid of Vivek out of the government. You know, Donald Trump and Elon Musk was responding to a lot of people saying, we don't want this Indian guy. Yeah, he helped us get elected, but we don't need him anymore. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Do you understand why they call me the College Genesis? You understand why I'm the culture critic? But I know what I'm talking about, and very few people do. So this is what we're talking about tonight. So this idea that immigrants or blah blah blah, you think America's going to change and all the numbers immigrants, you are sadly mistaken. You don't know America very well. This nice America that they put out there, the land of the free, that's a lie. It's never been like that. This is a white nationalist country. And the only reason why black people here, because America feels like it owes a debt to the slave descendants. That's it. I heard Ann Coulter say that. I've heard Donald Trump say, yeah. The only thing is, America is we owe the black people a debt from slavery. And that debt is how they pay black people back is they give black people slave descendant babies citizenship, you know? India's getting their wake-up call. Why you love it, man? I mean, I don't want to see nobody hurt. But the bottom line, they are getting their wake-up call. They're really shocked that this is happening to them, you know? Yeah, so it is what it is. So the bottom line, they thought they was going to do the H-1B visa, whatever the hell that is, whatnot, and they were going to flood America with all this new Indians, and they were going to live happy ever after. They were sadly mistaken. They were miscalculated, you know? That's what I'm talking about. So it is what it is. Let me put the link in the chat room, folks. Remember, let's talk about the topic tonight, folks. Let's talk about the topic. So this is a topic tonight. We're talking about immigrants, you know, this myth about it. And as I said, this is how we're going to frame this conflict between black immigrants and black things. The one thing black immigrants could have is their link with black America. You know, America does still, by black America and black immigrants, something because of the damage of the slave trade. But African immigrants basically telling me, I heard, and many African immigrants say that, oh, slavery didn't affect them and all stuff like that. They had no part of slavery. Okay. All right, then if slavery, then white people are like, well, what do we need you here for? The only reason why they tolerate black people, because there's a debt owed to African Americans because of slavery. Now, if you don't not slave descendant, America owes you nothing, not even birthright citizenship. That's what's going on. Oh no, we have Musa. Go ahead, Dave. Then Musa.
Yeah, Carla. Good evening, Carla. How you doing? I think this is lack from knowing about Black American history. You know,
Yeah, they don't know Black America. They don't know history. They don't know the history of this country.
Yeah, they don't really know, and not even just knowing Black American history or African American history, but they lack to even know American history.
Yeah, they don't know American history at all. I'm seeing most people don't know this
most African immigrants do not have any idea or really good knowledge of American history. They really don't.
They did, man. They were the last.
If they knew more about it, they'll trend carefully or even come into the country.
Yeah, so I'm saying to myself, damn, do you know what country you're in, and you're coming over here starting beef with Black America? Are you insane? Are you crazy? I'm like, these people are playing. It's about to get
playing with fire. Playing with fire.
They're playing with fire. Yeah, they're playing with fire. You know. It's like, damn, man, you guys want to come over here and beef with the only people that will actually protect you and shield you and shit. You know, I'm like, damn, you know, that's a part I don't understand. You know,
who really know the terrain? We know the terrain. We know how to move out here. You know, sometimes I hear my brother Elvis. I'm like, this guy really doesn't know this place.
He don't know. Elvis don't know this country. He don't know it. All he knows is living up in Minnesota, but he's gonna get his wake up call.
He don't really know this place.
Color, who is attacking Black Americans?
No, I'm saying the immigrants, you know, we got a lot of them, man. It's over here just saying a bunch of stuff and whatnot, misrepresenting Black America, basically completely dismissing the problems in America.
It sounds like
slavery and shit like that. We have a lot of problems we inherited slavery.
It sounds like they're trying to appease whites, and
of course, exactly what they're trying to do. You know,
yeah. But white people know that, Colin.
White people know that. They're not stupid, you know, because as soon as they get done with them, they're like, all right, dumb niggas, get the fuck out.
You'll see white people. I can always see it, like on my job and stuff. Like a white person, they'll see an African immigrant, and they'll see a African American. They try to play the African off, give him more self-esteem and
Oh yeah, okay. They do that all the time. They'll ask them certain questions and whatnot. You know, white people know what they're doing. White people know what they're doing.
Wow, you're different, or wow, you're from Nigeria. Wow, you're different.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh,
and
let
it's
me guess, an
important.
exotic place. I remember.
You want to know more?
And Africans get all pumped up on themselves. Oh, I'm different.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
So
it's important. It's important to note. It's important to note that you know, white people are not immigrants to America. They are by de facto of their race American compared to any of us. You know?
Yeah, they're basically settlers who built and conceived and built the country. You know, so
No, not just the Anglo and French. I'm talking about even Polish, even
yeah, because
Russian.
they're part of the white conglomerate. You know, the white conglomerate.
The race. You know, because that's how they see themselves. You know, so that's how it is. So the only people who can be Australian, British, American, New Zealander is only ever going to be one race. You know, so that's just how it is. You know,
black people, wherever we go, we make sure in this day and time. I listen to Diane show the other day, and all these people talking still 2025. They're talking about their tribe. You know, it's the most embarrassing fucking thing in the world. You know,
what you talking about?
It's talking about their tribe. While white people are united based on race, and they're about to poise to take over the damn planet again. You know, and the Asian countries are coming together, China, whatever like that. These people are working together and whatnot. You know, only black people. The Africans are so divided. The black race is so divided over stupid, trivial shit. You know, let me go down the line. Let me get Musa and then Elvis. Go ahead, Musa.
Yeah, good into you, Carla. I don't know why did you hesitate to add me, man? You know I mean no harm. You already blocked me from the chat and all of that. But
I never blocked you from the chat, bro. I never
you,
did.
You blocked me from the chat, man. I can't.
It's probably one of my moderators. I'll tell you who I blocked. I blocked the only person I blocked in a long time. I blocked G by accident, right? And then everybody on here will vouch for that. And
I got blocked. Mr. Mr. Know-it-all, I got blocked twice.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, man, you gotta unblock me from the chat, man, because I can't.
It was not me, bro.
Let me get on. Censorship. I said, man, it's like censorship.
It was probably dark music.
Yeah, it's a lot of censorship, man. But let me get on to the topic, Carla. Yeah. Yo, Carla, this is a beautiful beautiful topic. I like the title.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. You know, immigrants did not build America. Like the settlers that came to America, you know, in the early I would say like 1700, they the one that settled in America. They the one that eventually colonized this country and build it. Like we did not build America, man. Like descendant of enslaved
idea
African.
That what you call
what was that?
This is what happens, bro. In the 1500s, Americas were explored. Remember, they had settlements that died. You know, most of the English colonies died. They couldn't duplicate the culture in America, in Europe, because the culture that was in England wasn't even indigenous to England, because there was a rehash of Rome. You know, so when they tried to venture out across the Atlantic, it took a lot for them to figure out how to build the first permanent settlement was Jamestown. You know,
right, Jamestown, Virginia. Yes,
you know? Jamestown, Virginia. And then it took them like 100, 200 years, 150 years before a settlement was up and running. And then next thing you know, they have some in New York, in the islands of Manhattan. Then you had Boston, stuff like that. So these tiny settlements, right, were just
Dutch settlements, the Dutch
and the Spanish and everything like that. Then eventually they grew into cities, and next thing you know, they go to the counties, the states, and then next thing you know, after a couple of hundred years of commerce and development, they had
we have a nation.
Constitutional Convention became a republic. You know,
it really started out with ports. You know,
just port cities. People just
ports, exactly.
You know, and they relied on the Native Americans a lot. They couldn't even feed themselves. Native Americans had to feed.
The Native Americans, right? The Native Americans helped them out a lot.
Yeah, Native Americans basically fed the colonists, right? You know, it took hundreds of years.
Well, that's because they were gullible. Look what's happening to the Native American now.
Well, I will say this. The first colonists, right, that settled here, right, the people just came here as persecuted religion, and some of them were criminals, whatever like that. But the thing is, though, I do believe they tried to get on Native American. What happens is this. Just like what's going on right here in Black America, Me, Dave, and all of us could be model people, right? But we can't control the YNs and the Pookies, right?
Yeah.
The settlers from England had their own YNs and Pookies, right? They're the ones who cause all the problem. Then what happens is when it goes down, you got a side. You go to the Indian side or the colonist side. You know, it doesn't matter how it started, and that's how it happened. That's why it also when the colonists tried to punish people, all they had to do was say, "I'm a British subject," and they said, "Try me in England." One of the first things they did when they basically took control of this country, even in the colonial times, it said that that's what was tested in King George's court, that if you commit a crime on this soil, you can't just say, send me to England and get tried. You got to get tried right here. They were slowly gaining control over the population. You know, that's something Black America don't have. We don't have control over the Black population in our country, in our midst, because we're living under their system. See?
And Carla, this is the second time in a row, man. I'm kind of agreeing with you, man.
Black America is not the mean, violent people that a lot of people think we are.
No, man, I didn't say that. Listen, Carla, most of the time, like when I say something like that, it's just me trolling, man.
Under their system,
it's just friendly banter, man. I didn't say that about Black American like that. In fact, you know,
I'm just
listen.
putting it out there.
Some of my good friends are Black Americans, so like the mother of my kids, you know, they are Black Americans. So
I think we're making progress. You know why? Because I just think over the last couple of years, I'm watching on social media, and social media is real. You know, you can see people on social media.
Yeah, it is.
There's a lot of people, right, who are putting out this vitriol against Black people in America. And then Black people in America is like, wait a minute, I work every day, mind my business. And why is it that people that look like me have this hatred or dislike for me, right? And without taking into account that, you know, just like we don't have a government. If we had a government, right, in America, let's say we had like 4 or 5 states that were run by completely run by Black people, right? Do you think we have crime? No, because we deal with that, because we have the resources to deal with it, you know? We don't have anything in Black America. Only thing we have is the white man or the police and their courts and everything. They don't give a shit what happens in Black America. And the thugs and the criminals know that. That's why everything runs wild. They don't care about women, 7 generations of women on welfare. They don't care about that shit. But when you have your own nation and you expect people to have expectations from people and stuff like that, that reward and punishment, we don't have reward and punishment. So we're a nation of people that have no power or reward punishment over millions of people that look like us, right? So what do you think is going to happen? You know, there's going to be chaos. You know, Black America is literally a nation in a nation. But our nation doesn't have a government.
I say it all the time. I've always said this: Black American is a nation within a nation. I'm saying?
I tell Principe, why don't you guys do this? Because we're not organized. We're not a government. We can't do nothing. We're stuck.
Listen, God, don't go too hard on my Haitian brother, man. That's my young Haitian brother.
Well, I know, but he means well, but he doesn't understand.
So don't go too hard on him, man.
Yeah, he'll understand. So, okay, with that, let me get Elvis on, and let me get
Mr. Know-It-All. Mr. Know-It-All.
No, Elvis first. I got Elvis.
What's up, Colin?
What's going on?
Good, man. When are you taking a break again?
At the end of the month, you'll be done with me.
No, okay, yeah. Can't come soon enough, man. You know, the morphology of your philosophy is apoplectic, Colin.
Yeah, whatever.
You're slowly morphing into an FBA who is overtly showing himself to us. I mean, come on, man. Afro Think Tank, you have this beef with this guy for no reason. Colin, let me speak, bro. I just came on for 30 seconds, man. The guy has a worldview that is, left leaning. A lot of people have their worldview that is also right leaning. You tend to not like him. You call him Afro Think Tank. Every time you call his name, you're disparaging him. Now you want to paint him as somebody who is making terroristic threats. I mean, Kyler, this is your platform. We come in, we listen to you. Regardless of how you think I feel about you when I come in and debate you, I actually like you. I like you. I won't come here and try to do your show,
Oh,
as often as I can.
Elvis, I am very
But but it's disappointing when you don't seem to grow. Sometimes we look at you, you seem like you're growing, even though you're older than most of us. But in terms of ideologic, ideologically, we think you're growing, and then you come back and you revert to the same old petty bashing one particular group of people, trying to rebel rouse and trying to governize another group of people behind you by making it seem like one group of people is against them. Don't do that, Colin. You're smarter than that.
Let me say this. Now, I started off by telling you I do not agree with AOS FBA, but what I'm doing is, you probably don't figure this out, right? Is I'm stealing and I'm hijacking their point of view, right? Because I had freaking people like Richard Wickleman and Colin finally coming to hear what you want to say. So the bottom line is, what I'm doing is this. I understand that some of the stuff they're thinking is legitimate, And so, but I'm saying to them, right, that how do I call myself? I say I'm a what? I'm an African American, right? Why do I call myself African American? Because I say I still having a connection with my mother continent, right? I know the root of ADOS FBA are people that really want to sever. They're using any excuse to sever the ties with Africa because they hate fucking being African. They can't stand being African and stuff like that. And I said, look, we're Africans. We're always going to be Africans or whatever like that. That's what gives us our strength, our identity, and that we're Africa, right? So therefore, I'm saying like this. Okay, I get the fact that that you may not like what Caribbeans, Africans say about us, put us down and whatnot, So I said, I agree with that. But I said, let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. We still got a mother continent that we're from that we have to build, right? And we still basically are on high alert against threats to Africa. That's why you see, despite everything, large numbers of Black people, African Americans, support Ibrahim Traore. Large numbers of Black people are freaking against what's going on in the Congo with Donald Trump and stuff like that. Look, Black people in America are not sellouts, It's ADOS FBA as race traders sellout stuff. That's what I believe, Now, you could be proud of being Black America. I have nothing wrong with that, right? But when you say you want to sever ties with Africa, that's the problem I have, Because Africa is our mother continent. And the bottom line, just like European Americans, white people, they're never going to sever ties with Europe. If they don't going to sever ties with Europe, Asians are never going to sever ties with Asia, whatever it's worth, right? Chinese never sever ties with China. Mexico's never going to sever ties completely with Mexico. Why the hell are we going to be stolen people stupid enough to be in a country completely alienated culturally, socially, historically from another land? That's insane. That's why I'm against the ADOS FBA.
And being FBA also lets you deny any responsibility for what's going on in Africa.
That's what I'm saying. It just let's let them all die. And so you could actually look at it's to the point where if the FBA movement grows, right? White people could just basically plan to come to any country. It'd be like the 19th century all over again with King Leopold going into the Congo, killing 20 million people, and we won't think nothing of it. That's the Congo. That's not nothing to do with us. That's what they want. Yeah. So that's why the FBA should. The only thing, let me tell you something, Elvis. You may not believe this, right? The only thing keeping Africa safe is the large numbers of African Americans here. I'm telling you, you may not want to believe that, right? But they always look at Black America anytime they're going to do anything with Haiti or any other Black country, even Somalia. Somalia's not even connected to Black America. But you know what they did? They tried to go out there and their best and got through magazine, like Essence magazine, even, right? But no, Emerge magazine, Essence magazine, talk about Somali, quotes from Somalis. Somalis are calling Black American men hard hair and monkeys, and they were saying they're Bantus and blah, blah, blah. They spread that among Black America during the Black Hawk Down stuff. So a lot of Black people were like, yo, fuck Somali. Even some of the soldiers were, yo, fuck Somalis. They don't want to be Black, blah, like that. So there's a propaganda going on it's all about us looking the other way when America does something in Africa, And the ADOS FBA movement that's what that's all about. So when the white man does come to Africa, when he does come to Africa, we're going to be sitting there. We're not going to protest. We're not going to be in the streets rioting and stuff like that. We Black people in America are the ones who brought down apartheid in South Africa. You know, we were in the streets of this country. We shut down the freaking government of the United States, right? Because we said you will not do business while our people are being oppressed in South Africa. You know, we stopped the war in Angola, the Congo, all that stuff like that. It was Black America who was at the friggin' UN office building protesting and stuff like that.
Kala, you're suffering from chronic delusional grandeur, man, to be honest.
Okay, like if you don't know history, what you obviously don't know, you know?
You stopped everything.
You don't know. I guess you don't know.
And you invented everything.
Hold up. I guess you don't know about the anti-part. Who was the one who galvanized?
Kala, you know what else you stopped? You're the one that stopped the Iran-Israel war.
Black American ECU.
It was Lamont that stopped Israel-Iran war.
I'm not doing the grandeur. I'm just putting it in perspective. And you, people like you don't, because Elvis is not going to get here and correct you. He'll come up here.
No, I just say you suffer from delusional grandeur, but it doesn't mean you don't have to be upset.
What you're saying is very.
Just prove me otherwise, you know.
Hold on. What you're saying is very disrespectful because our ancestors.
What do you mean is disrespectful?
Hold on, our ancestors are basically.
What does that do with your ancestors? I say you suffer from delusional grandeur.
Hold the fuck up. Shut the hell up. The hell up, I'm talking. Our ancestors did not have to get involved in the African continent. We were offered integration into America, right? But we spent the 70s, whatnot, basically with the rumble in the jungle. We put Africa on the world stage with the Ali Foreman fight. We always contributed to Africa, you know, always. We opened Ebony magazine on the continent. We did everything on the continent and whatnot, you know, the anti-apartheid movement. We helped draft the Kenyan constitution, all the stuff like that. We never asked for anything from Africa other than just acknowledge the fact that we're your brothers over here. It was an African-American guy, King Ola tell you, that built the first Nigerian radio station, FM radio station in Lagos. You know? We've always been involved with Africa.
Are you serious, Kala?
So I guess
Kala, show the receipt. Show the receipt.
Okay. I'll wait till Kid Ola comes up here and he'll tell you. You know, that's what I say because you're a fucking ignoramus. You know, all you are.
Kala, stop taking it personal. Stop being emotional, man.
Come up here like you're smart. You're a fucking idiot. You know that, right?
Kala, how does that? I actually sure you say you call me an idiot.
Hold on. I'll let Kid Ola come up here. He'll tell you.
So he's gonna. Oh, I don't know, right?
Well, I'm saying like if you don't know, that means.
So I don't know where I'm from. I don't know. I know nothing. I'm so dumb, right?
African-American who
I'm from Lagos. I mean, do you know I'm from Lagos? And Kilo
radio station in Nigeria, Lagos.
Kala, you're full of. Anyway, let me just go ahead with your delusional grandeur. Just continue with your delusional grandeur.
Okay, so I guess like I said, this is what I'm talking about. This is why Elvis, you come up here and you want to school me and whatnot. This is the way I am. Why I am where I am. You know, so people come up here. Let me get Mr. Know-It-All. Go ahead, Mr. Know-It-All.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is like some real weirdo behavior from the diaspora. It's like you from Nigeria, like you'll say I'm from Nigeria. I'm a Yoruba. From the golden mother country of Africa. But then you get to America and say, I'm Black American. I'm African American. Like, dude, what are you talking about? Hold on. Let me finish my thought. You'll be a whole Ghanaian from the Ashanti tribe and then get to America and say, I'm Black. Like, what are you talking about, dude? If I was to move to Nigeria tomorrow and get a job, I would not put I'm Nigerian from the Yoruba tribe. I would put I'm Black American down. They get over here.
Can you tell us who said that to you?
Who is this? The host talking?
No.
But bro, you're smart enough. You're Mr. Know-It-All, right?
No.
I hear you. You're Mr. Know-It-All. But on job application, it doesn't say I'm Yoruba or I'm Igbo or I'm Akan. It doesn't say that. It says Black African American, right?
The host. Who is this talking?
You got human beings on the platform, brother. This is a conversation.
Is this caller talking?
No,
This is Elvis.
I'm not
Elvis.
talking.
No, hell no. I'm not talking. I want to talk to the host. What the hell?
This nigga retarded, man. You can't answer the question, so you want to go
What
to
the
the host.
hell? I didn't even hear the
Caller,
question, dude. I don't want to talk
ask
to
him
you.
that question.
Dude, I
Ask
didn't
him
even hear
that
the
question.
question.
Okay, be quiet. Let me
I
talk
don't
to the
want to
host.
talk to you,
Be quiet.
dude.
Be quiet.
Everybody got to talk to the host but me. What the hell?
Caller,
All right,
ask
hold on.
him why. Ask him if there's a Eurobot section that Mike could
Everybody
send
got
on
to
the
talk to the
application.
host but me, dude. This weirdo. I told you they weirdos, dude. I'm sitting up here just letting people talk, and then when it's time for me to talk to the host, I got somebody screaming. I don't
Are you
even
calling people
understand.
weirdos?
Listen, I can't even understand what he's saying. I don't even understand his accent, and he's sitting up here talking over me. He's sitting up here talking over me, and I don't even understand what he said. I'm trying to talk to
Do you
caller.
understand your own accent at all?
Can I please talk to caller, please? Can you mute his mic, please, caller?
Okay, all right, everybody be quiet. He wants to ask me a question.
The hell? And then it's like you from like you're a Ghanaian from the motherland of golden Africa, the motherland of the world, where everybody come from, and then you get to America and say, I'm black. What the hell is wrong with you, dude? Are you serious right now? When you get to America, you supposed to be, I'm Nigerian from the Yoruba tribe from Golden Mother Africa. You don't supposed to get over here and say I'm African American, I'm black. The hell is wrong with you, man? That's so weird. That's weird, dude. That's really weird. And you don't see that's weird, caller?
Yeah, well, I'm like this. I'm like this. If depends on who it is. Some black people. Let me give you an example. I knew this one Nigerian kid, right, years ago, right. Now he was born in America, right. He was born in America, but I was talking to him, right. He says, yeah, he goes to Grambling State University, HBCU. He's pledged. He's a fraternity brother, whatever. Like he says, yeah, man, I'm taking one of my fraternity brothers to Nigeria. I said, what do you know about Nigeria? He goes, oh, that's where I'm from. But I could swear to God, he had no accent, nothing like that. Just a regular black kid from America, who's that?
Okay, but look, but if I went to Nigeria and joined the soccer team and everybody loved me, I'm still not gonna say I'm a Yoruba from Nigeria. I'm still not gonna say I'm a Ashanti.
It's a little different. It's a different.
Okay, let me say this one more thing, caller. Caller, can I say this one more thing? Why it's on my mind? It's like they don't see it like this, but black is our tribe, kind of like Ashanti and Yoruba is they tribe. Black, we look at black. Hold on, let me finish. We look at black is like our tribe. So for you to call yourself black like us, you're not black. You're Yoruba, you're Ashanti, you're Igbo, you Bantu. You're not black. Well, I look at black
American. I know. Is it really?
You hear me?
I mean, do we get any extra points for being black or African American?
But that's our tribe. That's our tribe.
Let me ask you a question. What are we gonna do with that tribe? We're gonna delineate from white people?
It doesn't matter what we do with our tribe. It's our tribe. Is what I'm saying. Black is our tribe. What are the Yoruba gonna do with their tribe? What are the Ashanti gonna do with their tribe?
How long are we gonna listen to this monkey babbling, man? Come on, man. Let's get some intelligent discussion going.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's like black. I look at black as our tribe, or African American as our tribe. But for somebody to come over here and say they us, for someone to come over and say they us,
I don't agree with.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
I realize this.
We got this big rich history that goes back all the way to the 1400s of us being called black, Negro, and all this. And then you got some people who say they got ancient history. Listen, they say they got ancient history that go back thousands of years. But then you gonna come over here and call yourself me. Call yourself your ancient history. Don't call yourself me.
Can someone hear me?
All right, bro. We heard you, man. All right, that's enough. Let me get the next person. 1776. Go ahead.
Hey, peace and blessings to everyone on the panel. Hey, the thing is, like when I was listening to you, Carla, man, people be roasting each other on both sides. Africans roast African Americans, African Americans roast Africans. Tariq Nasheed and Black Alpha, they've been roasting Africans for the last 5 years. So like you know, you can't complain. It's just everybody roasting everybody. It's just you got to have thick skin, you know, and you know, somebody say something, you go back at them like that. You know, it's nothing that serious. And the thing is, over the last
It's
500
just the
years,
dozens, right? The dozens. That's what they're doing, right?
yeah. Everybody
Exactly.
laugh like
And it's a culture. Exactly.
To recall black Africans. They say they don't wear deodorant. You know, their tethers. You know, it's just joking. You know, it ain't nothing that serious.
I don't know why Kala is taking it personal, you know.
Yeah, like
half human beings or not. That's really wrong.
yeah. Like everybody joke everybody. You know, it's juvenile. At the end of the day, it's just juvenile. But like this whole thing of creating a new tribe, the black man, man, sometimes I hate being black because we always find the things we have different. We always at each other neck, east side, west side. We always want to kill each other or fight each other. And really, we have more things in common than we have differences, you know. But everybody wants to create a new tribe. All this tribe shit, man, is disgusting. It needs to go the fuck away, man. When you come to America, when a Ukrainian comes to America, he's a fucking white man. He's a white man today, tomorrow. Like there's no delineation. And
black people don't love themselves like the way white people love themselves.
But what I'm saying, when you come to the new world, you're a new man. So if a white man comes here from Australia, he's a fucking white man. You know, he might wear a rebel flag. He's a white man. You come from Spain, whatever, they're fucking white. When you come to this country, whether you're from the Caribbean, Africa, you're a fucking black man. You know, like, come on, we don't have the resources to be fighting amongst each other. We got to build our wealth. It's just frustrating. Just being black is frustrating, man. Kind of like the worst shit in the world, man. Like we fight over fucking nothing, shit we don't own.
Right,
we just fight.
Let me get Steve. Make it quick. Then got Nakmeezy.
Oh, okay. I was just about to. I agree with 1776, but to the brother that was talking earlier, man, I thought black was like a racial classification in America. Like people, black was a term that's used to describe people from sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, that is. That's why I said these people who say that are ignorant. They think black means you could say, "Yo, what's up, my man? Your pants sag." I heard somebody say that.
I don't think that's what he meant. I think
he don't have gold fronts. He don't smoke weed. You know, that's how ignorant some of these people are. You know, they're so far gone. They happen to get on platforms and whatnot, spread their ignorance and whatnot. Like, so in other words, you describe black people as well. He ain't on Section 8. He ain't got 5 baby mamas. How is he black?
Right. And that's why I agree with 1776. Right. You know, some immigrants, they will say that, oh, I'm German or whatever else, but after a few generations, then they just white. They're
the
white
same with other black stuff, man. Like literally, my kids, for example, like I got kids, they see themselves as American. They don't see themselves the same way I see myself.
No, man, it doesn't, Mike. If you don't say something,
but it's the same with everybody. Like literally, the second generation, third generation.
Mike, you don't seem to get it.
Can y'all last only just not a statement?
Mike is making a point, Carla. They just see themselves as American,
it's the
right?
same with everybody. Like, the black American kids that are born in Africa, like in Ghana, for example, you guys have Black American community. By 2 generations, they're not going to see themselves as African Americans. They're going to because they're
see themselves as African.
Exactly. So it's all. But the Black Americans they migrated there right now. That's not what they will see themselves as Ghanaians because
it's the same way with the American Liberians.
Exactly. So I don't understand what all this shit is all about.
It's the same way the American Liberians.
I have European American friends. I'm talking about they just migrated here, like Eastern European. I have friends from particularly Eastern Europe, even some Western Europeans. They came here, like they grew up in Europe. They still see themselves as goddamn where they came from, but their children are born here. Even David Beckham, he lives in America now. His kids grown up here now. They say themselves as American, but David Beckham is a freak. He's never going to see himself as American, even though he's like acquired American citizenship. If you grew up in another country, you can never see yourself as that. You're always going to have attachment to where you grow, your childhood environment, but your children are going to be different. So I don't know what this is goddamn all about. Oh Lord!
All right. Let me get Nakmeezy on. Go ahead, Nak.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the.
Nakmeezy, you're breaking up.
Oh, God damn it!
Yeah.
All right, never mind. I'll just listen.
Yeah. Somehow, we like to hear Nakmeezy's word of wisdom, but he's breaking up. We can't hear him, at all. So it is what it is. Yeah, like I said, tonight's show, I said the reason why I did this show topic is because there's this idea that, like Mike, you just said it eloquently, right? The people, there's some people who basically say, when you say you're Black American, African American, right? A Black American, right? You're basically laying claim to a history, that basically like so. In many ways, yeah, you're right. You can't say that you're a Black American because that would tie you to something that you didn't contribute to, So that.
Okay,
But
so I'm trying to understand you though.
At the same time, right? I, as a Black person, right? Historically, we've always accepted anybody Black into our culture because we try to be like the white man. We try to accept everybody into our culture as Black. But
Hey, Kyla, can I say this?
Go ahead.
Well, Carla, let me.
All
Who's
right,
saying
like,
what? I'm just trying to understand what you guys are talking about. Who's saying what? Like that's what I'm. Even the other brother said the same thing, that you can't come in and say you this and that. Who's saying what? Like, is that because that's not the topic?
I'm saying no. My point I'm trying to make is that we're talking about the idea that, like you said many times, America's a country of immigrants, and my argument tonight: America's not a country of immigrants. America's a country of two settled groups. That's the European and the original Africans.
So those Europeans are not immigrants?
What?
Those Europeans are not immigrants?
Oh, let me explain to you what an immigrant is, Mike.
Okay.
Okay, you have a country, right? It's established, right? And they're saying, you know something? We need more people, right? And we want to invite these people into our culture, our society. We'll make them legal residents, and they're going to come in and adopt our names, our way of life, and everything, and become citizens of it. And the people who go through that process are called immigrants, right? American people were people who settled land, they conquered the land, they built the country, right? The people who came after them, after those established, are immigrants.
Yeah, which is majority of white Americans.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I think that he's a smart guy. You know
I
what? I'm
believe he's
glad
right
that
on that
he's there.
point.
He's the only intelligent.
Most white people in
one
this country
intelligent
came
Black
after
American.
the country was already built.
Majority of white Americans came here after.
Most white Americans are part of the settler.
No, majority of
No, they
them
not,
are not
Carla.
the settlers.
They are. Yes, don't tell me.
Not a
Yo, hold up. The Anglo, show me every one of the 13 colonies, right? Those were all English colonies, And also the only other place in America was Louisiana was French, and Mississippi.
Carla, we get that. We get that.
Spanish, everything else was the Anglo-Saxons.
Carla, calm down. We get that.
And those people, also.
Can you hold on, please?
Hold on. Those people also became known as Americans.
Okay, fine. So few. Hold on, calm down.
Spain, England, France, whatever like that. Those early Americans that pioneered America were called Americans.
Carla, are you telling me all white Americans today were the early settlers?
Yeah, well, most of them. Yeah.
What?
Carla, do you have any sources for that?
Reading, man.
Hold up. The Irish
now I see why you're reasoning the way you're reasoning. It's okay.
The Irish came here in the 1850s, right? The Italians came here in the 1890s, right? Same thing the Germans.
Not all of them.
The Italians didn't come here to the 20th century.
Do you know Europeans are still coming here till today?
Oh yeah, I know that, but I'm saying America, they come here today, but America's already established. America has not built a city since 1913.
Are you kidding me? Have you been to the South?
America has not been, there has not been a city built in America. The frontier was closed.
Carla, do you travel at all?
America was a frontier.
They're literally building towns and cities in the South as we speak right now.
Coast to coast, see the shining sea. America was a frontier. 1913, it was all over with. It was a settler country, That's it.
Okay, Carla, let me get
Italians and Irish settled in cities like Boston, New York, and so
okay, but at least you agree with me that so those are immigrants, right? Are those immigrants?
Well, okay. What I'm saying is this, though.
Those immigrants, because your original argument is that white people are not immigrants.
Hold up. They settled and assimilate into the white majority.
But what did they come as immigrants?
Did
they come as immigrants, Carla? Answer the simple question, Carla.
You're not
Mike,
part
it
of
doesn't matter.
You're
It
not
doesn't.
part of one of the
You
major.
can't say it doesn't matter. Carla said no. White people didn't come here as immigrants. And I'm
I
asking,
know. Hold on. What I'm saying, you don't understand something.
oh,
White
Lord.
people came here, assimilate into the white majority.
But they came as immigrants.
Oh yeah. They came as immigrants, but they also
Okay, now that kills the argument because that's the whole argument.
Hold on. A Chinese never could assimilate. Black people could never fully
Carla,
assimilate.
you shift argument. You talk
So the
about
bottom line
assimilation.
is
You
this,
talk
when
about
you say
immigration. Now you talking shifting to assimilation.
So the bottom line is this: America, white immigrants, say European.
Carla, we already made it clear. Like the children are going to assimilate, but the people that came don't assimilate. You can't tell me Al Capone.
Your children could never assimilate, bro.
Carla,
Mike,
well, I wouldn't want them to
people-
assimilate, but there are some of them already assimilated.
Like I said, your
Carla, my kid, literally my kids already assimilated because I got kids.
your kids are not assimilated, bro.
Have you met my kids, Carla?
Oh, are they white?
Oh, Lord have mercy, man. Carla, I don't know, man.
Are they white?
Here's another point, right?
Your show has become a comedy
They got
to me.
blonde hair,
Honestly.
blue eyes, and whatnot. They play volleyball. They play hockey and all.
So what does that mean, Carla?
They're not white.
How can my kids be white?
Kyler, you don't have to be white to assimilate into
Oh,
it.
I think I see what Carla is saying now. So the only people that can assimilate are white people.
Yeah. Hold on. You're a freaking minority group. You know.
So did you assimilate, Carla? Have you assimilated?
That's the problem with America. Okay, let me ask you a question, Mike. What do you think about Pearl Harbor?
Carla, why do you like shifting?
Oh, okay,
what
you got to answer the question. Okay, answer the question.
I don't give a shit about Pearl Harbor.
What do you think about America dropping an atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
Well, what I think is they drop atomic bomb. That's what I think.
No, I know they dropped the atomic bomb. What is your feelings about it?
I wasn't there. That wasn't my era.
You tell me
that wasn't my era. I wasn't born. So why would I have feelings?
Hold on. Every real American has at least have an opinion on that.
Have you met every American, Colin?
No, I know, but most real Americans have an opinion on that.
Now you're shifting to most. You like shifting. You shift a lot. You like shifting goalposts. You make a statement, only challenge you shift into something else.
Now hold on. Look, bottom line is you're not an American. You're an American leech.
I'm an American citizen. Well, you can say maybe
you're American leech. You're a leech. You know
what does that mean? What does that mean?
You're unassimilated American leech. You're not contributing anything to the culture, right? I
guarantee I'll pay more taxes than you.
I asked you a simple question. You can't even answer a simple question.
What is your question? You asked me about what I answered every question you asked me, Colin.
Well, what do you think about the what do you think about the building, the dropping of the atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
I just told you what I think about it.
You didn't tell me what you think. You said you don't know nothing about it.
I think they dropped a bomb in the middle of the city.
I know that. I know.
Okay.
What do you think? Was America justified or was it not justified?
It's war. In war.
Okay, was America? Hold on, not just war.
It's all fair in love and war.
Was America justified in that?
Well, it's not me to decide. I can only judge my own actions. I can't judge someone else's actions.
In other words, you don't have an opinion. Okay, you don't have an
opinion.
So
why is my opinion so important to you, Colin? Why is it so relevant?
Brandon was up here, but he dropped off, man. What the hell happened, man? He said, "All about."
Colin, you made a statement earlier. You told me that Hispanic Americans are not Americans.
Well, I'm saying when I say Hispanic Americans, a lot of them are not assimilated to America. Most of them don't speak English. You know?
No, Carla, most Hispanic Americans speak English.
A lot of them
they were born here, Carla.
We vote for Mr. Trump.
Carla, they were born here. They were born and raised here. Fat Joe speak English.
Oh yeah, a lot of people most
Hispanic Americans are 2, 3, 4 generation Americans. I can't say they don't speak English.
What makes them American?
Because they were born, they're American citizens. They're Americans.
Hold on, can I say this? I know what makes them American. When they go back to their home country, their own people see them as American.
Most of them don't have a home country.
I don't mean shit. Let me see.
Most of them don't. Most of them just.
Brandon, welcome to the show, bro. Thanks for coming.
I like can't debate me, man. That's why you gotta run away.
Oh no. You ain't answering the question.
I always make you look ridiculous, man.
No. You make yourself look good because you can't answer the damn question. Go ahead, Brandon.
I answer your question, but Mike, learn to make some sense, man. Honestly,
first time on the show. You know what's going on, Brandon?
Hey, is my mic clear?
Very clear.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You know, the African continentals, the immigrants, you know, a lot of them they proved to be what they claim many of us, they claimed we were. They're more loyal to an illegal Hispanic immigrant criminal than they are to this idea of like blackness, like Pan-Africanism, right?
Yeah.
And that showed during the ICE stuff. They don't even care about the fact that we live in a democracy, and democracy is strength in numbers. So if you allow the Latinos to have a lopsided number, they then control areas of America where black people live in large numbers, right? So they'll take Texas from you. They'll take California from you. They'll take, hell, Florida from you, right? And the whole time, the African immigrant will be screaming, they're discriminated against me. But when it comes down to getting these people out of the country, they're defending them because people like Mike don't understand the way the country works. When they decide how many representatives you get, when they decide how many electoral college points or vote points you get, that's just determined by population.
Brother, are you suggesting that I'm defending illegal immigrants?
Wait a minute, Mike. You had a chance. You
I
didn't
want
want
to be clear, though.
Tyler gave you a chance to speak. You didn't want to be honest. So now
finish it.
So when they decide how many electoral college points you get, when they decide how many representatives you have in Congress, it doesn't matter if those people are all citizens. It only matters the population, period.
I didn't even know that. You know,
so you have 50 million illegal immigrants in California when they do the census, and because California counts illegal immigrants as
so
part
in
of
other
their
words, California gets more electors. I didn't even know that.
it'll get more electors. Why do you think they worked so hard to let 20 million illegal criminal alien migrants into the country? Because they were going to force those people into traditional Latino neighborhoods in like California, Colorado, Texas, and other states, New York. And what they were trying to do is increase the electoral college votes that those states carry, so they will have more power in the presidential elections. If you want to know why that they did that, that's what it was. They don't need the illegal immigrants to actually vote to make to change things. They just need them to be registered as residents of their country while they claim to be of their state. While they claim to be seeking asylum, they're still
that makes a lot of sense now. You know,
yeah.
Brandon, what you say? Did you say I'm supporting illegal immigrants? While
they're claiming to be seeking asylum, they are counted into the census.
Wow, I never knew that. I never knew that.
That's bombshell, Brandon. That's bombshell.
I didn't even know that, man. Shit.
Yeah, Kala and Brandon.
Well, that's common
what's
sense.
the reason why they're doing this? What's the reason why they're doing this? What's their end goal? And what
my whole thing. This is what I feel like this.
Brandon, did you accuse me of supporting illegal immigrants?
They want to neuter America and destroy this country from within. That's what I think. You know, they just want to neuter this country. And the whole thing is, like I said, it's just a sad situation because black people, our political vote and voice have been diluted over the last generation, just completely to nothing.
Yeah, but it's so sad that African immigrants who did it the right way to get into this country, they would stand against Americans who are legal citizens on behalf of illegal criminal aliens. Like,
Ray, let me ask you about that. I said that earlier tonight. I said, why is it that African immigrants traditionally they used to always join the black community? Remember that? Now they're team immigrant, whether illegal or illegal. They're out there. You look at their verbiage on social media. The Africans are always talking about.
Can you name an African as team illegal immigrants?
Hold on, no. I'm saying most Africans support mass migration. Elvis, for example.
Where did you get that fact from, Kala?
Bro, I got a girl named Lily on my Facebook. She's from St. Lucia, right? Her parents came over here years ago legally.
She's
down in LA. She's down in LA protesting with the Hispanics. You know, they're law-abiding citizens, all this shit, right?
St. Lucia's in the Caribbean, Brandon.
Whatever. But her parents came here as immigrants, I guess. I don't know, but she's over there, right?
Okay.
But what I'm telling you is
And that's one girl, by the way.
She was 100%, and I've heard Nigerians say the same thing.
Okay, so how many?
One, bro, I would say the overwhelming majority.
Majority. So you've met most of us.
I've been around a bunch of Nigerians, but you know what you guys do. You know what you guys do with the birthright citizenship. Fly pregnant Nigerian chicks over here, and then get them to have their baby here, and then they have anchor babies, bro. I know
everyone does that. Every European.
Wait a minute. Yeah. I know several Nigerian doctors. Yes, that's illegal, Mike. That's illegal.
It's actually illegal. There's no law
that's illegal to do.
It's immoral, but it's not illegal.
If any law enforcement agency knew you were doing that, they would arrest you.
No, they can't. No,
they would, and they can.
Somebody have a baby, you arrest them for having a baby.
But flying someone over here while they're 9 months pregnant, specifically for the purpose of them having an anchor baby, is illegal.
No. If you do human trafficking, prove that you're trafficking human being. That's illegal. But if you're saying someone flew in to give birth on their own,
bro, if someone flies into America to give birth just for the sake of getting an anchor baby,
it's immoral.
That's not illegal.
That's immoral, not legal. But it's not illegal.
All right, man. But anyway,
it's not illegal. It's not illegal.
Exactly.
No, that's illegal. Trust me.
Immoral.
That's illegal.
We can agree that it's immoral.
What's illegal about it, brother? Tell us the law and how is it illegal?
Is there a source? Like we have a source.
We could just look it up.
Yeah, just quote the law. Give us the law, man. Just quote
It's called anchor babies and whatnot, And also, like I said, that's why they say, like I said, this is what I hope Donald Trump, if he listens to this show, whatever like that, with the freaking waiting for asylum court date, what they should have is kangaroo courts set up with police on their cell phones, right? And with a court on a virtual cell phone with a judge right there, judge such and such and whatnot, round the clock, right? We got a legal here. We're going to give him his hearing right here and there, right? Don't give him no time. Just make it Zoom, right? So if the perpetrator has a lawyer, we'll get the lawyer on Zoom and whatnot. So you got the judge, the cop, the perpetrator, and the lawyer right there on a Zoom call on a cell phone, right? And then give him his hearing, make it like 10 minutes. And then once he gets his thing, the judge says, denied, put him on a plane and get him the hell out of here. That's what they ought to do to expedite.
I still don't know where Brandon get the idea.
If Mike wasn't interrupting me, I could make my point. Here's the thing.
You didn't answer my question,
It's very silly for African immigrants to take the side of criminal, illegal, alien Hispanics, right? Because they are attempting to rob the African American population of their political relevance. Once they do that, once the African immigrant helps them rob us of our political power, do you think these Hispanic illegal criminal aliens and their partner, their legal counterparts, you think they're going to say, "Yeah, man, we need to keep let more African continentals in here"?
Absolutely not.
They're going to totally ban you guys. They're going to make it to where you can, not even one of you can get citizenship. And what they're going to do is they're going to open the floodgates from South America. So it literally, the same way the Hispanic immigrant discriminates against you at the job, because a lot of African immigrants come in having to work at warehouses and stuff to start security companies, the same way they'll discriminate against you at their job, they will discriminate against you politically. They make it very clear. They do not hide it.
Kala, do you mind if I respond after it's done? Kala.
Go ahead, Mike. I'm going to shut up.
All right, thank you. Your first point, the idea that we are working with criminal, illegal Hispanics, I don't know where that idea comes from. Like, maybe there's a criminal African somewhere that's doing crime.
There's a lot of people out there helping ICE agents and whatnot,
Well, whoever's doing that, I'm not one of them. Well, if you accuse me of that, then please, I'll suggest you take that back, And
I don't know where you get. Listen to the comment. People on
anyone who's in this country illegally is a criminal.
Yeah, exactly. So I agree with you. So what you and I disagree?
Brandon, how do you determine if they're in the country illegally?
Easy. They're not registered. They're undocumented.
How do you determine that?
The same way ICE does.
Yeah,
ask them
I mean,
for
we
the
can determine who's illegal,
That's
who's
not
not.
you're not
Like,
answering the
check their
question.
records.
No,
A judge decides
You guys got
legality or illegality.
will respond
Not
to
listen,
you,
this.
not
I'm
ICE.
asking
A
you.
judge does.
I'm answering your. No, that's a lie. I'm
That's a lie.
answering your
They would do that
question.
to delay the inevitable.
Bro, I live in California. There's way more illegals here than anything. I simply goes up to them, asks them for their identification. If they are an asylum seeker, they have identification that shows that. If they got matricular, which is like a Mexican ID, or they don't have like a social or tax ID, they then can be arrested. Then they go to court so that they can be deported.
Can I finish responding? Because
That's not what they go to court for. They go to court so that they can be determined if they're here legally or illegal. That's why they go to court.
They go to court to see if they qualify for asylum.
Yep, exactly. They go to court, so the court decides if they're legal or illegal. That's called due process. That's what we're against. People not getting due process.
But you're not going to be honest.
That's not me. I don't know about. That's not my argument here. So
listen, what Elvis is not going to be honest enough to say, because he's a liar, is that many of these people have already failed to return to court for their asylum hearing. That is why many of them are getting.
Don't start with the name calling, fat boy. We're having a civil conversation.
A liar, Elvis.
Can I finish my response that I was doing? Is it okay? Can you guys hear me? Carla, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so first of all, anyone that's in support of any form of illegality, I mean, I don't think that person is, morally upright. So the idea that I'm supporting illegal immigrant, I don't know where Brandon get the idea from. I don't know. I mean, just because I mentioned, Carlo made a statement. I'm trying to correct his statement because it's not based on
I
fact.
literally just explained to you, and you're doing the typical African fake. I don't know what he's getting. I don't know where he's.
Brandon, I didn't mention your name, man. I just said, what did I say now? Just really,
explained it to you very clearly.
What would you just explain? All I said is anyone that's in support of any form of illegality is not.
There are many African immigrants supporting criminal illegal aliens.
And I'm against those whoever is doing that. Among every human being, you find someone that's doing something wrong or believing in wrong things. I'm not here saying I'm one of them or I agree with them. So I don't know what this accusation is all about. This generalization that we do, I don't get it. I'm pretty sure there's probably some Black Americans somewhere that's probably doing the same thing. Which, I mean, would I now say, oh, Black Americans are supporting illegal immigration or whatever? I don't know. Let's not do that. If we're gonna talk about who's doing what, don't say somebody somewhere. Let's talk about who's on the show that's doing that. Who on the show right here that's holding that position that you can start presenting the argument against the person. But you can't present an argument against me and then you say it's one girl that you know. I don't know the girl that you know. That's my position that you can present the argument against me. Now, the point I was making is the idea that illegal immigrants is just peculiar to Hispanics. That's a lie. I literally have European friends that's here in America illegally. Black, Asians, all race of people. We can say majority maybe Hispanics because of
you haven't reported
because of the proximity. Hold on, calm down.
You haven't reported them yet, so you're supporting their criminality.
What am I supporting here? Holy God!
Call ICE. Why you didn't call ICE?
Why didn't I call ICE on the white? What? Who?
Yeah. You said you don't support criminals. Yet you have white friends who are illegal immigrants.
So I should call ICE.
They're committing a crime.
Okay, so I should call. I don't have ICE number. Give me ICE number. Maybe I'll do that.
You could get it easily on Google.
Okay, thank you. Well, I got better things. I got things to do. I'm actually a busy family man and productive.
Hurt the white man and get rid of a criminal.
Okay, let me just. Secondly, majority of Hispanic Americans were born here. Americans. They've about 2, 3, 4 generations Americans. So this.
No one's arguing that, Mike.
No, I'm talking to what Carlos point earlier. I was actually responding to Carlos' point before you jump in and start.
Look, Brandon, let me say this to you, bro. You know this already, but I'm going to say it.
The issue.
You are an uneducated, loud, blabbermouth who knows nothing. You have no intellectual supremacy on this platform. You're only informing, you're misinforming the public. First of all, nobody is going to snitch on people whose legal status they don't know and can't tell you. For you to be telling Africans that they should be snitching on people, that sounds stupid. You know, maybe that's what you do in Long Beach. You go out there snitching on people.
He said that he knows that they're illegal immigrants.
No. Just hold on, bro. Let me make my point.
Brandon, you
Second of
Brandon,
all,
how many people have you called ICE on? You want to tell me you don't know
right.
illegal immigrants are hanging right now?
Second of all, when it comes to due process, nobody can determine if somebody is here legally or illegal just by looking at them or just by suspecting that they're legal or illegal. It goes through a court process, it gets adjudicated. A judge will tell you you're in this country illegally, and they will make a deportation order, and then ICE will take you and deport you. That's how it works. So when you come here and you think the Africans, you try to insult our intelligence and try to talk shit without being informed and telling us that you can just look at somebody and tell they're illegal and you can deport them. That's not how it works, man. These are intelligent people on the platform. I know you said it on Dinah's platform that Africans should believe you and listen to your political rhetoric because they're immigrants. They don't know anything. That's the kind of mentality you have about Africans. You're not smarter than me, Brennan. You barely graduated high school. You didn't even go to college. You're intellectual minion. You're not somebody who anybody with sense can listen to, bro. So don't come on the platform talking down on anybody.
Elvis, you know what's even funny? Majority of African people of African in America today, most of them were born here, and the ones that are not even born here, majority have acquired citizenship. So the idea that these Africans are,
I mean that's what they say. They see people going out there protesting. They're not protesting in favor of the illegal immigrants. They're just telling the government. Even the judges have said it. Go through due process. Let the judge look at the evidence, and if he determines this person entered into this country illegally, then they're going to deport them. That's how it works. It's that simple.
Elvis is a liar.
Illegals they're arresting that did all heinous crimes or whatnot.
Elvis is a liar. I'm in LA, one of the biggest protests in the country. Those Mexicans were literally down there talking about no one is illegal. They were saying this was once Mexico.
Brandon, how do you know somebody is illegal? Brandon, how do you know somebody's illegal?
They were literally. You're
not answering the question. This guy is a black guy who comes from a misinformed far right wing angle and try to make us to be all MAGA. Nobody's following that shit. You can't convince nobody with sense to follow your nonsense, bro. You can't tell a person that's illegal. You can't just look at them and tell them they're illegal.
Interrupt you. So there's something called America, right? It's not dusty ass Liberia. This is a nation of laws. We have something called law enforcement. We have something called we have ICE that investigates and identifies people who are here illegally. They're very good at doing their job. And the funny thing is, a large number of them are Hispanic from the same places that the people they are deporting come from. What Trump is...
Brandon, what he asked you is, how do you look at somebody and tell that it's illegal? That's what I asked you.
Let me say my point. So what Trump is targeting is illegal immigrants who commit crimes, right? But because you have states like California that refuse to cooperate with ICE when it comes to tracking down illegal aliens who commit crimes, heinous acts, violent crimes, now ICE has to invade the states and cities and go grab them people themselves. You don't see ICE raids in Florida. You see ICE raids in places like California, sanctuary states, because in Florida, if the police,
not true. That's not
let me finish. In Florida, if the police arrest an illegal immigrant for a violent crime, they immediately they keep him detained and they report him to ICE to be deported. California arrest these people. They don't report it to ICE, then they release these people back in the population. So ICE has to come in and do raids to get these people. That's why there are ICE raids in California, New York, in all the local states.
So, Brandon, who's disagreeing with you?
Wait a second. I agree with Brandon 1000%, right? But I think we have the smoke for the wrong people. The Africans, they need to get right mentally, get on code, but you have to blame the Democrats. The Democrats allowed 21 million people to jump the fence in the last 4 years. The Democrats really have facilitated and encouraged illegal immigration. So we have to put the blame on the Democrats. Gavin Newsom, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they're the ones responsible for this damn, barbaric invasion, So So we got to put the energy on the right people, and it's the Democrats. You know,
it's two sides of the same
I
coin.
mean, these guys are so disingenuous and actually stupid. You have George Bush who signed that catch and release bill in 2006. Was that a Democrat?
George Bush was wrong.
Okay, then, so blame George Bush. So this fool can't come here and say that was a Democrat. That was a Republican president. Don't come here and say it was a Democrat. You say that to people who are uninformed. You don't say that to people who are informed.
Elvis, when George Bush was in office, it wasn't 77 million illegal
Nigga, we don't
Latinos
care.
in
He signed
California.
a bill, and that's the bill that's been going on since 2006. What are you talking about?
21 million illegals entered the
Who
country.
cares? That was a Republican president. That was the beginning of the problem, not a Democrat. So don't come here and say it was a Democrat's fault.
That's why Jeb Bush wasn't nominated in 2016. That's what Jeb Bush.
Tyler, that's besides my point. He's trying to make people who are uninformed, people who are impressionable, who don't understand the history of this country. He's trying to say something that's not even factually accurate.
Elvis, yes or no? Did 21 million Hispanics?
Don't ask me a stupid question that I'm not answering. I told you that the bill.
Correct, you gotta go.
No, in 2006, George Bush signed into a bill called Catch and Release, meaning that when somebody comes into this country illegally or legally, once they ask for asylum, you process them and you release them, and then they'll wait for their court date. That's what he did.
Who's the Republican? Give amnesty to thousands,
right?
Thousands of illegal.
But these guys who are right leaning, they won't tell you that. Everything they blame on the Democrats. The people who are uninformed don't even know the history of it.
What Elvis won't admit is that that's one of the reasons why he lost to Bill Clinton. Every president since Bill Clinton, whether they were Republican or Democrat.
Who lost to Bill Clinton? What are you talking about, Brandon? I thought you're supposed to be a political person.
Every president since Bill
That
Clinton.
was George W. Bush, not the father. What are you talking about? That was after Bill Clinton.
Every president.
Man, I'll go back in the back, man. These guys trying to come in and act smart when somebody who actually knows something they can't debate with.
Every president.
Ronald Reagan and his father started that policy.
No, let me say this exactly. It was Ronald Reagan. He doesn't know that because
it was Ronald Reagan that started.
I said 2006. George W. Bush, the son, signed Catch and Release.
That was started
2006. Go look it up on Wikipedia right now. Even on Google. Catch and Release is signed by George W. Bush, not Ronald Reagan.
What's up with all these sanctuary cities, man? Like Hispanics all in Maryland, MS-13s everywhere. Man, that's over the last 4 years, man. All these Hispanics in Maryland. We never seen Hispanics up here doing all sorts of crimes and shit, man. Come on, cut it out, man.
Listen, Elvis defends that type of stuff because he wants to destroy America because he hates America because he's a socialist. Here's the thing, I'm telling you, there is a process. Many of the illegal immigrants who are being hunted down are people who never showed up for their asylum hearing. The states, the liberal states, the sanctuary states, they do not cooperate with the federal government and turn these people over to ICE when they're arrested for violent crimes.
You live in a liberal state, Bernie. Why don't you take your fat ass down to Texas and be in a conservative state?
Somebody said this. Someone said, Brandon is living in Mexico. This ain't Mexico. Mexico sold this land for $25 million to America.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
After losing the war.
After they got their ass whooped. Mexicans are colonizers. Mexicans killed millions of indigenous people in this land. They are Spaniards. They are the descendants of Spaniards who raped indigenous people, and they stuck with their Spaniard side and went about murdering and slaughtering.
How do we go from the topic to talking about Mexicans, man? Is this about Mexicans tonight?
Listen, man, listen, don't interrupt me. Look, and they still side with their Spaniard ancestors because they're still committing genocide against indigenous populations in Mexico. They sold this land. Hey, can somebody mute up? They're doing that on purpose, Colin. Make noise in the background.
Somebody.
Look. They sold this land to America. Now they want to retroactively take this land back. Listen, Mexico can have everything California has. They choose not to build it, but they want you to think that America needs them here to survive. And guess what? We've been deporting them like crazy.
Brandon, can I ask you a question?
Listen, we've been deporting them like crazy. There's not a single service that I cannot get in this country while Trump is deporting illegal criminal aliens by the hundreds of thousands. They want you to believe you need them to survive. You do not. There are plenty of them.
Brandon, remember that they had that day without Mexicans? Nothing happened. We thought I heard the country was shut down.
So, Carla, so all the Mexican Americans, what do we do with them now?
Send them back to Mexico.
Send them back.
All the
Send them back. We only need 3 million. There's only 3 million people
Did you hear my
in agriculture.
How can you send American citizens back to Mexico? Are you kidding me?
American citizens, bro.
He said Mexican
No, I
Americans.
said Mexican Americans, meaning the American
Mexican
children.
Americans.
If you're a
American.
Mexican American, you're born here, you're good.
You're
That's
good.
what I asked you, Carla. Do you know the difference? When I use the word American, it means a citizen.
He tried to be split.
Why would I call an illegal person a Mexican American?
Because that's what we're talking about. Illegal.
I asked you a different question. I said, what? Because Brando sounds like he has issue with Mexicans. That's what I'm asking him.
No, he doesn't. He's talking about Brandon.
I mean,
no.
How many people
I agree with him 100%, but he looks like he started talking anti-Mexican, things like that.
Just like if I have a problem with something some Nigerians do, don't mean I hate Nigerians. I just have a problem with
no one say he hates anybody, man.
How many Mexican Americans are illegal?
Talk about illegal aliens, what affects black people, you know? These legal
Everybody agrees. I don't know who's fighting who tonight, who's disagreeing with anyone tonight.
Because I was cool with Mexicans being in Texas and California, but when they come up to Maryland and Delaware, like it's just like
1776.
It's just like, no, seriously, they come with that third world mindset, man, just fucking up, man. I'm tired of them, man. Shit, I'll join ICE.
Destroyed New York City,
bro.
City I love. It was born once a beautiful place. Now it looks like Bangladesh and shit.
Hey,
you know,
listen.
When it used to be majority whites, right?
You have ICE.
No, well, New York City used to be the black African Americans were once the largest.
New York is an immigrant cesspool right now.
Now it's like an immigrant cesspool. I don't even recognize it.
You have,
but the white people already moved. Right?
You have ICE protests.
Mike loves white people.
You have
New
ICE.
York used to be a black.
That's what you trying to slick. I just put it. I just have to say.
No, we have strong black communities in New York. Beautiful.
You got illegal Venezuelans shooting cops in New York, man. Like, man, what happened over the last 4 years was a travesty, man.
Hey,
all these sanctuary cities, man. You got parts of Baltimore that's just all Hispanic. They littering. They just, man. I'm tired, man.
Colin, let Brandon finish.
You have ICE protesters who are shooting at the law enforcement officers.
I would tolerate that, man. I would that if I was Trump, man. Yo, look, whatever he's doing, he's a clear as desk to say, yo, look, this ain't gonna happen.
He already did it. He gave them the clearance to use deadly force to protect themselves if they deem fit, if they see it necessary.
I hope they do it, man, because that's ridiculous.
They better.
You guys know that more than 90% of Hispanic Americans are not illegal immigrants.
Stop that bullshit, man.
He's saying the same dumb shit that we already know.
He really? Okay. No, he's not dumb.
We're not talking about legal Hispanic Americans, bro. We're talking about criminal, illegal alien.
What the hell is somebody from Venezuela doing up here when they're taking over whole housing projects in rural Colorado? This is
Colorado. Brando, I don't think you listen to Carlos.
Do you know New York?
Carlos said, Brando,
New York Times. New York Times just admitted. New York Times just admitted that Venezuelan gang Tren de Agua was taking over apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. Remember last year, Carlos, they tried to make it seem like we were lying. Remember that?
Yeah.
New York Times just admitted it.
Now that's a paper record.
It's on record. Literally today, they admitted it. But these guys, Elvis and these guys, they don't look for truth. They look for confirmation bias. They only look for confirmation for what they want to believe. So they'll always look dumb. Elvis side with CNN.
Elvis, you know what kills me is, like I try to tell people all the time, look, if you go out to South Jamaica, Queens, right? You got, even though like a lot of us are Pan-African, you still got a lot of black people who basically see things the way like a regular American. My uncle used to always say, he says, man, look at all these foreigners taking over Rockaway Boulevard and whatnot. You know, we got black people who think like that, you know, foreigners are taking over the country, blah, blah, blah. So this is not nothing new in black
Honestly,
America.
I'm not sure what these little conversations
but it's true. Like, like the kids used to work at McDonald's and Taco Bell. It's like once you hire one Latino, they only look out for themselves. They don't hire nobody else but themselves.
All the Taco Bells, McDonald's used to all be black kids. Now they're all people you can't even speak English back there. They've been their whole families and everything. Hey, that's all good and everything. But those need to be jobs for our teenagers used to have, you know?
No, 1776, you're so right. They don't give nobody jobs, man. They terrible.
None. If they get in at the Home Depot, they just hire themselves. The worst thing you can ever see is them become a supervisor. If they become a supervisor, they don't even hire white people.
Man. Yo, they the worst supervisors, bro.
Hey, Brandon, let me ask you a question, Brandon. About Vivek Ramaswamy, what do you think about that? How it seems like MAGA's turning on him, a racist segment of MAGA is turning on him. What do you think about that?
I just think that MAGA has a part of their base that really ain't trying to deal with no foreigners, because I believe, well, you know, Vivek, one of the problems people have with him is he's one of those like, oh, America should bring in the best and the brightest immigrants. But what people believe, which I also believe too, is if he gets power, he's going to try to pressure the government to let a bunch of Indians in with HB1 visas so they could take all the tech jobs and stuff. Like Vivek,
also a race of a country. America's always been historically black and white. You know,
Vivek is not a foreigner, though.
It's not so much as foreigner. You talk about a foreigner who are tethered to a major power like India.
But Kala, what the solution to the situation is a moratorium.
Wait a second. If you investigate Vivek's,
one person at a time.
If you investigate Vivek's, if you investigate Vivek's donors, look who's giving the money. I bet you a significant amount of his money is coming from India, bro.
But Brandon, they can also turn against you and accuse you of your donors being Kenyans and things like that, patriot to Kenyans and Africans and things like that. The white MAGAs they can flip it on you too. So,
no, it ain't white MAGA. The Republican Party holds people accountable. The Democrats don't. The Republican Party is not just monolithic. Oh, we're gonna agree with everything. Democrats right now are like this. If whatever the DNC says, everyone's got to get on board with it, or they're
agree. Wait a second. Hey, Brandon, what do you think about that mayor in Minneapolis? That the Somali mayor. What do you think about him?
Anybody got any videos from him?
He seems dangerous.
He's a socialist.
New York is going to destroy New York City.
He's a socialist, and Trump should stop all funding to that city until that guy is removed.
Yeah.
Is he the current mayor? Or is he running for mayor?
He's running for mayor. He seems radical, man. That little Black Hawk Down dude, man, he look crazy. He sound crazy. I'm like, what the hell is going on in Minnesota?
When you let a bunch of people in from third world countries, they bring their third world values to this country. We put us all in danger, you know?
In America,
and I think that's what's happening in this discourse between African Americans and African and Caribbean immigrants, right? Black America is a first.
Why are you calling everybody immigrants? Why are you calling everyone immigrants?
No, I'm saying, hold on. I'm saying
most of the people you have, most of the African and Caribbean you have issue with, they're all born in. They're American.
You're not assimilating to the black society. You're black. To me, you're an immigrant. You know,
assimilate to what?
Kala, look, Kala.
No, you're smoking crack, Kala.
It's very simple, Kala. In many of these cities around America, minorities don't care how radical you are. As long as you keep promising them free stuff.
I know. Yeah, I know.
And that's what they said. 95% of the Somalis are on welfare in Minnesota. They said 65% of Latinos are on welfare, you know, so there needs to be a moratorium.
Also, let me say this.
You got just like putting information out of your butts, man.
I'll try to tell Mike, there's this myth going around that immigrants coming off the boat and they're all making six figures. It was bullshit. I work in the healthcare field, right? I have to deal with people's Medicare level, income level, stuff like that. What I found was shocking. There's a large numbers of people who are like generation, been here for 30-something years, who don't have Social Security because they never worked enough quarters, you know, who don't qualify for Medicare. You know, it is a lot of immigrants and whatnot who basically, I don't know how they got by. Maybe they own a business or whatever like that, you know, and they didn't pay into taxes or like that. So there's a myth going around that immigrants are just coming over here and they're succeeding beyond belief. Well, that's not true. You know?
Yeah, those people you talk about are illegals, man.
No, these people here are legal.
But the people, there's no one illegal that can come here and become successful. It's impossible.
No, I'm saying
they can only be and just be getting by. That's all they can do.
What I'm saying is this, though. Look, America's a tough place. Tough place. I mean,
it is.
Look,
yeah.
Hold on. Let me say this. I do business, right? And I just got an opportunity for today for one of our vendors, right? But I told her that, man, my God, I remember what time, this is what United Healthcare, I said, we've been working for them for 20 years, blah, blah, blah. I just poured my heart out. So I'm really looking for a big break with my agency, right? Blah, blah. So we're going to work together, blah, blah, blah. But the bottom line is this. I thought about it, right? I said, if I'm going through all this after 20 years of doing this, right? You know, got to basically sell my soul to get contracts and move up for my agency and everything to eat, whatever like that. How is it that people are just coming off the plane, getting on TikTok saying how they're making money over Black America and how America's so great? It's a lie. It's all false.
I don't know who's saying that, man.
TikTok.
I don't know. All these things just exist in your head because I don't know who.
Come on, Carla. TikTok.
No, I'm saying all the social media. I can play some videos if you want.
God, I think you need to start watching.
That's okay, Carla. No video.
You got people out there talking about, yeah, man, I've been here 2 years.
Carla, what you need to do,
every Black American, all kinds of
Carla, let me
stupid-
give you one advice, man. If you run into somebody that has a platform that's saying certain things, you need to get on that person's platform, invite a person and challenge that person. You don't bring it here and be holding it against me or other people that have nothing to do with
against you. I know you were.
That's the argument you come to present. You come here to argue some point that I don't even. And I ask you, when did that went? Then you be like, oh, I know someone
Mike,
that's
Mike, you know that's the prevailing thing now.
It's like me calling on a.
Hold up, Mike. They're trying to push this narrative that immigrants are saving America, right? And it's not about immigrants. They don't care about immigrants, right? It's all about the Democrats. You know who's behind the Democrats? The LGBTQ. Because if they get power,
it's just
right,
like shifting argument
fundamentally change America forever. That means gay marriage will be the law of the land. That means
Hollywood, stick to that point,
change, right?
If you run into individuals that you disagree with, go engage the individuals. Stop bringing the argument to someone else.
You know, that's all it is. They know they can't win with ordinary people in America, right? So they bring a bunch of people, millions of them here, right? So they can basically flip the.
They've always been bringing immigrants from the beginning of America.
Hey, yeah, they're bringing immigrants.
I'm saying, he's talking as if you just started like.
Hold up. First of all, the first immigrants, the people who come here legally tend to be conservative. They vote Republican, but if you're here illegally and you're the system, of course,
really?
The Democrats. When you say you can call them two things. You can call them future Democratic voters, or you can call them illegal aliens. You know, that's all it is.
So illegal people can vote, Carla. People who are illegal can vote.
You know, I'm saying is the fact that it's like Brandon just broke it down to you. Even if they don't vote, their numbers are counted in the electoral system. That gives that state more representation. They can flip Congress. They can flip the Senate. You understand? That's what I didn't even know that.
Well, Carla, immigrants have always been coming to America from the beginning. There's no year since America was created that immigrants ain't come in. So I don't understand this new thing about they bring immigrants.
People come here illegally by the millions, unvetted and whatnot. You know, so
yeah, both the legal and the illegal has always been the case.
How many electoral votes California
there's never. Carla, you guys are talking as if people just started coming here illegally.
If they basically
this has been going on for since America was created.
Electoral map of California, Texas, and then New York and whatnot, then 4 states would control the country. You know, 4 states would control the country forever. You know, that's basically what this is all about. You know,
that's not what it's all about. That's not
the rule of law.
Carla, what it's all about is United States are looking for human capital. They're looking for population, productive people, and they're tapping into other nations.
These people aren't
productive. They're looking for bringing. That's what immigration is all about.
No, that's a lie. I don't believe that.
Let me explain it to you, Carla. Let me explain it to you.
Most of these people coming here are illiterate in their own language. What are you talking about?
It doesn't mean they're not intelligent. It doesn't mean they're not productive.
Oh yeah, they're intelligent. Okay.
Do you know, Carla? Are you more productive than a freaking Mexican?
Yo, most of these Mexicans come over here and can't even read and write in Spanish. You know that, right?
Well, if you see the work they're doing on the construction site, can you do?
What are you doing on the construction site? When I come, I don't see them doing construction.
I've never met Carla, dude.
Where I live at, most of the construction workers are black.
The way these Mexicans work on the construction.
Where I live, all the construction worker, contractors, and builders of streets are black men. You know. They're not in construction in Virginia. I'll tell you that right now. Only thing you see,
don't embarrass yourself.
only
There's
thing we got
nobody
Mexican
more
here
hardworking than the
is
Mexican, than the
They do
Hispanic
landscaping here.
on the construction
They're not
site.
doing
Nobody.
construction, man.
Yeah, I see a lot of Mexicans in North Carolina.
Yo, Carla, can I say something? Well, that's what Black American were doing before. They were doing construction
Well, I would still do
before
it
the
in Virginia.
Hispanic
We
took
still
it
do
over.
construction. You know, I don't know what these guys
I
talking
don't
about.
know anybody is gonna work the way the
I don't
Mexicans.
know him, but Mike's a fucking lion. You know.
Those
All that
illegals.
Mexicans doing is friggin' they're doing janitorial work and they're doing landscaping.
Landscaping. Don't forget landscaping.
They do
A lot
landscaping.
of black were doing
That's
that
what I
too.
see. You know,
How many American citizens be willing to go be doing
hold up. First of all,
janitorial, cleaning offices all day and breaking their back on the
construction
construction site?
requires big, strong men, and Mexicans are mostly small. You know,
Kala, do you know
No,
that when
that
the
doesn't mean they're
Mexicans
not strong.
Kala, let me say this. Kala, let me say this real quick.
They're not to do heavy construction.
Kala, let me say this real quick. Do you know that
are black men? You know,
Kala, do you know that those illegals, the moment they get the legal status, they start doing that freaking hard work, man. Those crazy jobs. They start looking for decent jobs. They quit. And trust me.
Hold on. First of all, if you're down there doing what's wrong with hard work? You know, see, that's
no. I'm talking about those dirty. There's certain dirty jobs.
Who retire from construction. You know, that's hard work. Yeah, of course that they don't put.
Yeah, I'm not saying
they're not reliable. They're not reliable. Of course, you got black men who work their whole life in construction. They don't just like once they get legal status they bounce. They basically freaking do that shit their whole life. I know.
Kala, do you know that they're unlimited? Kala, hold on. Let me say this. Do you know that they're unlimited decent jobs that are out there? So, like, literally,
no, America. No, there's plenty of jobs.
Wait. Hold on. Can you give me a Kala today? Hold on. Can you just let somebody make a line of statement? Can you let someone,
man, you know?
Kala, can you at least let someone line a statement before you start just arguing? It's like, you just have some little discipline, man. Let me just get across. You and I know in America today, the economy is so robust that if you're looking for a job, it's not so difficult to find a job. It's not always difficult. Sometimes it takes you time, right? So the point I'm trying to make is to find a basic clean job, meaning even job like McDonald's that is as low, is cleaner than job where people are literally cleaning sewage. There's some jobs that are very dirty, dude. There's some jobs that are extremely dirty.
I've done them.
Calm down. You can do it, yeah, but
I've done it when I was younger. When I was
calm down.
Bottom of a ship scraping barnacles on.
But that's you doing it on a temporary. Of course, on American we anyone that's legally or a citizen or anyone that's legal status they can get it any job.
I did everything.
Let me just land. Lord have mercy. God damn, calm down, dude. You and I agree that you and I, if we're desperate, maybe we don't have a job and that's what's available at that moment, we'll do it. But while we're doing it, we're out looking for something better, right? And the moment the cleaning job is available, we're going to quit that one, right? But with the illegals,
I know people that
you're not going to quit, Kala?
Check this out. I knew this one guy.
You're not going to quit. You're going to keep doing unless you're dumb as fuck.
I knew this one guy. Look, check this out. I knew this one guy, Glenn. Me and him graduated together and from high school, right? This was 1986, right? 87. Anyway, we all a rites of passage in my town, upstate New York, was this place called Wakeford. That was a ShopRite food distribution center for ShopRites in the region, right? That was a hard, backbreaking work. But when you turned 18, it was like a rite of passage. You want your first car, whatever. Everybody worked their way for it, right? Was one guy, Glenn, I worked with, right? He was like mixed race, whatever, like that. And he started working there graveyard shift when I did, right? I just worked there just to get my first car, right? And then get this, right? He stayed on. I don't know what happened, but he stayed on graveyard shift. And he said, I ain't going nowhere. And then 10 years later, when I came back to New York, right? I met with his brother, right? I said, how's Glenn? Oh, he's still at Wake. I said, you kidding me? He's still down there?
Well, how many Americans reason like Glenn, though?
Right? He goes, oh, yeah, man. He's still down there now. They made him supervisor. And he worked his way up and whatnot. And he's basically 4 private properties he rents out. And I said he came from nothing. And
Well,
so
Kala, you just made a
not
point. You say
everybody
he
basically
walk his
says
way up.
you're gonna get a
Kala,
better job. Sometimes people get promoted and move
Kala, you
up.
just made a point. You said you walk his way up. You got promoted.
Yeah, but it took him.
Hold on.
Look, that job
Do you
is
know that the illegal can never get promoted to become manager or anything like that?
That job, the average person worked there 3 months because it was that hard work.
And that job you even call it dirty. That's not even dirty job.
You
don't know what dirty job is.
It was just freaking hard work. It was backbreaking.
That's hard work, but we talking about dirty job.
Nobody worked there. All of us who worked there for 4 months. You got 3 months before you got to join union. You got to be doing a certain percentage to do union, right? So they give you 3 months, and everybody just took that 3 months. After 3 months, everybody just bounced, you know? And then like a year later, you can go back there, try another 3 months. That's how people did it. But this guy stayed on. But then again...
Yeah, but how many Americans can be like him?
Oh, well, what I'm saying is he stayed on.
And you get millions of Americans to do the same?
I bet you any amount of money, he's probably still there to this day. That's been 35.
Yeah, but how many... Even you can't believe he's doing it. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I can't believe he's doing it, but
you couldn't do it. But the main point is you yourself couldn't do it.
Mexicans are the only ones that everybody's gonna get it. No, there's some people stay on jobs, you know, stay on jobs forever.
Some people, but not enough people.
You know what I'm saying? So
the point I'm making here is that
my father worked at a job for years. My grandfather retired from Con Edison after 40 years.
You're talking about the whole generation. We're talking about today. This TikTok generation, they're gonna do dirty jobs.
You know? So the bottom line is this: it ain't like everybody and that was hard work. You know, working with sanitation, Con Edison, that was hard work.
Yeah, people do hard work, but now you can't. The point you're making, Kala, is you're not going to get it
along. That's why Black America is the most reliable workforce. You know. I'm dead serious. You go to the shipyard here in Virginia, Newport News and Portsmouth Shipyard, it's 99% Black men. You know, because the Mexicans tried it they just can't hack it. They've a couple months, they make their money, they get their family over here, and next thing you know, they're bound. They're unreliable. The Black men,
but they need more people, man. Blacks are not enough, so they need more people. They need to have.
No, we got enough Black people down there. You know, you don't see nobody down there but Black people and some white guys. You know, the supervisors, but most of the men that go
why you putting up people? Black people are stepping up. They're doing more greater things now.
You know,
well, you agree with me that Black people are moving on to
African American men, you know. So as I said, I don't know what you're talking about, Mike.
But anyway, the point you made in the beginning, Kala, let's go back to your original point you were making in the beginning. That made me comment. You said the only Americans are white and Black. I don't understand what you mean by that.
I said traditionally. Those two groups define America, right? Now, I would say this. Now, when you talk about America, you have to contribute everybody. Look, the white America, for all it's worth, for whatnot, you know, everything you know about white America was John Wayne, Superman, and whatnot. You know, it's part of the culture, right? Same thing with Black America, right? Hip hop, jazz, R&B, whatever like that. You know, it's part of the culture. The movies, everything like that. It's part of the culture. You can't be some group in the corner. If only your group likes what you have or listen to what you have to say, you can't call yourself an American. As simple as that. You're just a minority group. You know, that's what I'm saying.
So to be American, you have to be in the majority group.
Two dominant cultures in America are white America and Black America. That's what I'm saying. That's all. You know, that means
you're shifting the point. You're saying the only Americans are white Americans.
I'm saying you could be an American, but the bottom line, you can't be like, you know, when you say American, right? American, you talk about Black and white, you know,
black and white. Who's saying?
Yeah, what do you mean? You know? Everybody else may be a hyphenated American, like a Chinese American or whatever like that, because they're like a small minority. They're here more, but Black. When you say American music, you think Paul Robeson. You think of James Brown. You think of
well, that's entertainment. That's entertainment. We get that.
No, that's everything. That's
a different argument. That what defines who's an American.
Okay, when you talk about American literature, you're talking about Langston Hughes.
We're not talking about.
That's not entertainment. That's a culture of a country. You know, it's literature. It's art. When you think about the Harlem Renaissance, right? That was American Renaissance.
It's like events.
Yeah, so everything. The Civil Rights Movement, that was Black America. You know,
it's like events. Yeah.
The March on Washington.
Doesn't mean everybody else is not Americans.
The March on Washington. Black
Carla, we
America.
know all this, man. You're not making any points. You're just talking about a bunch of
I am
events.
making points. Let me
The
get
question,
Carla, you're making good points. Mike, tell us what Nigerian culture or your Yoruba culture. Tell us what Yoruba culture is.
what does that have to? If you don't know, what is your point? What the heck does that have to do with what we're talking about now?
Well, Carla just told you what American culture is, and when you talk about American culture,
Okay,
what you
are
think
we
about
arguing
it.
about culture
In
here?
the very when you think of America,
Jonathan,
when
are
you
we
think
having
of
question about culture?
America, you only think of black and white traditionally. You don't think of no damn Native Americans. You don't think of Chinese. You don't think of no damn Hispanics. You
And
know
that's what
that,
you
Mike.
think.
Why are you pretending?
How do you know what I think?
I would say
Mike,
everyone thinks.
Jonathan, how do you know what I'm thinking?
I'm not talking about you personally, Mike.
No, tell me, how do you know what I'm thinking?
But that's an example of what we're talking about too. The mere fact that you think I'm talking about you personally, it's just an example
Did I say I'm thinking
of
something about
how you guys think differently.
exactly? Everybody thinks differently. So who you
Mike,
saying?
you traveled the world before, right?
No. This is my understanding of
Outside of America, you traveled the world before,
Okay, what's your point?
right? All
What's your
right.
point?
So, do you think there is, popular Hispanic person that's an American that you think is known globally around the world?
What does it have to do with the point I'm asking? I say
I'm helping you. I'm trying to explain what Kyle explained to you. Now I understand that
I know
there's a
what he's
cultural
explaining. I
way
know
of
what he's explaining.
thinking
He's
that you
explaining.
ain't getting it. You just ain't
Homie.
getting it for some reason.
I got it. I got what he's saying. Well, he's not saying what I'm asking him. I said, who's an American? He start talking about culture. I'm not talking about culture. I'm saying who's an American. How do you define who's an American? You can't say black and white are the only American. If you want to present an argument,
No. You can't say black and white are the only American.
If his point was that the black American music and this is more popular than other Americans music and this, then I can agree with that. But you can't tell me that the only Americans are white and black, and that's why I'm like, what do you mean by that? And then now he's talking about popularity. I'm like, are you saying popularity is what defines you as an American? So he moves the goalposts all the time. That's his problem.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
I get you on that part.
Exactly. If you would have said that, the most popular American culture or whatever is this, then I won't have any question. I would say, okay, yeah, that's true.
I'm saying, okay, we can all say people are Americans, right? But traditionally, when people say somebody's an American, when they say American culture or that's American, whatnot, they're not talking about Jamaican beef patties, They're not talking
Carla. But I thought that black people weren't American.
I never said we weren't American, right? I said we are in America, right? But we're not American, period. Our culture is African American culture.
Kyle, we're Americans. When you think of Michael Jordan, when you think of Michael Jordan, you think of American. When you think of Mike Tyson, you think of American, right? This country was pretty much founded by.
Okay. Fundamentally, he's an American. I get that.
Wait, y'all trying to separate the difference between American and non-American, like people that's still citizens, but they're wouldn't be considered American.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Oh, okay. Well, then that makes sense. Mike, if you go to the U.S. Constitution or you go look at U.S. law, they actually separate the difference between people who are American and then people who are just U.S. citizens. There's a difference, bro. Just like when when they used to usually be like, when they usually be like, U.S. citizen just means that you have, you're legal in America.
That's all it means.
That's all it means.
No. Oh, Lord have mercy.
No, Mike.
Okay, explain to me the Constitution.
No.
Wait. No.
I don't mind this part, Mike. If you want to go with the case law, we can go with the case law defining that. There's a difference.
Go ahead. Please define it. Go ahead.
All right, hold on, Mike. Let me get the link.
You're legal to be. You're here illegally.
Globe thinks of America.
That's not what it means. People with green cards are here illegally. They're not U.S. citizens.
No, it's not the globe, Rudy. It's just that you starving people in your country who gets aid from America, and you get milk. don't think they're
See,
American
see,
white because
see, they're just being they're being disingenuous. They know what we're talking about. They're just
You
making
know
up
what you're
semantic
talking about
arguments.
exactly, but it's not
Listen,
making
like Michael Jordan's he's an American. He's been here,
exactly.
right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Right. A citizen is just somebody who has paperwork to be here legally. It's
Okay.
not that hard, man.
That's what. Yeah.
Hold on, hold
Who's
on.
disagreeing
I'm
with
just
that?
No, a
saying.
citizen and a residence are two different things, brother.
Man, see, this is
Hold on,
The
green,
point.
hold on, Elvis, calm down, calm down,
this
calm
is
down, calm
green.
down.
This is green card babble, man. This is green card
It's
babble.
1770. Who's talking? Is that
Yeah,
who's
that's
that?
me. It's like
Okay,
this green card
okay.
babble.
Calm down,
You
calm
know
down,
what
calm down.
somebody
Wait
indigenous to
now.
the place, right?
1770.
And
Hold on. Can I quickly say something real quick? Okay, here's the argument. You are just like the Michael Jordan. You're an American, right? Now, my kids. I'm a Nigerian American, right? My kids.
Who's Michael Jackson?
Can you calm down? Can you calm down? My kids, born here, they are American, just like you. So what
Yeah.
Carla and Jonathan were trying to present to me is that no, my kids are not American like that. They're just that.
Where's their mom from?
Where's their mom from? It doesn't matter. Their most even most from Nigeria,
They'll be first gen. They'll be first gen.
but
Like
they're
they're born here.
Americans. They are
Yeah,
Americans.
first generation Americans.
So now you're shifting argument about generations and this and that. What does it matter? What okay? So what's the point of that? First generation. What are you saying? Second generation is more American
Hey,
than
just
first
like
generation.
Donald Trump, he's what, a fifth generation American or fourth
No, he's a
generation?
third. He's
You
a
know,
second. I think
He's
second
a
generation.
second generation American.
okay,
So
yeah.
so
So
is
your kids
Kala
will
more
be first
American than Donald
generation.
Trump then?
Yeah, he got you by a generation.
So Kala is more American than Donald Trump.
No, Colin been here since 1642.
Okay,
His
so Kala
great
is more
grandfather was
American.
indentured servant.
So Kala is more American than Donald Trump because Kala is more
Yeah,
generation down the line than Donald Trump. Is that what
yeah,
you're saying?
No,
yeah.
I'm
He's
saying
been here
No,
since.
I'm talking about
Kyla.
German
Even if
immigrants.
I agree with you, what I can bet is that Kala will never go say to Donald Trump's face. But the only people you say that to is the Africans, the second generation Nigerians. The
No,
only people
hold on. The difference
he will,
is,
he
Mike.
will go to a second generation Nigerian and say you're not American. But he would never want to a white man that's the
No,
first
I'm
or
saying
even
no.
second generation
I
and
would
say
say
you're
like
not American.
no. I would not say. Look, I'm saying like this, Mike. This is what I'm saying. If you got people, the difference is this: when you look at Donald Trump, right? He's from Queens. I'm from Queens, right? He's from Jamaica, Queens. I'm from Jamaica, Queens, right? And like I said, I grew up around a lot of Germans when I was growing up, right? And Germans are the only group of people, white people, that will go inside of a black neighborhood and play basketball, handball, or something like that. Blonde, blue-eyed people be in the blackest neighborhoods, right? But what I'm trying to make is they completely assimilated. My teachers growing up were all
Germans were also Nazi.
yeah, no, I'm talking about German Americans.
So it's about assimilation now. It's not really
So
about the law. It's not about the constitution anymore.
bottom line is this.
It's not about the constitution. It's about assimilation.
Hold up. When I think of all the people who German said, they were just ordinary white Americans. They basically didn't speak German, whatever like that. They didn't have no affinity for Germany. They were Americans, right? They were Americans. My teacher, Miss Draghi, in the third grade, she went, you didn't stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance fast enough, she smacked you upside the head, She was an American, right? She didn't care about Germany. That's what she was from, but she was an American, right?
But you have it.
Hold up. When I see a lot of our African immigrant brothers, right? They basically are so involved in their country, they won't let it go.
Hey, Mike, you telling me that my children,
Mike, let me speak.
With Nigerian accent?
Mike, let me say this, right? Mike, let me say this. Look at you and Elvis, right? Elvis is trying to assimilate. He dropped that Boogaloo Boogaloo last name and adopted Morris, right?
Oh my God!
You still have the name.
I thought
Elvis, wait,
did Elvis change his name? Elvis, did you change your last name?
Elvis changed his name. He changed his accent. He's trying to assimilate into the dominant society. You, on the other hand,
I didn't change my name. I didn't change my name. And second of all, I came here younger. That's probably why my accent is not so pronounced.
No, but there's no African named Morris. There's no African named Morris, right? On Morale, you kept that.
They're American Liberians,
But
so
I'm saying, Mike, you kept a third world surname, Omawale. That's not American. So when you
let me ask you.
Wait. So the only way to be American, you gotta have like an English or European last name.
Like if I became a Muslim, I'm gonna take the name Muhammad Abdul Ibn Zabin, right? Because it's assimilation, right? So when Elvis came here, he dropped that that Bush last name and picked up the name Morris. He looked at the Elvis movement and took the name Elvis.
Okay, let me ask you: did Donald Trump?
There are many Morrises in Liberia, my friend. That's a country I come from.
Oh my God, man! Elvis, allow me to.
But there's no indigenous person named Morris, though. That's a, you know, you like Akiki, Dazizi, you know, like stuff like that. Those are African names, you know.
1776.
Hold on, 1776. That's a very good. Elvis, how did you get the last name Morris?
Elvis, don't even respond, man. He's from like many people in Africa bear English names, so don't even all these things you guys talk about is rubbish.
Not last names, Mike.
You know, Jonathan, I like you, Jonathan. That's why sometimes when you push it, I just pull back. Stop pushing it, Jonathan.
Don't respond, man. That's what you're doing, crap, man. But anyway,
it's not ignorant. Wait. Hold on, Kala. How did you get the last name Makala?
Well,
there are many people in the country.
Long story, right? I told the story many times before, man. I feel.
Do you guys go to the Chinese man and the white man? I can tell them to change their name.
On that, I guess you was on that live.
Mike, let him answer the question.
You was on that Telegram the other day, Mike Johnson.
No.
You saw my name up there. Right. Anyway, I was on the Atmosphere Telegram the other day. I thought that's what you. Anyway, all right. Back in the days, right? My family name is Overton, right? And Johnson. Yeah, North Carolina, whatever like that, right? And my mother's side is Speller, right? Anyway, both sides of my family, my father's side is Creole, and my mother's side is more, you would say they're more African, just said Geechee people, whatever like that. Anyway, every year in the 90s, right? When I'm still in Virginia, right? They were we're going down to the plantation, right? They knew exactly what plantation some of my ancestors were on, right? And both sides of the family. And you got a chance to meet the so-called white people. Right? I hated that, right? So what I did was, man, I just thought black people were I hated being Black America. I hated it, you know. I said, man, we're nothing but a bunch of slaves. We got a slave name. I ain't with no white devil slave master named Overton. Speller, fuck that. So I looked at the African names, right, and I found a culture of Black Africa, West Africa, called the Nia Makala. That means the craft group system, right? And Makala means one who builds and unite, and Kala just means the group or the life force, you know. I said, you know something, that fits me, you know. I want to unite people together and build a nation one day, you know.
Okay,
so
my name. So you adopted African name, but you want me to call it
African name because at the time I thought, Mike, unfortunately, that you guys were something superior and stuff like that. And I realize now.
Kyle regrets it now. You regress changing his name.
So Elvis, you're not. Elvis is not American Liberian.
Do you go to wait, before y'all go crazy, the very way that Kyle explained how he got his last name, Elvis, it's really not a savage, attempt to disrespect you. Just curious how you got the last name, Morris.
He was smoking some cigarettes.
Were you raised by American Liberians, adopted by American Liberians or something? How did you get the last name?
Nope, it's my father's name.
Was he adopted by American Liberians then? Or
nope, never was.
Oh, that don't make no sense.
Did he just pick the last name?
You're surprised. Just took on so-called American Liberians' surnames. You know,
Kala, you know one thing you got to do to get used to.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they can do that. That's all right, cool.
Do you know, Kala? Do you know there are Johnsons and Coopers and Martins in Nigeria? You think they took American Liberian last name?
Check us out. You could
Kala, one reality you guys gotta get used to is the new group of Americans called Nigerian Americans.
Mike,
they're the new Italian Americans.
I give him credit because that's part of assimilation. Michael Mawali, you need to change your name to Smith or something, man.
No, I've assimilated to Nigerian American society.
Yeah, Mike, be quiet. I'm trying to talk, man. Can I say a word? Let me say something. I'll let you have the fucking mic, man. You know. Anyway, there's two types of Coopers. You could tell, like Janine Cooper, Madam Dean Cooper. Her types of people, you could tell that faithful speaker and everything like that. Helen Cooper, right? She's a New York Times editor and whatnot. My friend Sienna Dennis, she's a librarian, right? She's a dentist and whatnot. You could tell they all look the same, right? You could tell they descended from the American Librarian. You could tell by the way they look, you know? You could tell who descended of Randolph Cooper, right? Then you got Coopers, right? That look more, native, whatever like that. They have the same surname that Coopers, but okay, there's Coopers that came from American Liberian lineage. There's Coopers that came from Native Liberian, and they're all Coopers, Just
so you have
Carla, when you say your friend, you mean how is a CNN spelled?
so you have a lot of people cosplaying as American Liberians.
Oh, there you go. That's the point I wanted to make. That name is pronounced CNN. CNN. That's a native name.
Yeah, but she.
You think she looks that way, but she's probably native. That CNN is a native name.
She said she's American Liberian. I'm friends with her. She's a singer now too. She's in DC. She's pretty cool. She was the one who introduced me to Liberia. She was the one who introduced me to Liberia. She was the one who prepped me for my tour, first trip to Liberia. And she was the one who promoted my book. And her cousin Helene Cooper, the one that wrote the book House on Sugar Beach. That's her first cousin. And her uncle was Cecil Dennis. Uncle Cecil Dennis.
But I agree with Elvis. That's part of assimilation, changing from a third world name to a first world name. Like Mike, you need to do the same thing, man. Probably a Johnson or a Smith.
Unfortunately, I don't have slave mentality like you. That's the deal.
Well, technically, Mike.
Let me
the
lie,
word Mike. The name Mike is.
Let me talk, right? Can you at least give me a chance? These guys
Mike is not a typical Nigerian
name. Let me know
when
I'm ready. When it's my turn to talk.
Let Mike respond. Let's see. He wanted to get some get
exactly. As the new reality you have to get used to. The United States government have created a new group of Americans, a new class of Americans. They created it about a few decades ago, which is the Nigerian American. So get used to that class group of Americans. There's nothing you can do about it. We're Nigerian Americans. We're here. We're a new group of Americans.
And
get used to it.
We're the only country in the world that accepts Nigerians.
One of the elite Americans, just like the Korean Americans, just like the Irish American, the Italian American. We're the new group of very productive Americans. So we're not you. You are FBA. I'm Nigerian Americans. You are FBA American. So we're two different people. We may share the same skin color, but we're two different people. Just like the Asian Americans, you have the Korean American, the Japanese American, they're different people. They're the same race.
So Nigerian American is on an application.
The last thing I will consider doing in my life is to become you.
Hey, Mike, when you went to college, was there a section for Nigerian Americans on there, or
There's no section
got
for everybody.
African American style?
The college was for everybody. Let me answer your question. The college was for everybody. I paid for college and I went to college and got my education. So maybe you never been to college. That's why it's reason like that. You think the college is the hood where everybody just hang around doing gang sets and shit. College is not like that.
Mike, that's a racist.
That's stereotypical, man. Stereotypical.
That's racism, Mike.
What's racism?
That's not racism, Colin.
That is racism.
How is it racism? It's stereotypes.
Instead of studying when that's racism, man.
That's not. But how is that? How can a black person be racist to another black person?
Steve, I don't care what he says.
Black man can never be racist. Now today I'm racist.
Steve, he was on campus with flip flops, man. Flip flops and a kufi and a sheet. That's typical Nigerian garb. You wear a blanket. And you wear some fucking kufis and a fucking flip flop. That's your uniform for 4 years of college.
High school. That's why you don't know what a college campus look like. You're trying to describe a hood set with a gang environment. You have to describe a college environment.
Now, Jonathan Miller, will you drop the Jonathan Miller slave name according to Baruti in the chat room?
Nope. For what?
See, Jonathan, man, you ain't going on Baruti's plan, man. He's a Ugandan, and he wants to turn us all into Ugandans,
Shout out to Baruti, man. That's a good brother.
Baruti's crazy.
You and your sidestep. Why don't you go ahead and do the nene? Like whip
Elvis probably changed. Elvis probably changed his name, and he probably changed his name in the lodge, man. He's probably a Freemason. Probably changed his name in the lodge from Buka.
Elvis ain't no Freemason. He ain't down with the sodomy, so he ain't no Freemason.
Inside there, please. Elvis is like Morris the Cat. He probably like watching Morris the Cat.
You see that name? You call him Boogie Boogie Boogie? those are names of kings. Those are royalty names. They have meanings.
Ooga Booga is the name of
And
king.
that name is superior than your name, than your slave master name. Trust me.
Carla, what is the name? What does the name Dwayne mean? What does that mean? What's the meaning behind?
I have no idea. It's an English name, I guess.
It's a variant of Wayne.
Yeah, it's an English name. I guess.
What does
No, well,
Shaniqua
speaking of this reminds me of something, Colin. One of my sisters-in-law, she had a baby, and they had this whole big old thing with baby naming ceremony. And I'm like, what the fuck is all that about? Just name the goddamn kid already. In Africa,
No,
they
because
really try their
in
best.
African culture, names are important. Names are a blessing that you're placing on a child, and they're going to try to live up to that name.
But
So
that's
it's
the
very
thing,
important.
though. That's the thing, though. But me and my wife, she was
but
making
names were
jokes
important
about
in the
it
Bible as
because
well.
they'll be like, "Oh, we gonna name you blessing, but you be cursing motherfuckers," or "We gonna name you prosperity, but you be the most unsuccessful motherfucker ever." The names don't mean a goddamn thing.
I know. My cousin name's
Y'all be weird, bro.
all these people, and they were all the opposite. All that.
So that's the reason why we have to adopt your slave names, right?
It's not slave names; they're Christian names.
My cousin was a
Mike, y'all already adopted the names. Your name is Mike,
Well,
nigga.
some of us. Well, not
Your name
everybody,
is
right?
Mike. You had a president named Good Luck Jonathan. I mean, you already did it.
No, all of us. Some of us.
Those are biblical names, Jonathan. Those are not slave names.
The ones that choose.
Bruh. Jonathan is literally in the Bible.
Yeah, Jonathan in the Bible.
Yeah.
Elvis means.
That's what I said. I said those are biblical names. What are you saying?
Yeah, slave names.
Colin, can you read the raw truth about everything's last comment?
He says Creole mulatto are in our ancestors' census records. That's crazy. Not just Negro. So we blend FBAs are new genetic. That's why I said these people are crazy. These people gotta be in black. Well, no, you're African, bro. I'm African. I don't give a damn how much European ancestors I got in there. I'm still an African. African.
You speak from all side of your mouth, man. All day. Oh, he's got to be.
You gotta say something.
We should all become American. Now you're African. What the?
I'm saying. You gotta say, Mike, listen to what I'm saying. I am an American, right?
Mm-hmm.
I qualify saying that I'm an American with an African heritage and story. You understand? That's all.
So why you
that goes back to the slavery in the United States?
I wouldn't say you have African heritage. I say you have African DNA.
What I'm saying is this: my lineage comes from Africa, right? And I'm saying that I'm basically an African that basically was been here for 400-500 years.
Do you have European blood in you?
Yeah, I got European blood in me. Yes.
So are you European then?
No, because the bottom line is
you have both African and European blood, but you're African, you're not European.
There's a lot of Africans that got European blood in them.
Especially the Yoruba.
Dominicans and
I've seen some DNA tests with people in Africa. 10-15% European.
Yeah, they got it. I don't know, Carla. I don't know why they never made my sister, she was studying slavery, right? I don't know why they never do this, right? They never made any movies about the slavery that took place in Africa when the Europeans was running that shit.
That's what I was saying.
They completely leave that part out. And why ain't never seen? Y'all ever seen a movie about slavery based on what was going on in the Caribbeans?
They had one.
Hold on, Carla. The guy just made
a couple of them, but they're not American made. They're usually French made. France and British have a lot of movies made about slavery.
The raw truth about everything. Some West Africans do have European DNA. No, they were the ones that
a lot.
They were the ones that were some of them got European last names as well.
The indigenous African slave trade was horrific.
Yeah, the indigenous one was horrific, and then white people they own slaves in Africa. Unless everybody like to pretend like the Africans were getting paid.
Oh, you said
for all of the work they were doing.
You saying white people own slaves in Africa?
Yeah.
Oh, probably did.
No, probably. This is a documentary. They own slaves in Africa.
Oh well, they did.
We don't get no movies about this shit. We don't get no real stories about it.
Definitely slavery in Cape Town. I know that.
Slavery in Cape Town, slavery in the Congo, slavery in Nigeria. I mean, they had it out. White people wasn't just slaving people in America and in the Caribbean. They were slaving niggas everywhere. Well, the black people.
I got a ride with. I got a ride.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Ja wants you to read his comment.
good
Uh,
one.
Even when someone is legally or biologically from a country, society may not fully accept them as truly belonging because of lack of deep generational roots and understanding historical dynamics. He
I
was
need to
asking people
respond to
like, "Do
that.
y'all?" You
Can I
said what?
respond to that? Can I
Yeah, go
respond to
ahead.
that? Okay, my response to that is this. You mentioned acceptance. That's what most people don't. People like John and Kyle don't understand.
Hold on. Let me
Not
ask
everybody.
George
Hold on,
before
calm down, man. Let me
George.
just finish answering.
Hold on, Mike. Let me say this. Okay, look, when I say Creole, right? Look, I acknowledge, yeah, my ancestors are mixed, whatever, like that. But when I say Creole, I'm not talking about race. I'm talking about
The
culture.
Atlantic Creoles.
Yeah, I'm talking about culture. That's
Yeah,
culture.
the
That means
culture.
my culture comes from Europe, Ireland, all these other places like that, mixed with African, what that. So we spoke English on these shores when we didn't have an African language. You have a language and culture that started. That's what we call Atlantic Creole. You know,
Right.
now we have you have Creoles, that black Creoles, and you have people who descended of mixed race people. You know, so if not Creole, people think Creole means you're mixed. No, that was culturally mixed. You know, it wasn't just basically
Yeah, we'll get your point, guy. Let me finish responding to John's comments. The point John needs to understand is this: someone like me, I'm not my people. We're not looking for acceptance. The only acceptance we want is a constitution is a constitution and acceptance from our own people. Like in America, the only acceptance I need is from my Nigerian American community and the Constitution of America accepting me as an American citizen. That's all I need. I don't need.
so all
I
you
don't
was
need
American.
another group. I don't need
You don't
Asian
want
American to accept me. I don't need white American to
Mike,
accept me.
you don't want to contribute to
I don't
the
need black Americans to accept me. I don't need acceptance from anybody.
hold on.
As long as I
Hold on,
accept myself.
Mike. Hold on. Let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
The whole thing is this: that would have been easy for us, right? Say we almost said, but we knew we had a responsibility in Black America, right, to change the world, right? You change the world. We had
Really?
to do it. You know, you guys come over here want the benefits of
How
America,
you
right?
success? How you doing on that with that?
Well, hold on,
But Kyle,
Brother
you
Harlem
have to
Renaissance.
understand Mike's position. He's from Nigeria.
I
So
don't know.
yeah, so
Kala, I don't relate to you. I don't know what the hell all this. I don't relate to you.
okay, see, that's what I say.
So
You're
what do I need
ignorant
your
about America,
acceptance?
right?
No,
You're
no, Kyle.
one who
He's
started.
from Nigeria. He doesn't relate to you.
Exactly. Thank you, Jonathan.
You know, so I'm saying is, hold up, look, America's not a free ride. You know, the
What do you
reason
mean?
why you're able to come here right now, even come here legally,
How do
is
you know the
because of
reason
the
why I came in?
work we did in America. You think the white man will just one day? This is what Mike thinks. The white man say, you know something, man, let's bring Nigeria. No, it was
The white man
laws.
gave me citizenship, Kala.
No, no, Kala. Yes,
Kala,
black
the
people
white man gave me
contributed to him
citizenship. What are you
coming
talking about?
here. But Mike did have to come here because he didn't come here for free.
I know that, but I'm saying, but Mike just thinks that, you know, when I said okay, and I said that's why we did what we had to do. Black America played a significant role in how the cultural dynamic and the racial dynamic of America played out.
That's true.
We benefited from us. Well, not everybody benefited. You know, all
I
these people
don't know.
that
I don't necessarily agree with that.
America used to be a white country. Nobody was coming here
The same
except
with
for.
every country in the world. The same with Russia and the European
Yeah,
countries
hold
and
on. But the
African
whole thing is,
countries.
you don't have millions of people of color.
Hey, Kala. To
Kala, the
be
world has
fair,
changed.
even Nigeria was a white country, and being born in Nigeria at the time period didn't automatically make you a Nigerian citizen. I don't know if people know that history about it.
What I'm trying to make is, like a Nigerian will go to South Africa and be like, "Oh yeah, what a great country!" But it was the apartheid, it was the black South Africans who basically fought to make that country a multiracial democracy. And you go there spitting on them, calling them lazy in South Africa. That's a problem people have.
Hey, but Kyle, if you was laying the groundwork for a new.
Kyle, I agree. I agree with you on
Wait a
that point,
second.
Kyle. I agree with
Wait a
you.
second. Wait a
Kala,
second.
who's spitting on you and calling you
Wait a
lazy?
second. Let me speak real quick. Kyle, if you was laying the groundwork for new, say there was an Ellis Island for new Africans coming to the country, what do you want them to do to ingratiate themselves or assimilate into the black culture? What do you think they can do to be more palatable to Native African Americans?
For me, Well, I will say like this: historically, Sidney Poitier, right? You know what Sidney Poitier did? He was in Florida, right? You know what Sidney Poitier said when he went there, and he was basically the way he was looked at among white people. He said, "In his country, he was a free person. He come from the Bahamas, right? Okay, do it." But he knew that. Wait a minute here. I have to go hang around people who look like me, and he took on the arguments and the personality of the people. That's why he was one of our top actors. He became one of us.
But Kala, to be fair, Sidney Poitier came during a time period where he really didn't have a choice. But now you see today when these niggas have a choice, that's not what they do.
Oh, I know that.
But Jonathan, what would be the 3 rules you would lay down for new immigrants to ingratiate themselves or assimilate?
You have power to lay rules.
We don't have the numbers or the money. We can't do that. So they come. That's what the problem. They come over here with the idea that I'm in America and whatnot, and so we're still saying, you know, something. America got problems, whatever like that. We haven't forgot about slavery. Blah blah blah. They're coming over here telling us like, yeah, the Nigerian running for office in Minnesota, Michigan. One time talking about if you let me governor, I'll
ending.
That's an individual, Kala. That's an individual.
Individuals represent the whole, man. Like say,
what do you mean individual represent the whole? He represents
bro. Individuals, like if an African American robs a bank, that falls on all of us. Like so you go to jail, right? Time out. If you watch a soldier story, let's listen. If you watch a soldier story, what Sergeant Walters said, one Negro could fuck it up for everybody.
But Mike don't believe that. Mike don't believe that. But there's a reason why Nigerians are called scammers, even though you might have never been scammed. I've never been scammed by a Nigerian.
That's the deal.
But they still got the title, and if I was doing business with Mike, I'd be scared to death.
Hold on. I understand the general point that people
Mike, what's the $5? What's up, Mike? Mike, what's the $5, nigga? You said it was gonna be here. I ain't seen it yet. Bro, I got it right here. Okay. Let me make sure it's a real $5.
One person can stand in a gap for many, man.
I guess every Black American that does.
Let me give
the raw truth. The raw truth.
Captain hit on his opinion about the topic. Go ahead.
You know the hypocrisy of you guys, man. You get mad when people stereotype you. Go ahead.
Mike, let me hear.
What's going on, Captain Hicks?
HIT. It's HIT. HITT. HIT. Hotel India
Hit.
Tango. Hit. That's right. Yeah.
The hitman. Hitman.
That's right. I am the hitman.
Oh, the hit. That's what you call it.
Yeah, I have that. I've had that name since I've been 17 years old when I got in the military. So how you guys doing today? I've heard everyone's comments.
What do you think about this topic, bro?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great topic. I mean, I think that in the end, a lot of the one of the things I always remember with immigrants is that, you know, they have the best of both worlds. They still have their own nation for themselves. They can come over here. They can make money. They can come over here and essentially they can get so many benefits, and yet they can take those benefits and then ship it back to their own nation if they want to. And if things collapse here, they also have an exit plan. And like us, if things collapse, there is no exit plan until we get things done. And so, I mean, I understand and I get it why people would want to leave their own home nations to come to America. But at the same time, it's like, look, your nations itself, you guys got to step up on your own. Because I know once we get our land, I don't intend to come back over here for anything. Because if we create ourselves, with the technology today, throughout all of these countries that are out there, there's no excuse for nations now not to be able to educate their children and also bring prosperity to their countries because the technology is there, 100%. And I would ask the people here, today, if we fast forward 10 years, especially I'm talking to the African Americans, if we fast forward 10 years, what kind of stories do we want to tell our families about how we are living? And I ask some of you guys, sound off. 10 years from now, what do you want your kids to tell? What stories do you want your children, even yourself, to tell about how you are living as an African American in particular?
Slavery, Jim Crow, same old story.
So you're going to say, so in 10 years' time, you're going to say,
Dave, he's a
if that's the same story that's been all along for the past, what makes you think it would change in 10 years' time? It's the same story. Kala will be alive in 10 years. He's still gonna be talking the same thing.
I
Slavery,
never
Jim
talked
Crow.
about slavery. What are you talking about?
Come on, man. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Slavery, Jim
I,
Crow, white man.
I would like to see black businesses increase from 3% to probably around 25%. I would like to see our neighborhood corner stores, Dunkin' Donuts, McDonald's, everything we use from day to day to be owned by African Americans in the next 10 years.
I like that. I definitely like that. Who
I like
else?
to see a black African
That's
infrastructure.
a good one.
I like to
1776.
see a black African infrastructure.
That's what you should be talking about now. You don't have to wait to 10 years before you start talking about that. Because right now, what you guys are talking about is the immigrant, the debtors, the FBA, slavery, Jim Crow.
On the continent and here, whatever like that. Where if I like to see with our own global banks. I mean, I like to see this. Is what I like to see. I like to see us have the mechanism. I said this all the time, right? I wanted somebody in a year. As I said, after a year, man, I still haven't found a person. Someone that could basically take a project of starting a makeshift stock exchange, Just do like, I know we could start off as an app, right? But then somebody that could actually build a plan. I had a guy that I was cool with back in the days before me and Holmes split up. This guy, Thomas. I think you remember him, Thomas Nelson, hit, He was the one to do, remember him? Well, him and I fell out because of the hole up and all that shit, right? Anyway, he was designing a trading platform. He was good. I was saying to myself, yeah. I said, we buy a trade. Imagine we had a trading platform that had interest in all over the world, global and everything like that. What if companies that want to invest in Africa, when I could list on our exchange and stuff like that? For example, Angola just discovered 2 trillion cubic feet of oil. I
would also like to see us master the same way we master sports and entertainment. I would like to see us master business and STEM in the same way, so I think
banking, real estate, finance, globally, infrastructure. We got the manpower. We just don't have organization. We don't have.
I think one of the steps that, and we talk about this all the time, Colin. One of the things that we have got to start to talk or to get our population around is that internally we need to get away. We have to stop this jealousy, envy, hatred for one another. You've got people like we've got to get away from, okay, I have Gucci, you wearing Fucci, I got money, you broke, and all that. That doesn't mean anything. If we can adopt the mindset and like the Chinese and the Japanese, their mindset of their citizens is, I am doing the best I can for the greater good of the nation itself. We have become the reverse. I want to do the greater good for myself, and everybody's there to do the greater good just for me. And so we got to get away from this individualism and we want to change the mentality is, what I wish for myself, I wish for everyone else. And if we can fight that, because the media doesn't want us to do that. I mean, we all know their greatest fear is if an African American nation gets built and we are operating like a Japanese, Chinese, we're like Japan, China, Dubai, we're operating like that, where we got our shit together 1,000%. That's their biggest fear. Because right now, where we are in this country, we have a nation, and that nation is called the prison. And there's almost 1 million brothers in the prison, and that's a $45 billion industry every single year. And if we are able to then prevent that, if we can start helping our own people and get into that mode of, okay, listen, it is time for us to love one another truly wish the best for one another and get off this, I got to beat you up and all that kind of nonsense, because that's not happening in China and Japan. In Japan, if you drop your wallet, you're going to get your wallet back. In Dubai, I was there 2 months ago. You leave your phone's going to be right where it was. And if we can get that mentality, imagine what that would mean to the world. And and I know everybody doesn't want that to happen. Why don't people want that to happen? Why don't they want us to come together? Tell me. I'm listening to your comments.
Who's the people that don't want you to come together?
Like you, people like you.
Yeah,
you don't.
I'm not. Wait. I'm not African American. I'm not in your community.
No, that's right. Exactly.
I'm not the one stopping you from coming together.
Oh no, you will make you are one of them that will hate on us, because if you didn't hate on us, you would be opening your arms for us to come back to go to Nigeria itself.
Here's the deal. My age doesn't hold on. My age doesn't stop you from doing anything. Whether I hate you or not,
No,
it doesn't stop you from doing anything. Because I really don't have
no,
power to stop you
it,
from
no,
anything.
it doesn't. But once
So
again, imagine if you did support us. Imagine if you did.
supporting.
Imagine
Well,
if
if
you
you
support.
are you
Even
asking for
if you
my
did, it
support?
wouldn't make
No,
a
here's the deal.
difference.
The question is,
I
are
know.
you asking for my support or you ask? Well, first of all,
Imagine
the
if
only thing.
Africa,
Hold on, hold on. The only
Nigeria.
thing I
Imagine
get.
if Africa took the billions of dollars that you guys got so much oil, and imagine
Mhm.
if you guys said, "Hey, listen, let's do something for you," but you won't because
Here's the deal.
your leadership in Nigeria is only thinking about themselves and not thinking about you.
Okay, here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you okay, the only thing I get from Black Americans is insults and childish words like you're here, you're not doing, you don't want to assimilate, be like me, you think you this, that's all I get from you. So if what I'm getting from you is you asking me for support or something like that, then you have a valid point. Then you can make an argument that my response was F you or something. But no, that I don't get that. What I get is to hell with you. You're tether, you're stupid, you're African coon, you're African. That's all we get from you guys. So don't blame us. Don't say, we don't give you support. You don't ask for support. The only thing you ask is drama. The only thing Black American asks from the Africans is drama. Whereas when the Chinese man that we don't even give a shit about, he comes to us, what he's asking is business. Hey, I want to do business. I want Hoy. I want this. Everybody else is asking us for business. Well, you guys, the only thing you ask is the only thing you literally ask is for us to kiss your feet, and everything else you just attack us, and then you complain about us. You complain about the way we do everything, as if the way you're doing things is perfect. And I mean, if you complain about the way I'm moving, the way I'm looking, the way are you doing? Are you like literally? If you're advising me, if you want to advise me on how to move around in America, you gotta at least be moving where I'm seeing you moving in a very you're successful, you're doing great. I mean, I'm not saying some people are not doing great. Let's say you're a community that's really in charge, you have so much power, you're controlling things in America, and then you come talk to me and how you want me to move in America, I'll listen to you. But you can
I
have
mean, look, we have
a community. Hold on, what color? What Black Americans do
we
is
have congressmen, we have we have senators, we have
I
congressmen.
Yeah, individual accomplishment. But
hold on.
you telling me
I
you telling me
100% agree with what Mike is saying.
the thing, Jonathan, you get what I'm saying? Like literally, we come here, right? We look at your community and okay, we don't see. I can't go to Black community and say I want to go get employment or I want to go get opportunity. I can't do that. But then I come here and then I'm like, dude, I got to figure out my way. And then the same Black American will not come to me and be telling me how he wants me to move. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And then you beefing with me that I come here, I'm not moving the way you want me to move. Because that's what kind of talk. You say, we come here, we're supposed to move like this. Dude, for you to tell me how to, if your white person even come to tell me how to move, I can understand. Because I know that this guy here, most of the time, I go to him for employment or for something. So he got the
We know
mouth
a
to even
guy.
say something.
We know a guy.
But you have people that
Colin
can't, they don't offer, you don't offer.
Brother here, we have to acknowledge what Mike is saying. We can't expect Black immigrants to come into America. We're not even really in a position to help them at all.
I mean,
and then they
you
want to
ain't
tell us what to
hiring
do,
them.
how to do.
You're not hiring them. You can't put them in a house. You can't help them get a loan. You can't help them get this whole shit started because we can't even do that for ourselves at the current moment. We're not organized enough.
And be
So the
doing what they're
idea
supposed
that
to
he
do.
should come over here and literally bow to us, I mean, that's crazy work.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that from the side of Nigeria, like we know a guy who went to Nigeria, an African American who went over there, and he tried his best to get a train system.
Man, don't be talking about Johnny Cash.
Wait, brother, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
As someone who's been in Nigeria, it's hard for the natives to get some shit done. If anyone thinks you're going to go to Nigeria and get anything done working with a government who goes against another opposition in the government, who goes against another person in the government because they're from a different ethnic group, who goes against another person in the government, even though they're the same ethnic group, but they're from different parts of the day, you ain't getting a damn thing done in that country.
But
it ain't happening.
But they claim to be the best in the world. They claim.
Yeah. They claim that. I mean, shit.
To be the best
People could claim a lot of things. Another thing I want to dispel, right, is that when people say that, you Nigerians, you got a home to go back to, unless you lived in that motherfucker, I would never suggest, Mike. I would never suggest you go back to Nigeria in real life. I may claim you can't go back. Don't you ever go back there.
No one should want to
Definitely.
live
What are you
there.
talking about? If you have no, what I
don't
can agree
move.
with
Don't
you,
move
hold on,
back
this is why we
there.
agree with you, Jonathan. If you're broke, don't go to Nigeria.
Yeah,
If
if
you
you're
got your
broke, for
if you
sure.
got
If
your
you're
shit
broke,
up,
yeah,
exactly. If you got your
yeah.
money, you got your seat, that's one
But
of the most fun
but
places
Mike,
to
let's
live,
be
bro.
honest. A lot of times, Nigerians with money go back to Nigeria and they get what? The same way that the dude P&B Rock guy did in LA, they do the same thing in Nigeria. They'll
No,
get
no,
your ass.
anywhere in the world that can happen to you. What a lot of Nigerians do, Jonathan,
Yeah.
you've been there, so you can relate to this. A lot of them, they go and build a mansion in the middle of poor people, and then when they get
Yeah.
when
Bro,
they
they
get
do.
robbed,
And they,
some of,
Mike, why they think them damn barbed wire is gonna do something? Motherfuckers gonna
exactly.
figure out
So,
a way to get over that barbed
that's what
wire.
a lot of them do. I don't know what they still do. They still have the whole mentality because back in the 80s, in the 70s, olden days, literally we don't have the same level of like criminality that we have today. Literally, like you have to see people with guns. Although the Biafran war kind of allow introduce guns to the country like that, but back in the days, like we didn't have all those things, and they have a indigenous way of kind of tackling crime and things like that. But many Nigerians still have that whole mentality of let me go build a house in my village or in my you understand what I'm saying? So they go build a
Stupid
mansion
people.
exactly in the middle of poor people. So you're a wealthy guy with this big mansion in the mix. It's kind of like in America. You go to a very poor neighborhood and you build a mansion. You bring all these luxury things. They're gonna rob you, man. You know. So that's what happens to a lot of them. But smart people that get it, we go to live around the rich. The same people in your
Yeah, you
class. You
go
know.
there.
Exactly.
But
So
but but to go further with this idea that Nigeria. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, you pay a bribe for every fucking thing. Okay, and even they shit is so bad. I mean, it's difficult to get a voter's card. You got to damn near know somebody right now to get a passport. In Nigeria, they have you go through all of the. You may live in another state, and the motherfucker would tell you go back to the state that you're originally from. You may never been in that motherfucker before, but you got to go back there and go get your local government documents or your local what's that shit called?
birth
Local place
certificate.
of origin or some shit
Oh
like that.
yeah,
Some
state of
not even a
origin.
birth certificate, the local origin. You're going to go there, pay bribes to them people. You don't know none of them. You don't even know anybody in this area, but you have to go there just to do some basic shit. To do basic shit, they put you through hell. So no,
Yeah,
I
yeah, I
don't
can agree with
encourage
you on
it.
that. We got
I'm
a lot of
sorry.
problems in that place, man.
I'm talking about my wife tried to open up a bank account and she had to go through all kinds of bullshit just to only end up at the bank and they be like, oh, we're not accepting national IDs. You got to have a voter's card. And then they try to get a voter's card. You got to go through the court. You got to do all kinds of dumb shit just to do basic shit. This is not some shit anybody should want to live in
Yeah,
2025.
honestly, I would advise people to go to Ghana or maybe uh, someone. But Nigeria, we got a lot of issues, man.
A lot of problems. I mean,
A
it's
lot of
bad.
problems. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think Jonathan, they got to. The thing is, um, people keep suggesting, hey, just make up your mind, go back to your original system. Because initially, when the country was created, when the kingdoms came together, we agreed to have a confederation where we have a regional system, which is what we had in the beginning. And because Nigeria's like an empires within empires, so and they all have different, just like you said, you go to one, they'll tell you go to your state of origin because if you somebody from Igbo land, you go to the north. You're not from there. You're like a someone from another country. So you go from one part of
Yeah.
Nigeria to another. You're not seen as a member of that place. Because you're cultural.
Well,
You're from a different empire, and we still kind of
I'd
maintain
like
it
to
like
say
that.
this: 10 years, yeah, 10 years from
We
now.
haven't really come. Nigeria hasn't become a nation yet. It's just a country. It's just a mere
Yeah.
geographical expression. So
And it ain't going to become a nation anytime soon.
yeah, and then we have the agitation. The people haven't made up their mind whether they want to be one country yet. So that issue, all those things, is still something that got to be worked out, man. Because
Well,
some people
10
still
years
believe
from
that.
now,
Some people
He
will
was
tell you in
10 years
5 years Nigeria will split.
hold on,
ten,
But
bro.
go ahead.
Say something.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Mike, you been to Lucky, right?
yeah,
Bro,
Yeah.
the water is just so ugly and bad, bro. I
Oh,
mean, my God, what the fuck? And it's supposed to be the richest
that
part
water
of
used to be
Nigeria.
extremely good, man. I don't know what happened, dude. I don't know what happened to. Hey,
African maintenance,
Bro,
man.
I know I got a black American friend. She paid like $12,000 to stay in the apartment for a year. Nice apartment. Water brown than a motherfucker. I'm like, sis, what you doing? No, baby. It just ain't it. It just ain't it. So
Nigeria
when
has too
y'all be
many
like,
people, man.
yeah, they got a country to go back to, man. You better go see these countries first. Hell no.
Yeah,
But
Nigeria
that
is
even
not
with money,
for.
don't go back.
Yeah, well, any black American that wants to go to Africa, I won't tell you to come to Nigeria, dude. Just we're too many people. First of all, 200 million. We just too many. Nigeria is a place where you go learn something. It's not a place you want to go live. You will learn a lot in Nigeria. That's one thing I can tell you for sure. You learn a lot of shit. Like literally, you will learn things you will not learn anywhere else. But to say you want to make it a home where you want to, it's best to go to Ghana or all these other places, man. You know. So that's just my opinion.
And I've been to Ghana. Ghana ain't shit.
Well, I had it.
It just Ghana ain't shit. It's just another
But
version of
Nigeria is
Nigeria
not
with
well
less
known for its
No,
with
finest.
less tribes. Ghana ain't shit. Just Nigeria with less
Jonathan,
tribes.
what country in Africa is good?
For me,
Angola.
I would have to say Kenya,
Yeah, probably the
Rwanda.
East African
That's
countries.
about it.
Okay.
They're less populated.
Hey, listen, I'm tired of this shit. I went to Ethiopia, bro. I'm tired of seeing the fucking development in those East African countries, and then go to West Africa and just be like, what the fuck? It's like traveling back in time. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, what you call it?
Yeah,
West Africa. That's where we're from, though. It's like I said, man.
I don't know
we're
about
very
that, Kyle.
chaotic people, man.
I think I got an Ethiopian forehead now. I'm claiming
Hey,
that.
Jonathan, do you think it's the Jonathan? Do you notice?
I'm sick of that shit.
Carla, let me ask Jonathan something real
Dynasty,
quick. Jonathan, do you notice a difference? Jonathan, can I ask you real
On
quick?
Dynasty last show, whatnot,
Jonathan,
Milan that got to be in your comments. I'm officially banned too now. He told me I'm officially banned too. So I claim the southern part of Africa, the central and southern part of Africa now.
Who said? And whose comments?
What's his name? Milan, like the Angolan guy. I think he's South African Angolan or something like that.
I don't know who he is.
hey,
He be in
Nothing
your
bothers me more, right? They recently worked on the Lagos airport, and
oh
when you
yeah,
get
they
there,
have
you
their
be
new
like,
terminal.
oh, it's so nice, right? You fly to Ethiopia, and you like, what the fuck? Am I in Europe?
Hey, Jonathan,
Bro,
do you
it's
think,
like a world
Jonathan, do you
difference,
notice
bro. I'm
like
sick of
different?
that shit.
Jonathan, going to East Africa and going to West Africa, do you notice a difference in their nature of aggression?
Oh yeah. The East Africans
West
ain't that
Africans tend to be
aggressive. The
very
West
aggressive
Africans
people.
act like they want to eat you or some shit like that. They just
Yeah,
angry all day.
I,
And
I
I
noticed I
understand
see
why
that a
they're
lot.
angry shit. My God.
That's the same. I see that a lot in the
So
Caribbean countries.
Elvis, I know why your tribe eat people. They mad all the time. Shit, why not?
No, I
Why not eat
noticed
some damn kids?
there's something about the West African, and I see that in the Jamaicans and the Black Americans too. The level of aggressiveness.
Yeah,
That's
I mean
how you know. That's how you know we be from there. Hey,
right.
aggressive, selfish, conceited,
I heard a lot Nigerians are loud too.
and
So
very gifted though. Very gifted. Okay.
yeah.
West Africans,
Yeah,
they're
they
very
use their
gifted.
talent for the wrong reason, for the wrong shit, man.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm officially gonna tether myself to my Angolan DNA now.
Yeah, of
Look at
course.
that.
Everybody Angola got it going on, so everybody's gonna be Angolan. If you watch, everybody's gonna be I'm Angola. My
When you gonna move to Angola? Are you gonna give us another excuse why I can go to Angola now?
Look, Angola just 2 cubic feet of oil. Because the country is rich and whatnot, it has a low population. It ain't like Nigeria with 50 billion people. It only has 30 million people, and the country 4 times the size of Nigeria. You know, so it's
Okay, so now that you found you found what you're looking for in Africa, when are you going, Kala?
well, I don't know. I guess soon as I can make the same amount of money I
He's gonna
make
give us
here
another
in
excuse.
Africa, I'm out. But the bottom line, I didn't ask Africa to be poor, man, undeveloped, man. That was
Well,
your
you just
fault.
say Angola. Now you find Angola. Can you go now?
Oh yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to make my way there, bro. Give me 3
Oh,
years.
how long? When is this gonna
If only
happen?
they spoke English. If only they spoke English.
Well, even though there's a large numbers of people, communities that do speak English. English. Look, if you
Oh,
have a
okay.
degree, and English is the number one demand thing right now. If you could teach English here, you're gonna make a fortune because that's the number one thing they want. They want to switch to English speaking because they want to be close to the diaspora in the West. You know, so they want to learn English.
I will say that my favorite Africans are Nigerians though, but
Nah.
Yeah, they're the funner ones. They're the fun Africans.
Yeah, they the fun Africans. I
They're the
like
fun
that.
Africans.
They very expressive. I like them.
You can keep them. You know, you can have
Okay.
more.
Oh man.
Rwanda is a fucking city. I mean, even before they started developing the 70s,
Kala,
it
do
was
you
hot,
know
man.
my number one problem with Black Americans? I say a lot of shit I hate about Nigerians and you guys, man. I'm like, dude, why are these people so much like goddamn? They
Bro, it's the DNA,
aggressiveness
bro.
and
It's
oh
the
my
DNA,
god,
man.
man!
That's why.
It's the
I mean,
DNA.
what did
Like
Nat
that
Music
shit
used to
I hate
say?
about
That Nigerian
this is
DNA is
what I
deadly.
see in you guys, man. That shit annoys the hell out of me. But
What Nat
Nigerians are
Music
the
used to
people
say?
they will start trouble. They will play victim. Black Americans do exactly that shit, man. They will start in
What did
trouble
Nat
and they will play the victim.
Nat Music used to say that the original Pookie and Ray Ray was from Nigeria. I remember he
Exactly,
used to
man.
say that.
I vouch for that. I vouch for that. Nigeria is a bigger version of Black America. In poor version, that's all.
Jamaicans too, man. Jamaicans and
Oh yeah, they fucked up too. Haitians
Yeah,
too.
it's just that Nigerian
nah,
DNA, man.
Asians are common. The Asians and the other Caribbeans are common. The Jamaicans and the Black
Nah,
Americans.
Haitians ain't calm. They eat
I
everything,
don't know,
including
Mike.
people and dogs.
The Caribbean turned up right now. All that violence. I don't know what's going on.
Nah,
Trinidad.
I've been around Asians. Asians, the only thing I can say Asians got similar to Nigerians are they're corny. Asians and
Hey,
Asians.
Carla, I got a question for you, Carla.
What?
What is your definition of rich? The word rich.
I believe in wealth. You know, people. I don't know what rich is, but wealth
Carl,
is
they just
something.
asked you for the definition.
What?
What's your
What do you mean?
definition of rich?
I don't know. Rich is relative. You know, I believe in wealth and
Okay,
generation.
wealth is one thing, Carla. Rich is
Hold
another
up.
thing.
I know for a fact most wealth is inherited in America. It's passed down. You know, and so people.
That's not what I'm talking about. Let me
What's
just
your
make the point.
definition of
I asked a
rich?
question.
Yeah.
What's your
Yeah, I asked a
definition of rich,
question that was
Carla?
almost rhetorical, right? Here's what point that I'm trying to make to you, right? When you compare Angola with Nigeria, being rich means that you have abundance. Means you have more than you
Very
need.
abundant. It's very abundant.
That's the point that I'm trying to make. So you can't compare a country who has more than they need. They have a lot of oil and a low population. Nigeria have a lot of people,
And a lot
and
of
they
trees.
have
And they
and
got
they
a lot
have
of
a lot of oil, but it commensurate with their population. So they don't have an abundance
hold on. Oh, you
in
see,
riches than what
yeah,
their population is.
Elvis, do you know
Angola is
that?
sending
Do you know
millions
that
of people on this
Nigeria,
line
like
for the
Nigeria, have
trade. You
lifted
know,
at least about 90 million people out of poverty, but they still have about over 100 million still.
That's the
So
point that I'm making. That's
exactly.
the
So
whole
if
point that
Nigeria
I'm
was 30
making.
million people, if we only 30
Right.
million
Then
people,
they will be rich. That's the point. That's what people don't understand. That's why you gotta break it down to them. Yeah, they
like
have a lot of oil, but they
the
have a lot of
education
people.
budget, so many people,
Right.
man, too many.
Look at the
That's the
Nigerian
problem.
national budget, how they break it down. How many billions of dollars goes to these different states? If they
Like when
only
I
had
look at
30 million
population of
people.
Sierra Leone, about 3 million.
I think yo,
No,
even
so I think it's like 8 million or
8
something.
million, exactly. That's the population of Lagos is like 24 million. So that's
Yeah.
Lagos is
So
like
when
population of
somebody
the whole
says they're
Ghana.
rich,
Ghana is like 24 million people.
relative to the other people around them, they have an abundance, in resources. That's what being rich is. You have an abundance in resources relative to the people around you.
Now,
Because riches can sometimes be relative, right? A man living in a village, if he has 200 cows and everybody else have one, he's a rich man.
Sure, Elvis.
the rich man is the one with the most good deeds. That's
Okay.
a rich man.
Is that from the Quran?
It is from Islam.
Okay, there you go.
Assalamu alaikum, my brother.
Wa alaikum salam.
Christ is king. Christ is king. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, and Christ.
Say that shit one more time, Steve, for the people in the back.
I said Christ is king.
Let's not do that.
Shout out to the Black Church.
Oh Lord.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Christ, he bowed down to Allah himself.
Not true.
No, David, let's not get into religion. Let's not get into religion.
Yeah,
David here. Now, you said what I would like to see 10 years from now, right? One thing I really want Black Americans to stop doing is stop blaming other people for our problems. Black immigrants are not the reason why we are where we are. Neither are Hispanics or anybody else. We are.
I didn't ask.
You open up the floodgates, and then complain that you open up the floodgates.
David here.
It doesn't really make too much sense.
We didn't talk about this, but Essence Magazine, was bought by Richard Dennis, the librarian. But and I know, Ebony and Essence hasn't been relevant in a generation, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, they've been talking nonsense for that. So we lost. Wait, look. Bottom line, you can play all you want, but as soon as you basically start selling out, black people don't say nothing. They just like, okay, I think I'm canceling my subscription. Oh, okay, I'm not buying that, wherever like that, and they'll walk right away from you. They don't say nothing. They just get that silent boycott. Ebony Magazine, Essence Magazine has been relevant black, and then when it fails, Time Magazine bought it. Then Rachel Dennis bought it. Now the Africans have it. And they're African now.
The Liberian have it, not Africans. Liberian.
No, it's Africans, Mike. So you guys got
Bro,
it.
I have nothing to do with it. Nigerians are not
It's
doing
an
that.
African victory.
Ghana,
It's an African victory over.
Mike, it's you.
If a Liberian commit crime against you, please don't come and fight me, Kyle.
You guys are Africans, man.
Another thing, even with the Liberian guy buying the company, he didn't buy it. His company bought it. He's not the sole owner of the company.
Yeah,
I wish Black Americans can start.
There are other Black Americans that still own Essence Magazine, technically.
You focus on the individual country or people. Don't have problem with the Senegalese.
We never said we got beef with it. What are you
No.
about?
What I'm saying is,
Mike,
even I see it online a lot. Like maybe you have a problem with a guy from Gambia. If you're going to engage the individual,
we never said we had a problem.
No, I'm not. I didn't say you. I'm just saying. Okay. Let me put it this way.
Hey, Kyle, read Baruti's last comment.
Man, stop reading that weirdo's comments.
I think one thing you guys got to learn is understand that the continent is not one group of people, and they don't see themselves as one group of people. So when you have issue with individual from one particular place, why don't you focus on that place?
Yeah, but before I get to Southern Africa, I got to get a base in West Africa. That's why we're going to Ghana and Liberia, so we can establish a base, so we can make the eventual move to Southern Africa. We can't make no move to Southern Africa from the United States; it's just too far. But we gotta have a base in Liberia that'll give us a pipeline to our eventual goal of going to Angola with a real.
Hey, Kyle, Percy B asked a question. Who is your favorite Africans? Is it Moroccans?
No, my favorite Africans are Liberians.
Oh, okay.
I mean, anybody knew that.
Hey, what's up, Colin? What's up, gentlemen? But I'll say this is
You
that.
Say what, Adama? What exactly are you gonna say? Come on, Adama.
No, I'll say this is that. Yes, some people, such as like for instance, Dynas, like I don't understand why he tries to
taking
get.
crack at Dynas lately, man. Come on, Adama.
No, I'll say this. I don't understand why he's trying to tell Black Americans to go to Nigeria when Nigeria doesn't.
We
really
want to
need
accept
Black
any
Americans.
Dynas slander on this
The
platform.
countries that need Black Americans are Liberia, Ghana, and Angola. Like that's where Black Americans can make the biggest impact. Nigeria is really. I mean, you got people over there talking about they want to build, trying to like Dynas got all these women to move over there trying to talk about building businesses there. Their businesses would be stronger if they were like in Liberia. Because
you're out of your mind. You know nothing when you're talking about. Nigeria has the largest market in Africa.
See, here's
you don't know what you're talking about.
In Liberia, they would have a stronger distribution because.
What the hell are you talking about, bro? You're talking to a Liberian. You don't even know what you're talking about, man.
Elvis don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you're right.
And what I'll say is this.
Okay, Colin.
if you look at because the problems that they have.
Well, I want to hear what they're saying, man.
Here's what I'll say. The problem that I've seen them have with their businesses is that they complain that it's too expensive. They got to import everything from China and India just to have their businesses. And in Liberia, they got a whole rubber industry that can support their businesses. So you would think they would go to Liberia.
Wait, hold on a second.
Do that.
Wait a second. What the hell is the rubber industry going to do for the businesses that they're
Because
talking about
every
opening?
We
business
don't have a rubber
do,
industry, fool. We don't. We export rubber.
every business that these women do is hair care, beauty salons. All that is dependent on rubber for the packaging and stuff of the products and stuff. And they won't.
Palm oil.
They won't deal with Liberia. They're trying to build a business in Naira in Nigeria, but they don't have no distribution.
Nigeria has the largest market.
Wow.
They are way more sophisticated
It don't
economically
matter
than
what the
Liberia.
market is. If you don't have no distribution, you're not gonna make any
What are
money.
you talking about? Do you understand? Do you
They
think
don't
what do
have
you
no
think the distribution is in Liberia relative to that of Nigeria?
Nigeria has too much distribution.
No, they
There's
don't.
nothing
Nigeria
there's
has
nothing,
to import everything from
there's
China and
nothing.
India.
What the fuck you think they do in Liberia?
Even the packaging of
They
the
manufacture
products,
everything
right?
in
All
Liberia.
that
What the hell do you think they do in
Maybe he's been
Liberia?
listening to Carlos too much, and he really think we have manufacturing in Liberia like that. Carlos, did you tell us that? Did you tell him that?
Carlos misled a lot of people, man.
Carl, you got this man thinking that this is the times of Tober. It ain't, bro.
Carlos sold Liberia to everybody.
I mean, Dama, man, do more research, man. Nigeria is 100 times better than Liberia in many ways.
The point I'm trying to make is that he got these women over there in Nigeria. Dynas, he got these women over there in Nigeria. Not a single one of them has become rich yet, and they've been over there for years. Dynas been promoting Nigeria since 2015, so it's been over 10 years. And not a single black
wait a minute.
Consistently for 10 years. Don't try to disparage Dynas, man. Don't do that.
Gotten rich yet? So evidently something is wrong.
Hold on, I thought.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold on, Elvis. Hold on, brother. Are you rich in America?
This is not about me. It's about these women.
Brother, you've been in America all your life. You're not rich.
Distribution, bro. You ain't get rich yet.
I haven't seen any of them get rich in Nigeria yet.
Do you guys know the
You're
GDP?
idiot, man.
Not one.
Brother, his trying to talk. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, the GDP of Liberia is $772. They're not doing well at all.
That's not the GDP. That's the GDP per capita.
Because here's the thing: GDP. The only metric that GDP allows you to measure.
You know what GDP per capita measures?
How much room?
Do you know what GDP per capita measures, my friend?
That's all.
It's the purchasing power of the people there.
That just means that Liberia has a lot of room to grow. That it's not a measure of actual wealth.
They have been a country that has been free. They have been a country that's been free for many years.
No, Dave, this is why I disagree with you. Liberia as a modern state was only really 35 years. That was 1945 to 1980. That was it.
Yeah,
At that time, they were fighting off colonialism, sanctions, some of everything from the British, the French, everything. Only for 35 years that you could say. In those 35 years, they went from a backward country to a modern state by 1980. You know, that was 35 years. That was it. You know, that's the truth.
Kyla, drop the link for 1776.
They developed and started. So Firestone came there, and then the United States came there and built the port in 1943. You know, the Freeport. That's when that modern Liberia began.
And there you go, man, Colin. Now you're speaking my language, Colin. You said something that's so rich.
And in the same, hold on. And
that port was a catalyst for a lot of economic growth in the country.
So America had like 400 years of development. Liberia only really had 35 years. That's it.
Well, okay. And the same time, Singapore did the same thing.
Yeah, but hold on. But Singapore basically is also tethered to Western banks and stuff like that.
The Chinese.
Look at what Singapore is, right?
Singapore became independent. Singapore was a backwater.
Singapore had help.
Singapore was a backwater place.
They had Western companies that had corporate.
The British were gone. The British lost in World War II.
But Singapore was handling logistics for Southeast Asia for Western companies from Hong Kong,
their
Philippines, everything like that. Liberia never had that proximity.
Those ports were nothing. The GDP of Singapore is $86,000.
But Mr. Hitt, Singapore still had those British connections. The Liberians didn't have none of those connections. They had to try to make everything on their own. The only connection they had was to America. America was not interested in making Liberia a rich country.
Only connected with Black America. That was it.
That's the excuse?
Yeah, that's it.
That was everything on their own.
Hey, yo, that's
Whoa. Haiti is an example where you don't have no damn connection
with Africa. You know.
Well, I'll say this, and I'll say this: the way that you can build Liberia up fast is by heavily investing in the rubber industry there, because if you look at all the industries that are up and coming in West Africa, such as the airline industry, if we go there and we make tires for semi trucks and like airplane tires and stuff, and Nigerians, and when we make high quality stuff, and Nigerians would be happy to buy those tires.
Bro, you're slow, bro. You don't even understand how the world works.
And stuff because
rubber is
that's,
hold on. Let me say this, right?
That's their biggest
rubber is
industry.
all world resource.
It's a massive airline in Nigeria.
Kala, you gotta let me speak, Kala.
Hey, Dave. Tires and whatnot, Liberia be rich overnight, but
Kala, you gotta let me speak.
David,
Rubber,
I don't know.
iron ore.
Hello.
Hold on, Kala, let me speak, man. Rubber and iron ore. 1 second, bro. Let me finish first. Rubber and iron ore, our two most abundant resources. Those are old war resources, meaning that they were important doing. Hold on, Kyle, let me finish. Let me finish, man. Damn, those things were important back in the days when you had World War II. You need a lot of tires. Now, the most rubber producing country in the entire globe is Brazil. A lot of these rubber companies go down to Brazil to buy their rubber. One thing that most people don't know is that Firestone is not even owned by the Firestone company anymore. It's owned by a Japanese company now. It's only a subsidiary of that company. It's not owned by them.
Hey, none of that.
So when you talk about building a rubber thing,
none of that has anything to do with what we're trying to do. We're trying to get a real.
The point here is we don't have enough rubber that you think is built on industrial scale. We don't have it.
Trying to do what my vision is a real rubber factory in Liberia that produces rubber for personal cars, for semi trucks, and for landing gear tires.
You gotta tell me a country that got rich off of rubber.
I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking.
Tell me any country that got rich off of rubber.
That doesn't mean that it's your time to talk. And see, the thing is that my vision is a rubber company in Liberia, and then we're gonna go and lease. Hold on, we're gonna lease 747 cargo planes to fly that rubber and export it to the United States, to Mexico, to wherever else in the world we can.
All right, let me
get into the market. And the thing is Elvis, he's just not business minded at all. Like, I see Elvis while Liberia.
Let me interject real quick, man.
You're not business minded.
You're stupid because you haven't even done the preliminary research to understand the country economic prospects.
That's why you have to
So
come
you can't
to
talk to me
America,
about business.
Shut up, man. You couldn't do it in Liberia.
Okay, Dama, hold up. 1776 in Kwame, in that order. Go ahead.
Hey, we gotta have decency and order, man. Say what you're gonna say. Stop rambling. But this is what I want to say. 3 things. First, Liberia needs a Puritan work ethic, right? 2, they need to wait. A Puritan work ethic, right? 2, they need to start the lumber industry. 3, Liberian rubber is better than Brazilian rubber. Everyone knows that. And 4, they need to open that Navy base.
No, boy. Open a Navy base.
Here we go.
Okay, hold up. Let me tell you why they're not going to open a Navy base. For one is this. When you compare other bases around the world, Japan is a highly industrialized, advanced country. Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, Hitachi, these are the major employers in the country. There's a huge private sector, industrial private sector, right? The U.S. base is just another little anomaly there. Whatever, it's insignificant. When you put a base inside of a country, that base becomes a de facto government. And they saw that, Liberia saw that when Firestone at its height got so powerful, it was more powerful than the government.
But Kyle, not to cut you off, David.
Hold on, yo, look, check this out. This is what happened. You don't understand Liberia. This is what happened. Right now, you got the protests happen tomorrow. If Liberians go like this, if they disagree with the government, right? What they do is put pressure on their investors, the people who pay the government, stuff like that, overseas, everything like that. And then what happens is whoever it is, was the Firestone or the Navy base, becomes the de facto government that you got to defer to. That's why they're never going to put a base there. That's not how it is. So anything else and whatnot, you think so? And also, whatever investment has to get there. The Bong mine was the largest investment in Black Africa, and that was partly owned by Liberians. They had stock in there, you know. A lot of Liberians have stock in the Bong
Well,
mine.
look, I'll say this.
Time out. Is
I'll
David Hicks
say this.
still there?
Let me address 1776.
Hey,
I don't
wait, time out.
see.
Hold up, Ndama. David Hitt, what do you think about the infusion of a naval base in
And also,
Liberia?
before David Hitt says this, right? Let me tell you something about the United States, 1776. Wherever the United States, America never loses. If they basically invested a country $1 billion in a base, you can rest assured they're taking $100 billion out. Now, tell me if they put a base in there, you say they're going to infuse $15 billion, they're going to take in $10 trillion, whatever.
We understand that, but sometimes say you need a.
Hold on. What does Liberia have, right? Liberia basically be enslaved to the United States because the United States always takes more than it gives.
Nah, I don't like using words like enslaved, right? But look, wait. It's just like you need a car, right? You might have to pay.
I need a car, but the Liberia does not need to pay. Also,
you just cut me off. I said,
but Carla, what's the other option for Liberia if they don't do it?
Put a base there. You know something? Liberia will be a target for Hezbollah and terrorists.
No, they won't.
The Lebanese might be out of there.
Like
right?
I don't see. Well, hold on, Carla. Let me piggyback off.
Do Liberia got a significant Muslim population?
Let me respond to Carla real quick. Let me respond to Carla.
I don't see how a Navy base is useful in Liberia when
it brings
Liberia is not located by any. Wait, hold on. Liberia is not located next to any major U.S. enemies.
Hey, let me give you an example.
Japan is located next to China.
I got 5 niggas talking at one time.
So I don't see the point of a Navy base.
I gotta say this. Look, if first of all, that's foolish to think $15 billion. That's only if a highly industrialized country or developed country like Singapore, maybe, or Japan, right? Where the trade between Japan and China is like $400 billion a year, right? Yeah, of course, you might have that level of thing like that. But Liberia has no freaking basically outside trade. What the hell are they going to do to pay for that? They're going to justify, the United States is going to justify pumping $15 billion. It's not going to happen. The United States gain more than they give. Trust me. There's nothing the United States has to gain. Now, if they were taking $100 billion out of Liberia in wealth, then you can see $15 billion coming back. But it's not like that. So it's never going to happen,
But Carla, to be fair, any country that invests in an African country, they're getting way more out
that's what
than
I said.
they put in there. That's in general.
So that's why, don't you think this stuff has been proposed before? But these African countries aren't stupid. They're like, damn, if we put this base here, right?
They might be stupid, Carla.
You might as well give up your sovereignty because the bottom line, you basically run the country,
They ain't got no sovereignty in Africa. Name one.
Liberia's always been a sovereign state, bro. It's like everything. And they are sovereignty. They are a sovereign country.
Man, Carla, maybe they shouldn't be sovereign right now.
I don't know what we
might have to get our sovereignty up for a little bit and then get it back later.
Look, if the United States, if they say no, you got to go like Niger.
Y'all trying to piss off Carla, man.
Guinea kicked the French out, and Burkina Faso kicked the French out. Yeah, there are sovereign countries in Africa. Trust me,
No, Niger, they kicked the French out, but they left the Spain and the Italians there, which is still keeping the French
all the U.S.
there.
bases have been shut down in Niger, and they're uprooting American bases all over the continent.
Carla, they kicked the French out. They still have the Spanish.
Oh yeah, I know, but the whole thing is the Spanish are not one of these.
Either you kick them all out, don't kick none of them out. They all work together.
Can I please respond outside of a fragment? Because all I get is fragments off, man. Listen, sometimes you have to give the take, right? Sometimes you get a car high interest.
There's no give to take.
Sometimes sometimes you get a
car has nothing to give America,
man. Sometimes you get a car with a high interest because you got to get to work.
Bro, look, let me tell you something. Look, this is what I see, right? Like I said, I'm not gonna let you say and run your mouth for that shit. You know what I said.
I only get 3 words out and you cut me off.
You said what you have to say, and I'm telling you right now, I'm dead set against that, so it's not going to be said on my platform. You got to do someplace up with that, right? There's no new U.S. base going to Liberia, right? We got a situation in Liberia where the country can go up in flames anytime. You say something like that, whatever like that, that's all the opposition needs.
But you act like there's a viable government in power.
Oh, yo, you don't understand Liberia. They don't think like that. They don't think like that. Country does not think like that. You bring Western
But
mind.
Carla, do they think at all?
Why is Liberia so fragile?
Bottom line is this.
Why is it so fragile?
Carla, they had to do it in karate clothes in the government. I mean, do they think at all? I don't think they thinking at all right now. Niggas over there being Jackie Chan in the parliament.
You got General Butt naked threatening. You got General Butt naked threatening people in the.
Hey, Kala, where's General Butt naked? By the way, Kala, did you meet him?
Hold up. We already hold up.
He over there leading the people to Christ while eating their kids on the under.
Kala, did you team up with General Butt naked when you went to Liberia?
Right?
I hope not.
What happened to General Mosquito and General Rainbow?
If Kala hang out with General Butt naked, that means he ate baby barbecue ribs.
One person at a time. What's that? Go ahead, Kwame.
Yeah, peace, Kala. Peace to everybody on the chat. You were saying, I forgot, somebody was saying something earlier about Liberia don't have no alliances, which I think was good for them to build up the country so good without no Western.
It was very remarkable how they held their independence without being colonized. You know?
Yeah.
Wait, nah. But they did have alliances though.
Well, they were
Didn't they?
alliances. They had to align with the United States against Germany by force. You know, the United States forced them to kick out Germany. You know, Germany was the number one trading partner. You know,
I can honestly say they did better than Haiti, even though Haiti got the short end of the stick. I say Liberia.
Like a great book to read is 200 Years of Military Operation.
That's by nobody. That's not a credible friggin' book. That's a self-published book. It's not even credible.
Yeah, I read it from.
So, Colin, are they really trying to? Are they really trying to put a base in? They really trying to put a U.S. base in Liberia?
Stop talking about that, Quan.
No, they're not going to put a U.S. base in Liberia. There's no logistics to support it at all.
Let me say this.
Wait, this is just somebody's idea, or this is actually being discussed by the government?
I just heard 1776 say it, so I thought maybe.
Nobody in Liberia. Look, I know Liberians. Nobody in Liberia would ever say that. No.
Let me say the benefits. Let me say the benefits of a base. If there is a naval base in any country,
Salam, Aki.
Singapore had one in Sembalong, and I've been to the base.
Yeah, but that's not Africa, bro. We're not Asians.
The point is this: if the Liberians did have a base,
but hold on, Liberians are not that.
God damn! Wait,
hold on. If they did have one, and they did it properly, they would get the skill set of welding. They'd get the skill set of fixing.
They already got that. Liberians already got that.
How come? Why
they got? Look, you go to Liberia. Let me tell you something, brother. Here, if you go to Liberia, like I hope you go that trip with the next year, I'm gonna show you. Liberians got every skill set. Was furniture making, welding, all that shit like that. They got the Freeport of Monrovia. They got some of the best welders in the world. They got mechanics. They got everything.
So Carlo,
because they don't have the capital. They don't have the capital. That's why.
But if they
but there's no stock exchange. There's no like that. So they don't have capital. They don't have investment.
Somebody just talk for 20 seconds.
So that's what I'm trying to say. This misinformation.
But once again, so from the bases, and once again, you have a lot, the logistics support, the shipbuilding. Are you talking about when you're working on Navy ships, on anyone's Navy? I'm not just saying the American Navy. It could be a Navy from somewhere else. When you're working on those kind of ships, there's a huge premium as opposed to welding a barge to go down a river.
Hey, Dave, you want to know something? You know Liberia had its own shipbuilding business back in the 60s?
Where is it now? If they're so
like
good,
I said, the war in country fell apart.
Why are they?
Because
so
they had a war,
incompetent
they had a
today?
coup, and they had a war. That's why.
And why are they still so incompetent today?
Because you got, like I said, a political situation that something like a base would even exacerbate. It's politically unstable. A country. You know,
and that's people wanting to control them, because if they
there's
did have a base
people
there,
in Liberia, all they want is political power. It's
just
the country on the planet.
fees, just the fees alone for any like the U.S. government, just the fees alone that they would collect, and because I saw what happened in the Philippines when we saw how many people were employed. I mean, they were making a lot of money.
Look what that base did.
That town. What the base?
It brought in prostitution.
And prostitution is the oldest occupation in the world. It's always going to be.
I mean, look, but I'm saying like this as a gatekeeper and whatnot. I do not approve of that shit in Africa.
I know
white men and stuff like that.
Kala. So you want Liberia to continue being poor?
Well, I don't. Look, Liberia will be fine without this. If you put that stuff, bro, you gotta get off my platform, bro.
Kala. Liberia is run by incompetent people.
I know that. No, actually, the government, the president, is 100%. Hold on, Dave. You gotta understand. You gotta study the country. But the country is actually making progress right now.
You got to understand. David Hitt was in the Marine Corps, so he understands the ramification.
Well, I know that. But the bottom line is this: you got a government right now. Like I said, I have not seen any so-called African American build a country and be responsible for feeding people like Liberians are. They have to feed their country. They have to pay their debts. They got to do all stuff like that, build roads. And this president doing what he can with that little bit of budget he has, right? And to keep their dignity and sovereignty and stuff like that. It's not easy. You know, I think Liberia could have years ago gave up their sovereignty to the British or the French or whatnot and say, please come and govern us. But they never did. And I respect them for that. They never wavered on their sovereignty and their independence. They want to show the world that black people could build a country of their own and maintain their independence. You know,
but Carlo, you talk about different Liberians, the actual Liberians. The people that you're talking about are not running Liberia right now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the spirit.
And I think that's the issue. I think if you put that American Liberians in power, they'll start having a whole lot of progress and shit. Yeah. But until then, that's a wrap.
You got dudes in karate uniforms like Martin.
They'll stop being number 8 in I guess poorest country in the world, and they'll make it up to number 8.5.
You know the problem is, every time you talk about the United States, even like we got African Americans in Liberia, my group, and everything like that. As soon as you go there, like we're having a business conference right now. It's going on till tomorrow, right? You got a lot of top level African American businessmen in Liberia, right? They want to make Liberia the new capital between Liberia, Monrovia, and Atlanta. That's what will make Liberia base. You know, that's my guy Val Thomas, right? But he even told me, he says, man, there's a lot of, he's there with the U.S. ambassador and stuff like that. He has connections with the United States government. I don't know about the Trump administration, but the United States government. But he says that there's grumbling, right? Underneath grumbling, he said, I got to pay attention to. Because people are starting to see the presence of African Americans, the United States, as an attempt of the people trying to turn the country back over to America. That's America. That's reality. So when you come in there,
that needs to happen.
We're going to bring the U.S. military there.
We have to implement LARP. We have to implement LARP, man.
It ain't gonna be no LARP if you tell these people that you're gonna bring the United States military and they're gonna fucking go to war. Trust me.
Kala, for the first time ever, if the United States military having a base there, the American African Americans in power, send them now.
That's what they believe. The United States is trying to put the American Liberians back into power. That's what they fucking believe. You know, and if you talk about building a base there, that's going to ignite these people. You're going to have a war.
But Kala, if the U.S. government said we'll put the base over there, we'll put the American or African Americans in power, would you be accepted of that?
No, I would not. No, you know, the United States government has no credibility in Africa. You know, that's why they go with Traore.
Listen, if if you took the military naval base from Singapore, that economy would plummet at least 20%. Just moving that.
Singapore has a GDP higher than Great Britain.
No, Singapore. No, but when you look at Singapore, Singapore has no rubber. It's 20 miles. Do you guys understand that Singapore from one end to the other end is only 20 miles wide? That's
yeah, but Singapore had a real leader.
And then from the south to the north, it's 15 miles. Singapore is 450 square miles long, big. That's it. There's nothing else. 400. There's no water. There's no agriculture. They have got nothing except intelligence, human intelligence, and they do have certain industries, and of course they do a lot of trading, and they have a great banking system. So you don't need that. You don't need those resources to be one of the wealthiest countries in the world. And that's one of the models that I would like to see done for African Americans on the continent of Africa. We're not going to need to worry about, the oil, the rubber, this and all that. Once we land, we have the intelligence on ourselves to be able to be like the Swiss, to be like the Singaporeans, in order to create value in that nation itself. Now, if we look at there's no excuse now for Liberia or anyone. Everyone has access to the internet. It's not like the knowledge of the world is hidden beneath you. Goddamn, you can get on the computer and go to Grok itself or go to ChatGPT, and you can say, how do I make a business work well or do something? I want to create a restaurant. So the knowledge of the world is there. It's just the application of it. And these people, there's no excuse for these people to be sitting there and squatting, acting like idiots.
Hey, Kylo, but what is your 10-year?
You go to Liberia, there's a lot of young Liberians on their laptop doing exactly that. AI.
But Kylo, what is your goal for Liberia? Right now, they have 80% unemployment. 80% unemployment. That's suffering. They're about to tear up the country tomorrow.
Let me tell you something. Liberia's
80% unemployment.
80%.
Hold up. They just look. The government of Liberia just signed a deal with.
Hold on, Carlos. Is that true?
What?
Yes. 80% unemployment.
They got 80% unemployment.
No, it's not 80% unemployment.
Yes,
what is it? What is it?
Y'all have a good night.
First of all, there's no metrics to measure unemployment because there's not most people in Africa will have formal employment. So I can say 80%.
If you look at the
it's no stats on the unemployment.
There's no stats on unemployment. No.
If you all right, man. Yeah, man.
For the record, if any country has 80% unemployment, you don't need the U.S. military base. You need everyone to have a military base in your country.
Yes, it's 80%.
And you don't have no say.
There's no 80% unemployment.
That's wild.
If you're not a small vendor or
most people make a living through vending. I'm
gonna put the stat in the back chat.
1776. Put the source for that. Put the source for that in the back chat.
People do transportation. They do all kinds.
Yeah, 1776. You can't make those type of wild claims and not have a source for it. We got to see the 80%.
Even Elvis said it was 85%. I'm being nice.
Oh wow, Elvis. Oh wow, man. That's a beacon of truth and knowledge, man. Yeah, come on,
Elvis, is the unemployment rate that high?
On Google, they said the employment rate was 0.288, something like that.
Yo, do you know?
All right, we know that's cap.
Yo, do you know what
2.88?
Bro, do you know what 80% unemployment is?
He act like 80% of people are starving. That's a lie. He's lying.
I didn't say starving. I said
unemployed, man. So most people
let me look it up. Shit.
They live more communal. They live more communal. They share meals. They help each other out, whatnot. They're very communal in that society.
I didn't say they're hungry. I said they're unemployed.
It ain't the same thing. You're going by a Western standard.
If you're not driving
the unemployment rate is 2.88%.
Yeah, we get that number from, bro.
Yeah. Ain't no all right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too.
On Google, it says 2.88% unemployment rate.
Put your stats 1776 because 80%. That's wild.
He be pulling shit out of his ass.
Unemployment is not officially tracked as a metric, but the estimate is about 50 to 60% unemployment. Most people are employed through the informal, economic metric.
But hold on. But what he's saying is 80% of people are not earning any money at all. That's what he's trying to put.
I said unemployed.
Hold on, it doesn't matter. You know what unemployment mean? That means you're not formally employed. You could still be making money. You know.
Right, you still could be making money some way. You don't.
Y'all
It just
man.
means.
Carla, I gotta give it
Yeah,
to
because
you.
I know dudes in Nigeria walking around the middle of the street selling toothbrushes and shit.
Yeah, that's
Yo, our
our
country can't survive it. Our country can't survive
Carla,
if 80% of the population is unemployed.
Yeah,
Oh,
Colin,
you
can definitely be the ambassador to Liberia. You love Liberia, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's why I love it. I've been there. I love it. I believe in the country. And like I said, when I look up there and see the country built by my ancestors, I look at the buildings they built, the Masonic Temple. I look at the everything they built when the streets, everything like that, the architecture. Yeah, I'm marvel at that country. You know.
But Elvis, you said 60%. I read 80%. You know, I'm trying to put it in a back
I
check.
don't know where you read.
Where did you read that at? Like, post that source. I want to see
the human index. Right now, they're having.
1776. You ain't present that source. Yeah, we've been waiting to see that. I ain't gonna lie. 80%. That mean a country can't even function.
Everybody's in the fucking government. If you're not in the government, you don't got a job. It's the truth.
1776, man. You just gotta take that L, man. You gotta hold that L, bro.
All right. Yeah, everybody's employed, man.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying employed. That's a terminology. People work. That don't mean they're formally employed. You know. But that's how
77 says Africa is not America.
Okay, check this out. When you talk about employed, you're talking about an industrialized country.
No, right? They said taxis and the government. Those are the main jobs, and you have small little vendors.
But the thing is, you can be taxed. That don't mean you're employed. A lot of people basically own their own KKs, and they got to deal with the subcontractors. That don't form employed. Sometimes you lease out a taxi or KK or pen bike.
Yeah, people work for other private citizens, but they don't report it. It's not like a social security number where you got to go through a system of employment. A lot of people have jobs, but it's just not formalized through the government.
It's not a formalized employment thing, you know.
The human index.
Some of them KK jobbers be making money, you know. Don't be like, sometimes they be making some real good money.
They know sometimes they really make money. They for sure make money.
Check this out. The guys that be basically if you got a car in Liberia and you basically hang out the airport, you could make some money. The ride from Monrovia, from the airport to Monrovia, that's an easy $100. You could do 3 of those a day. That's $3-4. That's US dollars. You know.
So basically, you saying all of Black America is employed because if you're selling dope or you off the book, you're employed, right?
Are formally employed. We only have a 4% unemployment.
Nah, but everybody knows somebody who's selling dope. They employed too, right?
You're trying to be stupid. You know, most Black people don't.
No, they make money.
If it's not on the books, we going by.
No, that's not employed. You know.
A guy who is a day laborer but doesn't register with the IRS, he still has a job, but it's just not on the books. You know.
So but you're not employed. You're just basically making money. You know. You know, unemployment means when if you fall off collecting unemployment thing, you're not unemployed anymore. Unemployment means you're collecting unemployment thing. That's how they measure it, right?
And the government is getting taxed from your employment.
Once you basically fall off unemployment rolls and whatnot, you're no longer unemployed, whether you got a job or not. Unemployment is just a metric of people who's collecting unemployment. That's all it is. You know? So when you say 80% of people unemployed, that means 80% of the people
So why are they about to have a protest to tear shit up tomorrow? Because shit is good.
You don't understand Liberians. That's why. That's what they do. They did it under George Weah. You know? But the bottom line, it's going to be squashed. That's what Liberia is in their blood.
Yeah.
If that is
the behavior, then they will never get up. If they behave,
well, that's why I'm basically look.
They will never be a first. They will never be a first world country.
Hold on, David. Here, I disagree with that because the Kenyans rise up every time they get a chance to, and they always get better and better and better. Sometimes you gotta rise up a little bit.
Yeah, but Liberia, that's all they do. It's a country so politicized. You know, all they do is know how to protest. Look, for the last 2 years, I was there, and I was asking, why you guys out here?
Liberia don't know how to kiss ass. The Kenyans know how to kiss ass.
a lot of people that be at the protesters, they be on drugs, high, on kush, where they get fed food.
Same thing in America.
What is Kush? What is Kush? What's Kush?
Kush is a new drug.
Weed.
Real
At least
bad.
I think it's
But
weed.
it's different in Africa. What's Kush in
No,
Africa?
it's a really strong version of weed.
Well, I know in Nigeria they got this drug called Colorado. Man, them motherfuckers out there looking like zombies. It's crazy.
The main drug in Liberia is called It's called a zombie
a lot
drug.
of guys, you put them on dope when they get them high and they bring them out there to protest. They don't know what the fuck they're protesting, you know. But that's how policy power is done. And the guy McConnell, whoever his name is, right?
Once again,
what he wants is this. You know, he wants the government to give him a salary or something like that to pay him off to go away. It was like that in Africa, right? If you want to put down some power, you want power, you just make a bunch of noise when hopefully the power that be say, you know something, you know, I want you to go away and be quiet.
Jonathan.
That's how it does. That's how Mobutu Seki Seko, he basically bought off all his adversaries and enemies. He bought them all off for money, you know? That's how it does in Africa. You guys don't understand African politics. That's how it's done.
No. But once again, I know that you're saying that we don't understand African politics, but the results of African politics is at the bottom of the GDP in the world.
Well, that's the way it is. That's what it is, and they don't care. You know.
Okay.
They really don't care.
I can't be around people like that. I will never be around people.
Well,
60,
that's what they don't really care. You know,
60% unemployment is good. You know, I mean, the human index being low is good. I mean, the GDP.
Why you talking about Ghana, up and coming country? They got like 50% unemployment.
Yeah, and that's called revolution.
Look in Nigeria, there's something like 60-70% unemployment.
Listen, let America get the 50% unemployment.
100 million people in extreme poverty.
Nigeria don't have 50 to 60% unemployment.
Yeah, yes they do, bro.
Ghana. Yes, they do.
Yes, they do, bro.
And Nigeria has oil and have 60%.
Maybe 40 to 30.
No,
man.
Nah, bro.
It's like, you know, the population of Nigeria, 40 to 30%, it's something like 80 million people.
Man, Nigeria, see, y'all be fudging.
I want y'all to take a random guess. How many jobs were available for all of the students that just graduated?
None.
Exactly.
Not really. People don't have no jobs, man. You know,
that's when I say Liberia's unemployment is 80%. Human index low. Y'all think I'm lying, but you know you're gonna have people off the book selling.
Liberia's doing it without the fact that they're not going to.
Did you post the link yet? No one to read it.
Nah, I got a little Android.
Ghana is in so much.
I was hoping Steve.
1776. Just say you made up the 80%, man.
Y'all, because
y'all
are hilarious, man. Y'all hilarious. Y'all talking about people selling, you know, y'all talking about people hustling, selling apples. I'm talking on the books, 80%. That's why they got a protest.
Your 1776, you still my man. I don't care if you lie.
Hey, you heard what Jonathan Miller said. Jonathan Miller says he just said Nigeria got 70%, right? And they got oil. What do you think fucking Liberia got?
I didn't say 70.
What do you say, John?
50 to 60 is a little bit, is very accurate. I'm sorry.
So if y'all have 60%, what do you think Liberia got? Fuck it. They ain't got no oil. Come on, man. It's called deductive reason.
Yo, no. The bottom line is this. The thing is, Liberians, they're expensive. Like Nigeria's problem is they a third world people that want trying to live a first world life. If Nigerians went back to hunting and gathering and living in huts.
Nah, Carl, that ain't it. The fact is that Nigerians they have too many goddamn kids. Having more kids, you starving already, but you're gonna have 8 kids anyway. That don't make no goddamn sense.
If Nigerians went back to hunting and gathering like Elvis's people,
man, that's because you're supposed to put your kids to work.
You go out there, man.
They put their kids to work.
Hold on, you go out there and you get some spears and start chucking them at some zebras and bring home that.
Hey, Jonathan, is a reason why Great African Elvis is over here. Ain't no jobs over there, man. Let's keep it real, man. Let's not, put
the reason why Elvis is over here is because he can't hear me.
You telling Nigerians to hunt with spears? You telling Nigerians to hunt with spears?
Why not, man? If they went back to their old ways and whatnot, they'd be fine.
But Kala, some of them do still hunt with spears, brother.
They all should do that, Even Michael Wally,
You just got to go to the middle. You got to go to them villages. They hunting with spears and all kinds of shit. So
Ain't nothing wrong with hunting with spears, guys. I don't know what y'all talking about.
I'm not knocking it. They still do it.
Gathering, man. They'll be all right.
You
how you think they get the bush meat? You think they catch it by hand? Nah, boy, they chucking them spears.
You have 80% unemployment there and 500,000 Liberian refugees here. Imagine if all 500,000 went back to Liberia.
Man. You keep running with this 80%.
Be careful now, Donald Trump president. He might actually.
It's not 80%, bro. The government alone hires like 68,000 people. It's not 80%.
That ain't shit, Elvis. Not in the country of millions. That ain't shit. Just say 1,000 to drop the bucket.
Listen, if you're not a government official or a taxi driver, you're unemployed. You have a bunch of people selling knickknacks in Monroe.
Not true. A lot of people work for it. A lot of people work for NGOs. A lot of people work for the U.S. Embassy. A lot of people work for foreign corporation. A lot of people work for a company called Stella Michelle, a mining company. Yeah.
I know a lot of people in Liberia making really good money, especially in gold. Like diamond mining. Elvis knows. A lot of people making money in Liberia.
They got gold and diamonds in Liberia.
It's okay. It's okay to be honest, though. We know there's a huge unemployment, and if it's in Nigeria and Ethiopia, it's damn sure in Liberia. Let's just go and be honest about it. It's okay.
Yeah, but Liberia don't have a large population.
Well, guys, look, I'm going to hit it. Kala, I hope everything works out.
Dave, what's going on with which we'll call it?
I got an appointment set up for next week.
Oh, great!
And,
We're at hospital.
I'll keep. No. It's with a doctor. A doctor. This is
all right, man. Let me know. Let me know what happened. Pray we.
Yeah, I'll let you. Yeah, I'm going to say.
What's up with this constitutional convention?
All right. I'll talk.
I'm in the process of. I will keep you updated on that.
Keep me updated, brother. All right.
Of course.
But tell Rashad I've been just busy. Tell Rashad I've been busy, man. Just see.
Yeah. I'll tell Rashad. Yeah, I'm good.
So I'm busy, man. I'm just going through a lot, man. So I haven't been doing anything.
It's gonna be all right, Kyler.
All right.
I'll tell him. I'm gonna tell him that you're gonna be, on the. Watching the news on the Liberian protest tomorrow. So let him know.
All right, brother. Take care.
Okay.
Right, peace.
Hey, gentlemen, everybody, I wish everyone the best. I hope everybody's successful. May Allah bless every single one of you with peace, happiness, great health, all of that. I wish.
May Jesus bless you too, bro.
Amen. In Jesus' name.
Yep. Yep. Jesus. When Jesus prayed to Allah. Yep. Jesus he got on his knees and prayed too. So we look forward to Jesus coming back too. Okay. All right, guys. I wish everyone the best. Have a productive week. Make some good money, and I hope somebody hits the lotto. Let me know,
all right, brother.
Okay, and we're not talking about Ogun. We don't care about Ogun.
Okay. Take care, gentlemen.
All right, take care, bro.
All right, take care, bro.
And what has Ogun did for what is ain't it a Nigerian guy?
Take care, sayonara, shinaga laga 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 laga. Like this. So
Ogun is the god of ironwork and war. So Ogun has helped a lot of Nigerians win wars.
Oh no, Ogun is just the god of iron, fire, and war. That's all that is.
He just said that, Colin.
Oh, I ain't hear him.
Unfortunately, Ogun's people are the ones that first got colonized.
That's why I call
they was the first ones. They was the first one to get fucked
it's
up.
Actually
Let me tell you.
It's actually called Ogun. Ogun's a god of iron.
Ogun was sleeping with when the white man showed up.
So no, 1776. According to Nigerian history, the Ogun people, they were colonized before the Berlin Conference.
Wow.
That's how bad it was. Okay, so we don't want to hear about Ogun.
Ogun ain't already. Seem like Ogun ain't on nothing.
Ogun forgot to work the iron when the iron needed to be needed.
To be fair, Ogun only had spears. A white man had guns, so I understand.
Them guns shot one bullet per every 2 minutes.
Right.
2 or 3.
No. We ain't giving no goon that kind of break.
Man. Everybody worry about old goon.
Man, I hurt my heart, man, when this Nigerian professor was telling me. I was like, yeah, man, since colonization. No, Nigeria was colonized in the 1840s. I said, what?
That's before the
I was
Civil
told it
War.
was. Yeah. What? They already had their foot over there. It's the rest of Africa that got colonized.
Man.
So Ogun didn't do anything. We got to give Ogun up. We got to worship what actually works.
Yeah. And one stick with Jesus, man. Just stick with Jesus, bro.
Brother, my ancestors were crying out to Jesus, crying, Lord, please free us, Lord, for like 400 years. I'm sorry, brother. We ain't working at that too. We'll have to get that up too. I'm sorry. Love Jesus. Shout out to Jesus, okay?
They held on to that. A lot of Africans in America held on to that spirituality for at least 350 years. When they started praying earnestly to God, he was out in about 50.
That's a damn lie. That's a damn lie.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lord.
I want to see the source on that 1776.
They had that like
he can't show that. He got an Android.
That Creole. They was holding on to that Creole religion, like you saw in Sinners. Holding on to that Creole African spirituality, and that's why the prayers were ineffectual. They were ineffectual.
We shouldn't be disrespecting people's religion. You're right, African God. I apologize.
No, we're not disrespecting. We're not disrespecting the religion. We're just being honest, though.
We're here talking.
Listen, I'm a certified Christian. I'm going to admit, Jesus will war you for like 400-500 years, brother.
We're here talking about politics. I don't want no more religion talk about because
no more religion.
No religion. Just leave the religion for just keep that to yourself.
Yeah, but I'm really.
Can I just make one more comment, Colin?
People gonna agree. No more comments. People are never gonna agree on religion. I don't want to offend nobody for what they.
Okay, Colin. African goddess, I apologize.
Tell African goddess I apologize.
So it is what it is. I tell people times.
But I'm really interested to see this protest, man. They said they have been tightening up the police, the military.
Like 10 people will show up. I'll put money on it. Like 10 people show up. It'll be nothing. They'll walk away. They'll look humiliated. And this will probably be the last protest ever because after this humiliation,
you said 10 people.
Yeah, nothing's gonna happen.
Gonna have the country probably gonna show up.
Man, it's gonna be about 10,000 people.
Tyler, why I keep saying so much like
all these people like that? I know these people. They're nothing, because a lot of people are just people bitter that George Ware's not there. And then this guy that's running the leading protest, he's like the new standard bearer of the CDC, and nobody even knows this guy. Nobody likes this guy,
But the whole of University of Liberia is going to be out there, like.
It doesn't matter. The bottom line is this: you got someone you can suspend students. That's the problem is Liberia. Like this president is not playing. You got the police are ready. They're ready. And the bottom line.
Yeah, but you got to understand that some of the police are part of their tribe, so they'll stand down.
No, Liberia. No, you don't understand. Like I say, you don't know the country. Police. Let me tell you something how Liberia works. Right. Once a person becomes a crime person becomes a CDC, he's no longer a crime CDC. Once a friggin' Pele person becomes UP, he's no longer he's a UP. That's his tribe now.
Elvis, is that true?
Liberian National
I don't know about that.
Well, I'm telling you, I was there.
We got a Liberian on the plot. Elvis, is that true?
Elvis hasn't been there.
That's not true.
Look,
Elvis, I saw Elvis on New Liberia, man.
Look, I'll tell you this: most CDC people tend to be Kron and crew, and you have very few people that crew across that's in the UP. That's just by de facto. But the bottom line is this: people don't even go by their tribe in Liberia. They talk about their political affiliation. So when you say CDC, you basically
tribe is
Elvis, is that true?
It's like saying a black and a Democrat. They're synonymous, you know. Like so, a crew and a CDC is synonymous.
Yeah,
man.
the CDC is funded by a crew, man. So it's predominantly in the crew region. The Unity Party is funded by a man from Lofa. So it's predominantly in that region.
I know what the hell I'm talking about. You know, I know it.
But
it
they're
ain't about
synonymous.
no tribe, whatever like that. Just like when somebody look, you know what works in Liberia? Whoever the fuck is paying you. You know,
But if you say the CDC, you talk about the crew.
You know, because that's who's paying you.
Well, Carla, are you saying all we have to do as African Americans flood Liberia with money, and then we can put our own people in power?
You got Liberians that are loyal to the Lebanese, man. You know,
so basically, so we can get the job done. That's all we have to do.
I was thinking the same thing, John.
But Jonathan, what you got to understand, if 20,000 African Americans went there,
I'm talking. Shut the fuck up! I'm telling you. You know,
I'm calling you. Talk for 30 fucking minutes.
I'm saying something. Be quiet. Look, you got this Indian guy, right? That's a gangster, right? He got one of the Cooper family, founding people. He got their house, right? And he got enough goons around him that everyone's scared to take their property back. You know, an Indian guy. You know, Madam Janine Cooper, like, yeah, this guy got one of our property. And she said that to Dinus, you know. It's an Indian guy who just planted himself in there because he got so many people on his payroll and whatnot. That's how it is, bro.
But Jonathan, like if we went over there, you and I, we can bring some African Americans and start the redemption
they
party.
wouldn't like you, man.
Right? The redemption party.
It was like, what you don't go do is go there preaching to them about that bullshit.
I mean, at this point, if people were serious about actually doing something in Liberia, and we know this is how they function, open up the floodgates and start funding our own shit then.
That's what
Why not?
I'm trying to build my association of African Liberia.
Elvis, you're gonna be the African American lacquer. We're gonna push you over there. You're gonna run for office and change the laws and benefits.
That basically got a Liberian.
And if you step out of line, we assassinate you.
I want to build an organization where they're loyal to us. You know, that's how you do it. You know. So.
All right, then. Now we're talking, Carlos. Let's do the fundraiser.
I'm saying so. I ain't doing no fundraiser, you man. You know what I'm saying? I'll do it when time comes. You know. When time comes, I'll do it.
Carlos, you're getting old now. We gotta.
Carlos, is there a lot of beggars in Liberia?
Really.
Hell yeah! What kind of question is that?
Look,
Steve like to start shit, man.
I'm not gonna start, man. I just seen a comment.
The only beggars. Look, and I tell you when I'm talking, shut up. The only time you see beggars, like you see, is one guy that basically he's blind. Every time I come to Liberia, him and I see him. Look,
oh God.
What's so funny? What's so funny?
Kyla. When I went on a road trip, right? Everywhere you stop at, there's always this blind people. They always got the little sign and shit they be showing. I be like, how you know?
I've been seeing this guy for years.
Y'all stop it.
I've been seeing this guy for years. With his son and whatnot, you know? And basically one time.
But how is he blind with a son?
I told the story. I didn't have any money on me. And all of a sudden, I went to the stop and go, right? And I came out to my driver. I said, where do you think they went, right? And I was going to find these people, but I couldn't find them. The next day, I went to the place where, by the Boulevard Palace, where they're always at. Couldn't find them. I said I felt bad because I didn't have any money to give them and whatnot, you know? I said, I just want to give a couple of dollars. They're really good people, man, you know? So, and the bottom line, and when you see people begging Liberia, they really need it, you know? It ain't like somebody saying, like here, you got people, able-bodied people at work. You see people begging Liberia, they really are down, you know? And like I said, I see a lot of ladies come up.
What does it mean, Kyla?
What?
When they're really begging. What do you mean they're really down?
No, what I'm saying, that you look at
unemployed.
No, I know unemployed. They just look like they're destitute, like they have 18.
Kyla, there are a lot of beggars in Liberia. Even your friends and your family are begging for money.
So the bottom line,
that's true, Elvis, because he mentioned that on the previous platform,
what are you
on the previous show.
I mean, yeah, there's people that ask me for money and stuff like that, but I'm talking about people in the streets, strangers begging and whatnot. They're really down out. But most people basically are lucky to have somebody like me around they can get money from and stuff like that, you know. But the people that got nobody in the streets and whatnot, Those are the people I feel for. You know, they got nobody.
Well, hold on, Carla. What the beggars in America? You saying they're not really down and out?
No. I see beggars out here and whatnot. They be walking out with. So you look up, they got a knot in their hand. You know, they're not money and whatnot. They're collecting for the day and whatnot. You know,
I ain't never seen that.
I
Most
see it all
people
the
that's
time. Y'all
No. Panhandlers make money,
out
man.
here, white older white guys.
Yeah. They make money, but
They make money.
I mean, relatively in the United States of America, do they actually make money?
No.
No, in Liberia.
Okay, then so
most people actually beg
basically they're no different than the people in Liberia, but they're just in a richer country. It ain't that deep.
Yeah, but the people in Liberia, you just look at them, and the people that's on the street begging, the homeless people, and whatnot, I mean, it's just bad. You know, it's just bad. I feel bad.
Most people begging.
One thing we got to stop doing is stop comparing the poor people in America to the poor people in the dirt busty ass country.
People that begging in America aren't even poor. You know, some people are begging because they just panhandle because it's a game. You guys,
some people in Liberia, Nigeria, and every place they're begging because they can just make money.
One white guy in Las Vegas area, I think it was Las Vegas. He was like, "Man, I'm homeless, right?" But he said, "Man, I spend my day. We go out there panhandling one night to get drugs." He goes, and then every month he goes, "I got a tent right here. Every month I collect $600 from the state." He said, "I ain't doing this. I got the life."
That's all. That's what I'm about to say.
I
Most beggars in America are like drug addicts or alcoholics.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but I think y'all because I'm not really a Pan African per se. I think y'all Pan African love make y'all lie a lot, man. The suffering level is high, man. The suffering level.
Hey, can you imagine? Hey, I get $600 a month. What the fuck is that gonna get you?
Well, say he has no bills. He said he has a tent. He lives right there in a tent.
And he's
but $600, Kyla, can you move out of that tent?
Check us out. He goes, I get $600 a month. I get food stamps. I get all stuff like that, right? He goes, I got money for my drugs, whatnot. And he had a girlfriend too. They were sitting there homeless. They live in a campment, you know.
Kyla, there are poor ass people with no job, no money. They got a wife and 8 kids, and they still make more of them. That don't mean nothing.
In life, you know. So it's like this. So that's what it was, man.
I said that before about in Africa. Like, if you living in poverty, the last thing you should be doing is having children.
They be dead broke in poverty with no jobs and getting married and having kids.
But I understand why they're doing it, because even though you're poor, you still need recreation, you know? Shit. I mean, what you gonna play the sporting event? You got some pussy at home, that's entertainment, man.
Yeah. Unfortunately, entertainment comes with responsibility that you can't afford to take care of.
That's the last thing you want to do is bring on
a 20-30 second orgasm. That makes your life good for a little bit.
20-30 seconds. 20 and 30 seconds. Okay.
30 seconds. After that, you got to you got to decide, man, do I sacrifice this one or this one? And how much money will I get?
Oh, man.
maybe not have that recreation. Okay.
There's nothing to do in Nigeria.
But please, y'all, stop. Don't blame America's poor because other countries are poor. That's those countries' responsibilities to deal with.
Really, all you got to do is get to a social work office. You'll get something. They'll put you up in a Motel 6 for a couple weeks, you know.
And then your ass is getting put out again.
Yeah.
And then you're back all over again. Bro, they be trying to make it seem like America poor people are just lazy motherfuckers, bro. You bring all these illegal immigrants into the country, they take up all the jobs and shit. You mean to tell me you think Americans are just lazy and poor? Fuck out of here.
Oh yeah, Carla, early in the show, right? I said something about you didn't believe me. I said that one of these FBAs attacked an immigrant, and you said no, they didn't. Nevikari Dessalines covered on this channel some months back.
Look where it's coming from. It was probably two immigrants fighting. And when I say, see, FBA,
No, Carla, it was not.
that's exactly what happened. Probably.
That's not what happened, Carla. It's
Well,
on
hey,
that
Steve,
Carla News channel.
Steve, every time African Americans do something, it's an alien. Remember that.
It's probably aliens. Like I told you, it's an alien, man. Down there and attack that dude.
African Americans ain't beating up on no damn immigrants for no reason. What that immigrant do?
He was a homeless dude, and he was like,
what he do?
Homeless or something like that. But
Yo, did he?
What the fuck that mean? What he do?
Yo, he probably a dude that came in there and just with the
Probably threw some shit at somebody.
Yeah,
trying to act like homeless people. Y'all be acting like homeless people be innocent people and shit. Oh, he just a poor homeless person. He just down and bad. Fuck you and your motherfucker.
He probably called him a dumb, lazy Akata one night, and that's who did it, man.
Well, look at that playing basketball. There's some NBA players out there.
There's a new housing in Angola.
They got some future NBA players out there.
They just like America.
But this Abraham Traore,
Ibrahim.
This new religion,
Abraham, same shit.
Yeah, this new religion with Traore, man, it's dangerous, man.
It's fake as hell, bro.
Shit, man. You talking about he making motorcycles, he's making dirt bikes.
Hey, 1376. They about to make electric vehicles.
I see they starting a new religion, man. They starting a new religion.
They do got. There is a guy there that makes electric vehicles, though. There is a guy.
I bet.
Heinz ketchup. They said he's making ketchup, barbecue sauce.
Annual salary is $530 a year.
Oh, man. I'm tired of Pan Africans in their lives, bro. Just stop. All this fake ass, false ass hope.
That man is trying to secure his country. 60% of the country is under like fucking attack.
Terrorism.
He making Heinz ketchup.
They've been making wins, man. They've been making wins, man. Y'all ain't been keeping up with the news.
On AI, man.
Fake ass news. hey. He paid off all the debts of Burkina Faso.
Yeah,
Look
man.
it up.
Every other day, he's finding dungeons of gold, man. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Just lying, bro. I hate Pan Africans, bro. Just lying like a motherfucker.
Yeah, man. This one lady said, man. That one lady said, he's the God we see. That's a damn.
Exaggeration is the bastard child of the future. Those are Pan African enthusiasts.
Carla, hold on, Carla. They say that I'm the queen on the chessboard, right? But you more like the queen on the chessboard because one minute you Pan African, the next minute you this, the next minute you that.
Look, I'm gonna say it like this. I'm a
Steve, you are.
I'm a Pan African enthusiast. I'm a Pan African realist. That's a difference.
Okay.
I'm a realist. I'm not an enthusiast. You know, I told when people come to me with bullshit, the 6th region talk about. I said, man, get the fuck out of here. Now you got a thing where it's real. You got the African Union sitting down trying to negotiate with the.
Hey, Carla. Do y'all know? Wait. Do y'all know that Robert Mugabe was the Ibrahim Traore at one point? And his country is now paying reparations to white people. Just stop, okay? Just stop.
I ain't gonna lie to Abraham Traore. That AI gets me through the day, man. It's always something new, man. You know what I mean? He's building the Timberland factory.
They building their own airplanes right now.
Oh yeah, but they got to
tell the kids just open your.
No. Burkina Faso is building stealth bombers made out of gold, and you can't.
Oh man! Shout out to the AES, man. Shout out to Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. Shout out to them.
Shout out to what?
Man. Colin gonna be praising them on his next show. Like I like what the AES is doing with that. Right now he's kind of.
They said they're building the world's biggest.
If you ever believe anything I say, once Wall Street banks financed something, right? Because most of that development in that region was financed by Wall Street banks, right? Now the communists took over. They tried to take over Indochina, which is Vietnam, and what happened? A 30-year war ensued. You know, trust me, it's a matter of time before they come back for their money that's owed. You know, them banks, when out global Jewish banks, are going to come back and say, you know something, man, we loaned you guys billions and billions of dollars to build your mines, roads, everything like that to get your shit out of there. And bottom line is this: the only way they was paying for their back by their minerals that was extracted. That's gone now. So how they gonna pay those loans back? You know, what's gonna happen is the United States eventually gonna have to go in there and take that shit back. You know, so
And we got to go and protect it, right?
We ain't protecting shit.
Protect this shit, man. Fuck out of here.
What the fuck wrong with you?
Fuck out of here.
You ain't no real Pan Africanist scholar. You ain't no real Pan Africanist scholar.
If somebody told me General Langley was an Uncle Tom, I'd defend him. Leave General Langley alone. Fuck out of here.
That's why I say my land in saying is if I don't have an Afghanistan, we have nothing to talk about. You know?
Oh
if I
man.
have an Afghanistan, I have no obligation to defend nobody in Africa. I don't give a fuck what happens to the continent. You know?
Oh, okay.
That's my line in saying. You know, that's the way I feel about it.
But this might sound crazy. This might sound crazy, but being a student of history, you know how Fidel Castro went away and then he came back and took over Cuba. I would like to see you, Kyla, like lead a mission to take back Liberia, man, like a military.
I'm not interested in Liberia.
He can't do that. He can't do that. He ain't that kind of leader.
Yeah, look, first of all,
Call a Pan-Africanist type leader. He wants this to be done peacefully and
Fidel Castro had the support. He had something that Che Guevara didn't have. He had the support of the masses of the people. Che Guevara didn't have that. That's why he failed, right? I couldn't take over Liberia unless I freaking had the. And also, if it was our people that were the majority there, yeah. But our people are not the majority. The native people are the majority, and they're never going to fucking. No matter what. Let me tell you something. Alexander Cummings should be president of Liberia right now, but because he's American Liberian, although he had a 100-day plan, whatnot, he was like gonna hit the ground running and turn like he's a top businessman. He was gonna turn Liberia into a model state of business development. Liberia rejected him.
It's a lot of Cummings.
But Kyla, it's his fault though, because based on what you said earlier, Kyla, is that money is how you win elections in Liberia. If Alexander knows better, he will come to Black America and be like, nigga, we are one, and I just need money to get power. And we will hand it to him.
You misunderstood what I'm saying, right? Look, you can have money. Cummings had money, but the bottom line is he was not the right background. You know, you gotta have backgrounds important in Liberia. You know, if you don't have a one of these tribal background, if you're not a crew man, a crime man, or a Kelly man, or a rebel man,
that's not true, Kyla. His biggest stumbling block was that he was in favor of gay marriage or the gay lifestyle.
There's no evidence that he swore. You know who started that? You hold that?
Well, let me just Google that real quick. Make that simple.
Kyla, we have an interview on YouTube where he says he's in favor of the gay life, and he struggles with the gay lifestyle. That's what he says on radio, national radio.
He's struggling with the gay lifestyle. We don't need that. Man, how you gonna be?
Wait. What's his last name?
Cummings, INGS.
And that makes it even worse.
You know,
man, it's too hot in Africa to be gay, man.
But like gay as Barack Obama was.
Nah, but it's too hot in Africa to be gay. Your hut smelling like shit, man. That's crazy.
Man, somebody, shut up. Man, please. I wish I haven't told you. You're gonna talk that stupid shit. You gotta go, man. Come on.
Oh my god, man! Wow, people crazy.
Shit, man, you know, goddamn. One minute he say something okay, the next minute he's just saying dumb shit, man. Come on, you know, that's like kill the show. People tell me, I said 1 minute he's flowing, everybody's talking, having building, and next thing he says dumb shit like that. You know, come on, we're better than that. You know, we're better. Than
According to what I was saying, he didn't say that shit. That might just be slander by the people.
No, I got a video. I'll post the video later in the back.
Yeah, post the video.
Post the video so we can see it, Elvis.
Because they might.
I never heard that. You know,
it might be AI. It might be AI.
Yeah, Mamani let him last year.
It might be AI.
You know?
Yeah, I need to see him actually say it.
Yeah, because that's one thing I could say. Africa really don't support that type of lifestyle. I could definitely say that.
So yeah, what you call? They basically started the rumor that he was gay and whatnot, and it's kind of stuck. You know?
Old Africa don't support that lifestyle.
Yeah, that's one thing I could say.
New
I don't know.
Africa.
East Africa, over there in East Africa. I don't know.
No, that was nobody. But Uganda,
The younger generation. The younger generation.
The young generation accepted it. I'm sorry, y'all. I hate to break your hearts.
I seen the street interview. Them kids over there,
It's called Gays of Lagos. Go see it. It's a real thing.
My lord. Yeah, I'm done, man. I'm gonna stick with the white man. I'm done. Nah, man.
I mean, this is where it comes from. It comes from the white man, right?
Africa is losing its morals now. Like, what do they have? They don't got money, no morals. Come on, man. You can't lose your moral compass. Yeah. Jeez.
But I seen some people in the street interviewing people over there in Kenya, and I'm like, really?
Wow. Kenya gone, man.
Yeah, it's gone. That's a wrap.
Damn. Well, what? Damn. Normally, African spirituality is against it.
Principally says, Kala, you call Congo. Yeah, leader of Congo's a fucking coon. You know what else is new? For seeking peace and business. Yeah, he just basically gave away our birthright.
Hey, Jonathan, check this out. Congo and Rwanda fought a war for 30 years and nobody got anything. That's crazy, man. Nobody achieved anything. You fought a 30-year war, millions of people died, and nobody won anything. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It was like nothing. Just
That's the African way of life.
The problem wasn't between Congo and Rwanda. It was between M23 and Congo. And what happened was rebels Rwanda were pursuing in there were also against M23. You know, that's what the problem was. You know, Rwanda has a lot of rebels hiding among those groups in Eastern Congo. That's the problem. That's why Paul Kagame had to go in there.
We fought Mexico for 4 years.
I'm only confused. Congo's way more bigger than Rwanda. Why are you fighting them for 30 years?
China's way bigger than Japan. What's the difference, you know?
We fought Mexico for 4 years and took the whole West Coast.
Yeah, but Kala, what you said, but the difference is Japan was industrialized, whooping ass. These are two unindustrialized countries. They ain't got this. Ain't no China-Japan situation.
Rwanda is a really developed country. Got a good.
Kala, I've been there before. Don't
relative to Congo is much better. Is much better than Congo.
Anybody that says Rwanda or Kigali is a developed country, you are making a mockery out of the word developed.
Compared to Congo.
Compared to a kid's playground, Rwanda is not developed, bro.
There's not even a road that leads.
You leave Kigali Airport and you see the unused building for business that the Chinese people gave them, and then you ride on down into main Kigali, and the only thing that's there is that the streets are clean. And they got one KFC. Other than that, it's not developed. The mall ain't even got shit in it. It's an empty ass mall.
Region, so the country Congo is not developed at all. Rwanda has a good system of roads and whatnot, so it's more infrastructure.
Kigali got a good system of roads.
Yeah, so I'm saying, yeah, but they got enough roads to get to the eastern border. You know, Congo can't do that.
O'Shea's been there for years, though. He's been there for years.
He's been in Uganda.
Yeah, he been in Uganda.
That's another thing that the Pan Africans do. They'll be lying. But like, look at Rwanda. This is the cleanest city. They want to be like Singapore. Good luck with that shit.
Kigali is a clean city. I'll show you.
Let me tell you something, man.
Kala, I've been there.
It's synonymous.
I know what I've seen.
Have you been to Congo? Have you been to Congo?
Why would I go there?
Exactly. We saying that relative to Congo,
I love my life.
Relative to Congo is much more developed.
Bro, you're trying to say that Kinshasa is so backwards.
Kinshasa is very developed. You know?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that not one bit.
Well, the rest of the country sucks.
Man. I think South Africa and Angola, they're like the only two
Rwanda had like 2 beautiful streets.
Damn.
And one of them, you can go in there and get a breakfast burrito with some French fries. I don't know how they put that together. They give you French fries,
Wow.
whatever goddamn thing you order. It don't even make sense. You order a cup of noodles, they give you some French fries. You order a jar of rice, they give you French fries. You order fruit, they give you French fries. Like, God, the French did a number on them niggas, I tell you.
Wait, I thought French fries was from France.
That's my point exactly. Like, I don't get it.
Rwanda was colonized by the French. That's why.
Damn.
But once again, Carla, French fries don't have nothing to do with French people, right?
That's why they call it French fries, I think, you know.
I mean, you gotta be sanguine. You have to be optimistic.
Wait. I want y'all to watch this video. I want y'all to watch this video. Because they're gonna do the same thing that one brother from Jamaica was doing. You see, we got nice neighborhoods in Jamaica.
Kind of look like Mexico.
It says
Just notice that y'all looking at the same shit.
Yeah.
Just pay attention to the buildings.
I said I got sound, but I don't feel like playing it, you know.
Same stuff, different angle.
Same building, just a different angle. Scan over the city. And go back to the same area. Same building.
That's nice.
Going right back to the same building we just seen from an aerial point of view. Kigali is small than a motherfucker.
You gotta be sanguine.
Hey, Carla, Elvis posted that that soundbite in the back chat. I think the video or whatever.
I'm optimistic. Africa's gonna rise in the next 150 years. 150.
Brother,
200-300.
Stop. We gotta stop lying. We gotta stop lying to ourselves.
Hey,
in our lifetimes.
Hold up. You don't think Dr. Arcano, her ADDI movement is really be?
I thought she was a scammer.
She is a scammer. But Monty keeps saying, "Oh man, she's doing her thing, Kyle. You're just jealous." No, I'm not jealous, man. You know what I'm saying? So whatever, you know. So I'm like this. Eric, she goes, yeah, she's making money. She's got membership or not. You think she could build an ADI in Nigeria? No. The Nigerians like, man, get the fuck out of here with that shit, you know?
Yeah, Nigerians would know what was up. But I'm not too familiar with her, so I ain't gonna say too much about her. So
by the way, so she was scammed. She scammed people when she was in Africa. That's why they kicked her out of the African Union. She was scamming. She was grifting, scamming. This Pan-African thing. She's riding this Pan-African thing out, calling us the diaspora. Look, first of all, we're not no diaspora. We've been here 400 years. Our case is different. All these other people that you call diaspora got home countries to go to. That's a difference. Like, let me give you a perfect example. I'm talking about last year I was in Liberia. I met this guy who was in a Lebanese spot, right? A pizza spot, right? And he comes to me and said, "Man, aren't you that college Genesis guy?" I say, "Yeah." He starts laughing all control. He said, "Yeah, man, I watched you on Dynasty Mir, Search for Huru show. Yeah, man, you funny, blah, blah, blah. Wait, I knew I was going to bump into you one of these days in Liberia." When I say, yeah, we're talking. But he basically said he was born in Newark, New Jersey. He was back in Liberia, but he had land. His family had land, and he has all kinds of stuff going on and whatnot. So this is what I'm talking about. A Liberian or whatever like that in Africa got land they can go back to. They got a place. He said, "Yeah, I'm in Bond County, man. I got land. I'm just building my farm. I'm doing this.
That's a Pan African game too, because
Hold
every
on.
African always got land that they never want to live on.
Hold on. No, he didn't ask me for investment. He said I saved my money in America, and now I'm back. The money I'm building my land, my property, whatever like that. So he's living good, But the bottom line is, I'm saying, as an African American, how can I call myself a part of the African diaspora? I ain't got no land to go back to. I ain't got no property. So therefore, their problem is not my problem, man. Our problem is different. We've been cut off from Africa altogether. We have no homeland. We don't have a Ghana or Liberia where we got land. And
I'm gonna say I'm happy that I'm cut off from it because I don't see, functionality.
What I'm saying is people are going around using our name, talk about we're part of the 45 million. That's what it's about. The African Union wants control over the 45 million black people in America. I think they misread the room. Black Americans.
Color show Kinshasa when you get a chance to. I want to see Kinshasa.
That's a nice stadium. That's the arena right there. That's nice.
Yeah, I've been there before. They were doing COVID testing there.
Which we got? Africa said land is a right. Yeah, land. Are you how much land I can get Liberia if I really wanted it? I don't want it, so I want something to complain about. But I had so many Liberians offer me land, man. I'm like, nah, it's all right. That's all right. I got so much land offered in Liberia, it's unreal, man. It's like every time it's like, oh man, you can have that patch of land over there, you can have this over here, If I was a typical Negro in America, I'd be like sitting there like Afro Think Tank. Look at my land,
Why you gotta say Afro Think Tank, man? Let's not disrespect him.
Afro Think Tank. It's Afro Think Tank, Afro Think Tank. If I was Afro Think Tank, oh yeah, man.
Afro Think Tank.
I had a homeboy from
Peace
Africa.
Tank.
He always talk about the land he has. He hasn't visited Africa in 15 years, man. And that's all types of
Hey, I know somebody said they ain't been to Africa in 40 years, but they still got land. I'm like, bro, okay.
I'm telling you, they be running some nut games on us, boy.
Just lying. Stop lying.
Elvis, this is a soundbite. This ain't him actually. There's no evidence of him actually talking. Hold up. I'm trying to play this. It's not coming up. What's going on?
The first time I realized the Africans lie a lot, when all of them really claim that they got land, and then when you've been around, especially Nigerians. Now, when someone passed, they shit usually go to like the first son. And then the rest of the family usually ain't getting shit. That's just usually how it works. So when I hear all these people talk about they got land, I be like, y'all lying ass niggas.
Elvis,
Y'all lie too much. I seen your culture up front. And don't be a female talk about you got land. Shut up.
Let me tell you something. I have 300 acres in Sierra Leone. Stop lying, man.
That's
just lying. Him and I mad. Hey, you know what? Amara be really getting me when he be like, you see the development that's going on in Sierra Leone? The development color? Feel like, nigga, if you don't stop lying right now.
Man,
all the development.
Hey man, damn man, Pan-African and Africans
just lying, damn it! Stop it. Man. That shit hurts, man. Because I want it to be real. But I'm not stupid anymore. It's okay.
It took a long time to break that spell, man.
Like I said, the Wakanda era is over, man. The Wakanda era. Over. Africa's got, like I said, I believe the Wakanda's era over. The African era is here. Africa's got to come. Like I said, I'm fortunate. Africa, they want us to come to the table. That's why I'm spreading this poison out there. They got to come with the idea. We're going to get the African Americans involved. We got to talk about nation state.
And I heard D.L. Hughley crying today. He said, man, Trump is over there dropping Venezuelans in Africa, man. Is that true?
Yeah, I heard about that too.
Yeah. Africans don't want to take them. That's why they're trying to do with Liberia. They're trying to make Liberia a destination for people.
I think some African nations trying to take them in, right, Carla?
Well, all of the Estonia, whatever the name is, Licini, whatever the name is, in South Africa, they said if you bring them here, we're shipping them back, and they only want their own citizens. They only want their own citizens back.
They said Venezuela.
They're not trying to fuck up that remittance economy. They need that shit.
Yeah, they said Venezuela ain't trying to take them people back, man. So they was gonna drop them over in Africa. You know, that's a build
Africa will take anybody. You know, you pay
I would
them.
just say drop them in the Sahara Desert. You know, shit.
They already adopted a bunch of people in South Sudan, man. They say, yeah, you see when they dropped the Haitians out there, the Haitians attacked the plane. You know,
This is Kinshasa.
That's that 1804 spirit, Colin.
On the way
That was
out.
an 1804 spirit. That's what.
Yeah, so they attacked the plane. They're throwing bricks and mortars and whatnot at the plane and whatnot. As they got dropped off, whatnot. This and they're like,
Shout out to the Haitians. Shout out to the Haitians.
But why you shouting them out, man? What has Haitians done to be shouted out all the time? You know,
Hey, listen. 1804 was a big deal, Colin. That was a big deal, man. So I give him that credit. I give him that credit.
Broke it down, right? You know that 1804 was a farce. You know, get this. There
Oh
were
my
actually
Lord.
there were real slave revolts in places like Suriname and the Bush Negro republics, Guyana, stuff like that. There were real slave revolts down there that people won and whatnot, and didn't have to pay back for reparations to the colonizers.
Colin, go look at Nefertari's. Go look at
Tour, right? He was not a Haitian. He was a black Frenchman, just like the guy who founded Chicago wasn't a Haitian. He was a black Frenchman.
But that's a core. He lives right in America, just like the rest of them, man. You know, he just.
Colin, go look at Nefertari. That's Aline's last video.
Nefertari lives in America.
Hold on, Carla. You were in Liberia. You couldn't get the YouTube Premium in Liberia for like.
No, when I'm in Liberia, I don't have to worry about that because there's no commercials that pop up in Africa. You know,
Really? Don't say in Africa, Nigeria. You get ass like a motherfucker. Get your OP account.
You know, it's monetization. In Liberia, they don't have, for the most part. Once in a while, you'll see a commercial pop up. You know, once in a blue moon. If I'm there 30 days, I'll get.
They basically,
for the most
they
part,
basically saying Liberians so poor, it ain't worth putting an ad to them.
Yeah,
Good God Almighty! Stop it.
Africa. That's
Well,
most.
Kyle, honestly, when do you see like Liberia hitting like second world living, like 10, 20, 30, 40 years?
I don't know.
200 years from now.
All I know is when I go there, I live a first world life. When I'm there, I live a nice life. You know, I'm in a first world life. You know, flat screen TV, nice house, everything like that, AC. I like that refrigerator, shower, all of that nice bed. I'm living a freaking nice life when I live there. You know, I can't say that about everybody. And I go to different hotels that are nice and whatnot. The hotels I stay at luxury. So I live a good life when I'm there. You know,
but this is what's wrong. 77 says when Pan Africans be like Principe. You know, Africa got the fastest growing economies. That's like me. That's like me having 1 penny. And then I got 2 pennies now. Now I got my shit 200%, and everyone else still walking around with $1,000. Principe, you got to grow up, bro.
He don't want to organize in Haiti or Africa, man. He just want to talk shit.
Princess the P.
Call in, Principe.
Yeah, call in, Principe. Explain your bullshit shenanigans.
Organized.
Fastest growing economies, my ass.
Africa rising. That was the biggest lie, man. There's people cursing me today, man. They said, man, I listen to you, Colin, man. I went to Africa, lost everything. You know? And I said, well, I thought a lot of people hate my guts to this day, man. Because they went over there and invested in Africa, believe in me and shit, and they lost everything.
Jay the bigger figure. Even Black. What about the dude? What's his name? Black to Africa. He done gave up, man.
Go Black to Africa. Go Black.
Yeah. No, I think he got some health issues that he dealing with. I think he dealing with some health issues. That's why.
Yeah. He got health issues, and he just like Muhammadu Buhari, Tinubu, and the rest of the African leaders. You get the fuck out of Africa to go take care of your health issues.
Yeah, he gave up, man.
Yeah, man. I don't blame him. You know,
he's intelligent.
You know, had Go Black stuck with one country and just try to do something there, he'd be good. I mean, it was all over the continent. You're breathing all these germs and diseases and shit like that. What happened?
We know what happened though, right? Is that these niggas, they tried to hold on to their Pan-Africanism. and they were just trying to keep hope. I lost Pan-Africanism my first week in Nigeria. I said, oh, "No, fuck this shit. There's no way. There's no way it's possible. I accept the fate."
Like I said from the beginning, the only Pan Africans is if Black America had the support of Africa, right? Because we're gonna need their diplomatic channels to make this. We're gonna need help from the China Development Bank, the World Bank, the IMF, all the UN, all these other people to make an Afghanistan work. And now that's gonna happen because we Black America have no representation because we're not a nation state, you know. So we have no representation in the UN. We have no representation at the World Bank, the World Trade Organization. None of these international bodies recognize us because we're not a republic or nation state.
I'm confused, Color. This is supposed to be Kinshasa buildings. Goddamn.
Kinshasa, you know. So I play Kinshasa.
I think my bedroom got more development than Kinshasa at this point.
Yeah, man.
This is sad.
But I think
they got shit set on fire as development.
But I think really.
I thought that was a volcano. Was that a volcano?
But I think Africa should just embrace like an Amish lifestyle and like how it's not just forget about the future and like just like I'm not joking, like like not just forget about modernization, forget about the future. And just like live an agrarian lifestyle, man. Just forget about skyscrapers. Forget about all that shit. Just level this field and grow rice and cassava and mangoes and just live a simple life, man. Like don't worry about having.
Hey, people in Nigeria should just go back to hunting and gathering, and
just live a agrarian lifestyle, man. Worship whatever you want to worship and just live simple, man. You don't need electricity. That's overrated.
Oh Lord have mercy.
I mean, like the Amish people. Now the Amish people, they live a simple lifestyle. They got their barns. They just live like they back in the 1800s.
The simple life, a happy life. That's what I was saying, man. You guys do better if we deport you guys and you go back to Nigeria.
Oh man, come on, Colin.
They ain't gonna do better. They ain't gonna do better.
Let the people that here legally stay here.
All the leaders of Nigeria were once outside of Nigeria. It didn't get better when they went back. It ain't gonna get better.
I think like Mike Omawale say, wants and desire leads to unhappiness. So just don't even want electricity. Don't want.
Happy.
Don't want.
Us. They wish they were us. Really.
Just live simple, man. Just go fishing in the morning, come back. Cook the fish, eat the fish, go to sleep, do the same thing over again, man. Just forget TV. Forget Nollywood. Forget Hollywood. Just forget cold food, cold drinks. You don't need none of that, man.
Yeah, you know what? You're right about that. 1776 because of Nigeria, I had to forget ice. You don't need no goddamn ice, man. Fuck that shit. Fuck, I want ice in my damn soda for, man. Give me that warm ass soda.
Yeah, man. It's like because soda hot tastes like tea. Tea, like a little tea Pepsi. Yeah, man. Amish don't got but Amish are rich.
The Amish is a rich nigga. Stop.
No. Seriously. My brother's in banking, and he said those Amish people. When you own farms, they sell a lot of stuff like milk, chicken, all that stuff. They have a lot of money, and they're not spending a lot of money. But he said those farmers are like some of the richest people in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they're rich. They're rich, bro. Good luck with them trying to live like the Amish, bro. The Amish got mansions. Don't fall for that shit.
Yeah. I just call it white people in costumes. That's what I call it. White people in costumes.
White people in costumes, really?
Yeah. My brother said they got a lot of money, man. You look at them looking simple, but they got a lot of money, man.
You see, Kyle, that's our fault now. We tried to have all of this hope and prayer and faith in Africa, and we were basically just selling ourselves as a bunch of dumbasses. And I think Black America and the Caribbeans, we should have built an alliance, and we could have worked things out together. We had to deal with the same bullshit, the same devil. We had a little bit more of an understanding of each other.
Yeah.
And I mean, most of the Caribbean nations, at least they got electricity, right? They got clean drinking water. They got electricity. They got something that we could work with. But this idea, the motherland, it's just time to go ahead and soak up reality, bro.
And then the best and the brightest leave Africa to come to America. So you really just have the dumbest and the dense on the continent, you know.
We're just gonna have to take reality and deal with it. You know, it's painful.
But
It's
Abraham
painful.
Man, just give it 200-300 years, man. Everything will be all right.
But Abraham Traore, he's making motorcycles like kind of like Harley. Now he's making like an African style of Harley Davidsons.
They got electric airplanes, huh? They figured it out.
No, but they can only fly when it's hot because of solar. It's solar airplanes, you know. So they got that, you know.
And we laugh, but we really crying on the inside. God damn it, Africa.
I think he opened a Ben and Jerry's factory. He got a Ben and Jerry's factory.
But hey, on the bright side in Lagos, they got Dunkin' Donuts. They got some good. Oh no, they got not Dunkin' Donuts. They got Krispy Kreme. They got Krispy Kreme. I go there every day, damn near when we're there. Just go get the donuts and get the little Slurpees and shit. Best thing ever. And then go over to KFC.
I don't really care for Krispy Kreme, but
you don't. Yeah, go to Nigeria. Go to Nigeria. You'll be walking around with a shirt and a hat that says Krispy Kreme, because that's as good as it's going to get, brother. You'll be a real Krispy Kreme fan, okay?
You know jollof rice?
Yeah, I eat jollof rice. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Jollof rice, you get suya. I eat it weird though. I put suya on top of jollof rice. Then I get like this tomato stew that they have. They say it's only for white rice, but I put it on the jollof rice. Turns into a spicy ass, fake ass smothered gravy or something like that.
Okay, because Diners be going over there eating stuff, man. You making everything.
Man, Diners has a YouTube channel. Okay, he got to show the experience, and that's it. After he done, he goes back to being normal. Okay. I like Diners. I mean, I respect them, but I lost a little respect for. I remember one time I was on the platform, and they was talking about why Black Americans don't want to live in Africa. It's the first time I ever got on any YouTube platform, and I started naming all the reasons, and they just attacking me. Like, why are you talking about this? How do we know you're really in Nigeria? I'm just like, nigga.
I remember.
All I did was just say the truth.
I was on that show. That was so fucking funny. I was like, who's this Jonathan Miller character? I asked saying, who's this Jonathan Miller character, man? He's coming over here. He's a plant, man. He's a CIA.
Oh, because I told the truth. But like, you should be found dead in Lagos Lagoon to Niger. Weirdo.
Oh man, Niger funny. African Goddess said they sell jollof rice inside KFC in Nigeria. Well, in Lagos.
Yeah, they do. But the jollof rice that they sell is like, you know how they whitenized it, I guess, if you want to say that. You don't eat that shit. You don't eat that shit. That's crazy.
Okay.
You don't eat that shit. Mm-mm.
I gotta try some jollof rice. I don't know, my cousin, she tried the goosey soup. She said she liked it, or however you pronounce it. She said it was good. Fufu. She said she liked it.
Man. Your cousin she just being nice.
Nah, she went all the way to Durham, North Carolina. And like she about 45 minutes, went to a Nigerian restaurant and asked them what to get. She got it and she said it was good. So I don't know.
Man, that reminds me of some of my relatives. We went to an Ethiopian restaurant. We were just being real Pan-African at that moment. Man, this food is crazy. This shit is good. And I'm like, yeah, man. I went home, gave it to my kids. And after that, we had to order, we ordered Pizza Hut. My kids like that. What the fuck is this shit? I don't know, baby, but this African. It's African food. Ew. I feel bad for the African. My kids broke my Pan African heart that day.
Magnesium in the chat room earlier said that Afro think tank grandfather was Chinese. I'm like, wow, man. The Chinese or Cambodian, some shit like that, man. Wish Magnesium would come up here and explain that, you know. Afro's think tank is part Chinese. And I was like, wow, man, that's a, you know, he was a Chinese, half Chinese, something like that. I was like, damn, man, that explains a lot. And that nigga's searching for himself. That's what it is. He tries to
First, you be at work. You be in the comment section heavily. What kind of job you got, nigga?
He probably driving a forklift, text, driving at the same time.
Yeah, he be taking orders right now, getting people's fries and drinks on his phone, whatnot, you know. Yeah.
Speaking of work, I gotta go to work tomorrow. I'm over here still talking. I gotta get up at 6.
Yeah, you gotta go get them squirrels. He work at the factory. You know what I'm saying? Chopping the little baby squirrels and shit.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Jonathan.
Hey, I'm knocking that shit from here to Mississippi.
Man, put some gravy on that thing, boy. You don't know what you
brother, you just nasty.
You eat anything, man.
So some gravy and some rice. Yeah, man, you missing out.
You eat that nuts?
Carla, why would I do that, man? I'm not eating no nuts on no animal. I don't eat no nuts on any animal.
When you pull the little pee off, you know what I mean?
No, Carla, I don't eat that either. You cut all that off, man. Come on now. Come on, man. Come on. I know some people that eat testicles of what's it? Like cows and stuff like that, but most people don't.
Wait, you know people that do that?
Well, I've seen people like I don't know them. No, I've seen people on YouTube that do stuff like that. They'll eat they'll eat the testicles of certain animals.
Steve, you sound like one of them brothers that experiment. Just be honest, what it tastes like.
Nah, I've never had no testicles, man.
You ain't had no squirrel testicles before. You ain't had no squirrel butt.
I ain't never had.
Steve.
It seems like he'll eat anything, man.
Steve, don't mind me in my FBA moment at the moment. Steve, where your family from? Because we not just eating squirrels like that. We not just eating squirrels like that.
Let me explain. Most people.
He was adopted Cameroonian.
No. Let me explain. Most people don't do stuff like that no more, right? Like I'm telling you, most people that hunt nowadays in America do it out of like recreational purposes. Most people they do it for like a sport, but most people are.
But you do it to survive.
No, I don't do it to survive. I do it out of sport. I told you, my mama said, "Boy, why you keep going in that woods shooting everything?" And I said, "I just like doing it. It's fun." You know, it's something different when you kill an animal yourself and you take it home and clean it and prepare yourself. It's different.
Your mama over there being like God was when he created the world and said the world had just fucked up. Showed her like, man, why I adopted a damn Caribbean baby? I should have known better. Just coming over here eating everything.
God, man.
You gonna be in the news, ain't you, Steve? You been in the news?